Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 364. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today. The mask is peering at you from behind. Is it talking to you? Is it giving you any ideas?
Not exactly. I just like I like the visual quite a bit. It's a really precarious. It's like that is meticulously balanced, by the way. If there was a rogue gust of wind, it's over. And then I would have made a really unwise purchase on a bunch of scrap plastic.
It looks really cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it looks nice. How are you?
Yeah. I'm well. Doing good, you know. I went on a walk this morning and I felt like I don't know if I saw this exactly, but I'm kind of convinced this is what I saw. I saw like a pigeon coughing a lot. And I don't know. I saw it and I heard it and I was like, is that what it sounds like when a pigeon coughs? And then I thought, like, can pigeons cough? I feel like they must. But also, like, I don't think I've ever registered that as ever being possible or ever something that I had registered or clocked or noticed. So it gave me something to think. I was ruminating on this for like the entire walk. I was like, can they?
Yeah. He's got some sort of Victorian era disease. Dropsy.
Poor little fella.
I've learned so many different, just from watching Downton so much over the years. It's like, there's just so many things that people just throw out there. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. The consumption. It's like,
oh yeah.
I'm not really even sure what that is.
I remember that term. What
is consumption?
It's like not what you assume at all.
Oh, that's probably not what I should be asking. Disease. Tuberculosis. What is dropsy? Edema. Edema. E-D-E-M-A. Edema. A condition characterized by an excess of watery fluid collecting in the cavities or tissues of the body.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a medical man. I think they call that a doctor. Good to be here with you today, Chris. You look great.
You too, man.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today? You also look lovely. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing just fine. Dealing with water in my basement once again. We had probably the worst rain in a very short period of time in like the last 7 years yesterday. Mm-hmm. So just streams everywhere. Part of downtown flooded. So dealing with that. But other than that, I'm doing just fine. I'm kind of in the weird in between where I'm fully like back home from California, and I have been for over a week now. But then next weekend, I'm going away again. So
where are you going? Oh, to Philly?
To Philly. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. So just kind of hanging out. And then next month, for the first time ever, Holly is going away without me. She's going to visit her friend in Cambodia. Her college friend is has a 1-year job in Cambodia. So her and my mom are going to go. I'm going to be alone.
She's going to fight with the Viet Cong.
Yeah. More than likely.
Cambodia. Wow. That's a long ways away. You've been to Japan twice though, you guys. So that's about a similar flight, I would assume.
I think the Cambodian flight is longer because it is less direct. Like it's harder to get there. So
shocking.
But she's excited. But what do I do with myself during this week period where I'm by myself?
Got to get Brad to come see you.
Oh,
because that's what I thought you were going to say. Is like, I've been home for a week, and you're missing him, right? There's a little bit of a yearning, I think. Probably.
I don't think Brad and I were sick of each other by the end of that week, but I mean, I was ready to go home at that point. Like we had enough of each other.
Is that right?
Way. That is right. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I just said I didn't know. I didn't know you guys. You know.
What are you trying? Just say it. Just say what you want to say.
No, there's nothing else to say. I just didn't know.
I don't know. I feel like there is.
No. There's nothing to say.
Oh,
by the way, I meant the Khmer Rouge, not the Viet Cong. That doesn't make any sense.
I was like, maybe my geography's off here a little bit. It didn't sound quite right, but
I don't know why I said the Viet Cong. The Khmer Rouge, of course, is
Yeah. Dude, something everyone, so she's been researching what to do while she's there, and everyone's like, you need to go to the Genocide Museum.
Oh,
it's really
fun.
interesting. And I'm like, she's saying, well, I'm sure it is, but I think I'm good. Like, I'm not in the headspace where I'm like ready to learn about a massive genocide. I think I'm just good to like check out the temples, you know?
Yeah. How many, like how much room do we have for all these genocides going on? You know, it's like, there's only so much again. Like I had a friend of mine who recently went to New York for the first time and he was like, yo, have you ever been to the 9/11 museum? I was like, no, of course not.
No, I did go to the 9/11 museum once and it was very upsetting.
Actually. Yeah, it's depressing. Like, I was like, oh, hey, you want to listen to people's final phone calls as they plummet into a steel structure? No. I think I'm gonna get Nathan's.
Yeah,
but like I get it. Like I appreciate that every now and again, but like as like a, I guess he was asking as like a tourist, right? Like it makes sense for a tourist to maybe do that kind of thing, but I still haven't even been to that, like where what's it called now? The Ground Zero site, like what it is now.
Let me look.
It's like Freedom Plaza or something.
Yes, Freedom Plaza. That's what it was. Right.
I still haven't even seen that in person. So like I haven't even been down. Although to be fair, like how often are people down there anyway? Even before all that happened.
Yeah, I almost never. The only time I was ever really, I'm trying to think, like Battery Park area would be when I was going to Jersey, and then I was taking the path across to Jersey City or back, and then you'd be like right there. And it is a little creepy afterwards because Ramon lived in Jersey City for a long time, so I used to go see him when I'd be in New York, and it's like it is a creepiness because no one really lives down there. It is all just like, or most of it is just in buildings, huge skyscrapers full of businesses, and there's an eeriness to it, especially when you're there like early. It's actually very similar to downtown San Francisco and a lot of other places that I've lived where it's like there's just nothing happening here on the weekend. Like you're there Wednesday at 1 and it's fucking crowded, and then you're there at like noon on Saturday and it's just empty.
That reminds me of when I was in. That reminds me of DC when I went. DC was shockingly like that. Like around like where all the tourist traps are. It's like surprisingly, like you'll walk past buildings that I swear to you don't even have entrances. Like it's just like building facades. It's almost like as if somebody built like a building in like Unreal Engine and like prefabbed it
right,
and like just put it there. It's like there's no signage on this building at all indicating what it is. There's no numbers. It's just windows, and then there's no door. You're just like, what the fuck's going on?
Now, let me tell you guys about a dream I had last night. Usually my dreams, I've said this many times that I have these dreams that are typically set in areas and there's like a continuity and like a story and shit. It's very weird dreams that I have. But this dream was kind of just a random dream and it was quite upsetting. I was like walking down the street in like a suburb. Maybe I was on Long Island or something. I don't know. And there were just cats, like, you know, like house cats and whatever, feral cats were. And they were all just kind of laying around and I was petting them. And they were like in blankets and there was just a bunch of them. And then I'm walking and I'm like, all right, that was cute and weird. And then I like, walk, very dreamlike. And then I walk down the street and then a car full of like teen kids come and intentionally run over, like run into one of the groups of cats and then speeds off. And I like try to get my phone out to like take a picture of the frame. And then I like start running after the car, but I can't catch it. And then that was and I woke up very upset. I was like, what the fuck was that? I usually don't have, I wouldn't call that a nightmare. I mean, it's sad, but I usually don't have those kinds of, like, for some reason, like I've never had like, I'm getting killed, a fucking murderer shit. Like I don't have that kind of dream. I used to have those dreams when I was a kid, the tickly monster, that's where that comes from. But these days I just found that very distressing. And that was just a few hours ago, probably that happened.
What's annoying about dreams like that is that your brain is doing it to you. Like it's a self-inflicted, like it's almost like you're trying to scare yourself somehow or like freak yourself out. It's a very weird. I don't like thinking about dreams too much because then I start getting into this weird like rabbit hole of like why, like how is it possible that I could possibly have a nightmare and feel scared if I'm doing it? Like, how could I scare myself on like, how could I surprise myself?
Right.
It freaks me out. It's like, it's off-putting.
It's so interesting you say that because it's like how I used to feel about video games where it's like, how does the game not know that I'm shooting right now? And so it should just jump. Like you assume it's being fair, in other words, right? I totally
exactly
agree. Yeah, it is weird. That is really weird. And I dreams are fascinating because as I understand, we don't really understand them at all. I mean, we get it. We know when they happen and how they happen, but we don't really get anything else about it. And that's pretty cool. I think there's something very deep about it. And even watching the dogs, like they dream.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. They're like barking and like their paws are moving and stuff. It's like so strange. And it's evolutionary. The last thing like evolution wants is for you to be like incapacitated and fucking delirious in nature unless you really need it. And it's been brought through evolution all of this way to everything sleeps and dreams. So it must be important.
I wonder what the evolutionary advantage is to talking in your sleep, though. You know what I mean? Or like talking in your dreams, or like even sometimes, because I'll see like my dog used to have these like dreams where she would like her legs would run. Mm-hmm. She would be running, but she would be on her side, so she wouldn't be going anywhere. I'm just like, what benefit could that possibly, like, what could that possibly do for you?
I always wonder.
It must be a glitch.
Yeah, like I wonder what they're dreaming and what they think of, and then what they think when they wake up. Like what they're like, what the fuck was that? Like he was playing with a bone or running into a field or having a good time. Maybe nightmares, maybe getting chased by a wolf, or who knows? Yeah. Who knows? It's good to be here with you guys today. It's is it today Juneteenth? Yeah.
It is.
So the day we're recording. So happy Juneteenth to everyone. Micah's dad texted me and was like, Micah better not be working today.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. As a joke.
Really?
We have a very, and I said to him, well, she has a half day. She's half white. And he liked that.
A half day is crazy.
Her dad's white too. So that ain't even funny. Her mom's black. So
right.
So yeah, Juneteenth going now. Again, we've talked about Juneteenth. Cool holiday. I really don't mind it. I just don't know where it came from. I mean, I know literally what it is, and I know it's existed, but suddenly, like, I feel like it's one of those things that it just came to the mainstream, and then everyone's like, yeah, because they don't want to be like the one that was like
that didn't know about it.
That was like, dude, I like in 2015, no one was talking about Juneteenth. Like, what? You know?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that like a lot of people wouldn't know, but like it makes sense that the internet would have to be pretty established for that to like register to people in like Ohio or something. I knew kind of vaguely about it in like when I was growing up in New York, because I definitely heard it before and I knew people that did things for it, but like it didn't have any relevance to like my family, you know?
Yeah,
or like or like my immediate family, but I was aware of it. I never saw it trending on Twitter though before like a certain period. And I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I usually hate new holidays and new things. Like there are like 17 LGBT days and like 7,000, various minorities and ethnicities getting their thing. That's cool. Like whatever. I don't mind that, but I feel like it's too much. And yet I was confronted with this holiday, Juneteenth. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah. It's a good day to celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful document. Abraham Lincoln.
There's also
we might hear from Abraham Lincoln later in the show, believe it or not, or about him anyway.
Directly.
We won't hear from him because he died in 1865.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like a horrifying. It sounds like threatening.
Wait, guys, I'm like shaking and like he's like coming. We've
used a Ouija board to entrap the soul, the aching soul, the ever restless soul of Abraham Lincoln, who just can't fucking catch a break. He still has to deal with our bullshit.
We should go to Ford Theater with like one of those Ghostbuster things and throw it on the ground, and try to suck him in.
Well, he would be in his like apartment across the street, right? In that weird house that he died in.
Oh, right. Yeah, he did die in bed. That's true. How did he live? It's like at least when JFK got shot in the head, he died.
Yeah, but that was like certainly. You have to. He got shot with 1900s bullets.
Right.
Like I'm pretty sure like Abe Lincoln got hit with like I don't even know. Like I feel like they put like a rock in a pipe,
a slightly spherical rock.
They blew a rock through a pipe.
Yeah, it's crazy because like you could theoretically, the fact that he survived for as long as he did, which to be fair wasn't that long, but it was long enough for him to like be moved across the street and lay there for a while. It's not infeasible that Abe Lincoln got shot and he was like, oh,
yeah,
ow.
Right.
It's like just like a very human, normal, like, oh, what the fuck. Ow.
That must have been a crazy scene to see. The dude jumping on the stage. You know,
yeah,
breaking his leg,
off,
dragging himself off. It's crazy shit. There, you know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because I toured that theater or whatever, and I remember, I don't know if this is true or this is my memory playing tricks on me, but I remember looking at like the balcony and where the stage was, and I remember thinking like, how do you break your leg?
Right.
Jumping off of this. Like it's really not as high as you would imagine. It's not like as high as like modern theaters would.
Right, because they had to project with their voices and stuff so it couldn't be that big.
It's right. Like I could do that without breaking. I could have killed Lincoln and made it out without a broken leg. Is what I'm saying.
They would have caught you in a barn and burned it down just like they did John Wilkes and Dustin.
I was every time I'm in a theater now and I see the balcony seatings, I think about John Wilkes Booth, of course, this assassination, and of course our own shows. We have to mention it. It's like
I always like to mention it. Yeah,
we're watching you up there.
Like, just get it over with. If you're gonna do it, don't wait. Just do it.
Yeah,
you know, come on. My parents are here.
When I was in the theater, when I was at the theater at the Death Stranding premiere, Death Stranding 2 event, I was like, what if someone did it to Kojima? You know, if someone's like, maybe it's a Konami, operative.
That is crazy.
That would be
like that.
That would probably be taken more seriously than so many other things, like the stuff with Iran and Israel lately. I saw Khomeini or whatever tweet. This made me actually like laugh when I saw.
This. The video of him petting the nuke or whatever.
Oh well, there's a bunch of that funny stuff, but this is the specific thing I had to call out, which was that he tweeted, because for some reason he has a Twitter account, which I think is hysterical. He tweets like, the world will feel, or it's like, we have a huge secret that we're going to unveil tonight that the world will remember for hundreds of years. And then the top response was the wrestler Mankind, like a gif of the wrestler Mankind running out. And it just said, by God, it's Mankind. And it had like a shit ton of likes. And I'm like, we are so unserious. Like,
right.
Like, this is so funny how people don't take anything seriously anymore. And the irony, I wonder what he thinks of it. I wonder if he reads his response. He probably can't even read the English anyway.
No, it's kind of crazy how like there's been so many like number one stories in the last like week. Like we had 2 like assassinations.
Yes, it's like the Minnesota. Book of Revelation.
And like what was crazy about that thing to me was that like that guy wore a mask, right, a latex mask,
right?
And I was actually thinking, I was looking at that picture and I was thinking like, man, let me pose this question to you. And it doesn't have to be assassination related. It could be like any crime.
Okay.
Like, let's say you committed any crime and you were on camera and you had to put on a latex mask to conceal your identity. Would you find a latex mask that was the exact opposite of what you are? Or would you actually like maybe choose something kind of close to you so that people would assume, well, he must not look like that because why would he wear the mask?
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
Like if I wore a Chris Ray Gun mask, you know what I mean? Kind of like how Bryan Cranston wore like the Heisenberg mask at Comic-Con that one year, and like nobody knew it was him because like why would he disguise himself as himself?
Yeah, right. That's a good point.
It's like I don't know what I actually don't know what the ideal strat for that would be. You know,
that's an interesting. Yeah, like should I wear like an Asian man's mask to be like totally differentiated, or should I be like some Long Island Italian schlub, but a different one?
Right.
See, I was thinking more along the lines of like Hotline Miami, like a chicken or moose per head.
I would wear
like
a fun mask if I was going to do it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But then you don't. Then you're immediately not. Something's off, as opposed to wearing like the really authentic mask. Like they've opened the door for that guy. You know, if you look at your Ring doorbell and you see the fucking guy from Hotline Miami, my hope is that you don't open. He's got the fucking varsity jacket on and the chicken mask. I mean, come on, man.
It all depends on the operation. If you're wearing the chicken mask or not.
Right.
I wonder what this fine gentleman wants.
Yeah, let's look at this young man just selling Bibles.
Honey, did you order a varsity Baphomet?
Yeah, right. What great design in that game.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Incredible design. So sad what happened to those people in Minnesota. I'm like, totally.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. You know what's bothering me about all these things that are happening? It's like, why don't we know anything about any of these people? Like the Trump assassin guy this guy, like the shooter recently in Tennessee, like it's like they just disappear. How are people not talking a ton about, oh, this is this guy and this is what he did and it just seems like, I'm like, I have so many questions. Who the fuck is this person really? We know who he is, but who is he really?
Yeah, you only get like really like thin shrapnel of information. Like I saw an interview with the guy's friend or something, and then like,
oh yeah,
there's some information about. Yeah, it's. I think it's just too much.
It feels
too much information. It's there's so much information that like, how could you even find anything hyper specific? Because even if you did look for something hyper specific, you'd get like a bunch of AI bullshit. Now it's all so sad. Oh God.
Everything seems like it's accelerating in a bad way. Let's enjoy the time we have with each other. And I hope everyone's staying safe and well out there. You can be safe and well here at Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Early ad-free access to the show, $5 a month. Our most popular tier with about 9,500 of you at that tier. We appreciate you. Couldn't do it without you. Of course, there are other tiers to explore as well. $1, $2, $10, $25. All sorts of different perks. Monthly Q&As, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show via the threads in the news feed, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, which we'll talk about in a minute, and on and on. And a lot of these perks, of course, go to all of our shows in our network, whether it's the Finding Duke, the Xbox podcast, Punching Up, the Nintendo podcast, and so on and so on and so on. RSS feeds, Spotify connections, etc. Sacred Symbols Plus, recent episodes. So I did a solo mailbag. People really enjoyed that. Again, I feel like it's fairly low effort, and so I don't like to do them too much, but that's what it takes, I guess. Then again, like the biggest streamers in the world just watch other people's videos and pause them occasionally to talk over them. So I guess maybe effort isn't really what people are looking for as much as just entertainment. And I understand that. So went live recently. We just recorded a second Expedition 33 spoiler cast and review discussion that will go live the day after this podcast goes live on Patreon. So you'll be able to compare and contrast. Gene wasn't able to make it, but it was, who was it? Me, Brad, and Maddie. And that was a fun episode. And we went over 2 hours on the game. I think you guys will really enjoy that. So check that out on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Did a recent episode with Jaffe. We did the betting special for Summer Games Fest. Now we have to resolve that. As I understand, Brad has an answer, but obviously won't. I was like, who won? And he wouldn't tell me. So people out there might have done the math already and figured it out. Dustin, you seem like, I feel like you have a look on your face. Like, you know?
I know that I saw that Brad was working with the Last Stand historian, James Solar. And I saw that James had said that it had a verdict has been reached, but I don't know who it is. Yeah,
very diligent work being done. So maybe we'll do that next week. We should get that out of the way before it gets any later. So we'll do that and resolve the betting special. Of course, the stakes are very high in the betting special. And so I'll be very interested to see who gets away and who doesn't. Because 2 people lose. And they definitely lose, I'll say. Especially for one of the games. I think some people think Dustin's getting away a little easy.
They don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know.
They don't know the suffering I've endured.
Yeah, fair enough.
Nobody knows the trouble I see.
All right. MN Twins fan 92 wrote in and said, howdy, gents. I wanted to share a brief story. I was having dinner with my wife and a friend in northern Minnesota about a week ago when I looked up and saw a gentleman wearing a Sacred Symbols t-shirt. This brought up a full topic of conversation about how LSM community usually tells each other to stand down. With some light egging on for my spouse and friend to say something to the man, as we were leaving, I approached him and shared I liked his shirt and also a big fan of the show. We both said stand down and I went about my day. It honestly made me think of how my dad, who is from Wisconsin, and how he approaches anyone wearing Packers gear and says, go Pack, go. Must be really popular in Minnesota. Anyways, I just wanted to share a nice moment of interaction from within your gamer battalion. And to that gentleman, I hope you and your family enjoyed the burgers. They're connecting. Should we have connected? I mean, in some way, I think we should have. You can find your Sacred Symbol shirts and a bunch of other merch at laststandmedia.store. This includes copies of Habroxia. We've sold, I don't know how many we've sold, but we still have a lot left.
We've sold over half.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's great.
I know that.
I'm just relieved to... I was talking to Micah about this. Is like, we've already made our money back, which is like more than like, but that's what I want first and foremost. It's like, and we did that a long time ago, which is good. I'm like, it's kind of frustrating because when we sold a Super Perils of Baking, our least popular game by sales, and we sold that physically and we made 1,000 copies of it, they sold out immediately and people were really upset. The only way you have to go up in increments of 1,000. So I went up to 2,000. Now, here's the thing about this that is kind of nice and why I'm totally like, we'll sell these ultimately. Like, I'm not really worried about it. But if you just think about the equate, like, and I won't get in, well, I can get in, well, no, I'm not going to get into specific numbers, but of how much things cost. But there's like a flat cost, right? Because you have to, Dagan had to design this, right? And this then needed to be printed and kind of laid out. And we have to get the disc master made and the box art and all of that. And so that's like one fixed cost is all the design work and all the kind of preparation. And then you start printing the discs, and the discs have a specific cost per unit at 1,000. And then that's like the entire package, right? Like that's what it would cost, is like all the preparation work plus 1,000 copies. But if you just start printing more copies, all of the preparation work is done. So, and if you add the more copies you get, the less per unit you're paying. And so selling the back half of the 1,000 copies as opposed to the first half of the 1,000 copies is way less urgent, because I think it's like 40% as expensive to get them printed once you go to like a 2,000 copies. And so you can imagine how, if you were to print 25,000 copies, how cheap you would actually be able to get them per unit. So yeah, Harper, I think, we're well over half of them. They'll be available. I said in the post for Patreon, like, I don't expect that we're going to sell through these, but I wanted them immediately, but I wanted to make them available. And I am confident by the end of the year, we'll sell them all. Especially because I have a little bit of an idea I want to do with some of them later in the year, but we really appreciate everyone supporting us. It's such a great package, and I appreciate everyone. You know, I know economic times are tough. People are struggling. So I really appreciate people coming out and showing up for us. So check out a copy of Habroxia on the Last Day Media store. If you like lastdaymedia.store, you go, oh, there it is. You can also get stickers. Michael wrote in, or it's MYKAL. Now, again, is this like white mom naming her child Michael?
Oh, Michael. Oh, no. Hopefully not.
Says, hey, boys, I was traveling to Destin, Florida. I didn't know that was a place for the week, and came across a Hyundai Tucson with Tennessee plates rocking the Moriarty Raygun 24 bumper sticker. My first LSM in the wild experience. Just wanted to shout out that driver. And speaking of bumper sticker, what would Moriarty Raygun accomplish in their first 100 days in office? Keep up the excellent work.
Can you imagine a more tumultuous administration?
Yeah, ours would be. A lot of things would be going. I would have already seized control permanently. There will be no more elections. That's awesome. I love the idea of people seeing those stickers in the wild. It's fun for me. So thank you all so much for supporting us on lastdaymedia.store. We really appreciate you. A great way to support the show. Free shipping in the United States on all stickers, by the way, if you'd like to get your own. All right, Dustin. Too many games this Friday. So is it this Friday? No, next Friday.
It's not this Friday.
That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah.
I have a few updates for Too Many Games people. But first of all, it is June 27th, 28th, and 29th. Our panel will be on Friday, the 27th, 7:15 at the Sapphire stage. So we went over that last week. That's the info you already know. We'd love to see you there. Too Many Games is a great retro gaming focused convention. Also, they have a huge arcade, all kinds of cool panels, different people you can meet. Like, I think the old Charles Martinet, the voice of Mario, will be there. John DiMaggio, so is the voice of Bender, and Marcus from Gears will be there. So there's all kinds of stuff, but we'll be there too, as in me, Dagan, and Ben. We're going to be doing a panel. Please come. Look forward to it. Please look forward to it.
Please look forward to it.
The other thing to announce, I told you last week I was working on a fan meetup, and those details are now locked in. So that's going to be on Saturday at a place called Fun Dungeon, which I think is a hilarious name.
It is. Who knows what happens there?
Fun Dungeon is about 10 minutes away from the convention center. It is a barcade, which is in like this really cool, this business's basement. It looks awesome. So it looks like a perfect place for us to go hang out. You don't need a Too Many Games panel, or not panel, a Too Many Games pass in order to come to this fan meetup if you'd like. The one thing is there is an entrance fee. None of that is like, it's not like we're like throwing an event there and we're profiting. It's just to get in and for the venue itself, because it's a giant free play arcade. So that $15 entrance fee gets you in so you can play any games you want. That's where we're going to be hanging out. The other note is that Dagan will not be there on that Saturday. So that'll just be me and Ben. And you can also meet Brandon, the infamous side character that he's been on our show a few times. But so yeah, come hang out with us. Again, you don't need it to go to too many games to go to that. It's at Fun Dungeon in the Philadelphia. I think it's in Phoenixville, technically. But I'm going to post all that info on social media. But just want to let you guys know, we are doing that fan meetup. We would love to see you there.
Cool. That sounds great. Enjoy, have fun. Too many games. Philadelphia. Anything else? Oh yeah, you had brought up this. So Zach Capuzzo wrote in and said, Colin, with all due respect, when you say please look forward to it, it's giving Major Jeb Bush beta bitch boy please clap energy. Maybe I'll look forward to it, but what if I don't? Kidding, of course, but am I off base? I mean, I'm not earnestly telling you. Well, sometimes I am earnestly telling you to please look forward to it. But of course, we all know that this is a reference to Japanese translations of many press conferences. I hope you know that, Zach. If not, you haven't been paying very close attention. Speaking of which, let's get into some other topics of discussion, then we'll get into the news. Lots of things to talk about this week. But let's stretch our legs with some off-topic things from the audience. Scene Machine wrote into us on Patreon, just like you can, and said, I hope you've been enjoying the pool floats, Colin. I have been. This is what I was talking about. This is the man who I made a swap with. Merch for pool floats. And the pool floats are wonderful. Wonderful pool floats. Love them. Really, the highest quality pool. I'm not even shitting, the highest quality pool floats I've ever used. And I'm just floating around there, drinking beer, smoking a joint. So I'm going to be doing right after the show. The weather is supposed to be so fucking hot now. Because very similar. We don't live very far away from each other, Dustin and I. I mean, if you know the American geography, we're not too far away from each other. So we get often the same weather systems or the same patterns anyway. And it's been raining here a shit ton too. But which is good. We need it actually down here. But now it's supposed to be like 95 degrees sunny for like a week straight. So gonna die out there. Like when it's too hot to be in the pool. Kind of weird.
I was gonna say, does your pool get like bathwater feeling?
Yeah, it gets hot, which I don't mind actually. My uncle has a cooler, which is crazy. Like I'm like, that's so to make the water cooler. I have actually a heater for my pool, and I'm like, this was totally unnecessary. It's to get the seasons earlier or later, like where you can use your pool in like October, or April or whatever. But it's like I shouldn't have bought this thing. What a waste of fucking money. Because it does. Because I'm used to having my in-ground pool growing up on Long Island, and the water never got hot. Like that was like unheard of. Half the time you like wouldn't want to go in the pool because it would even be cold in like August. So very different down here. Just getting fucking blown out by the sun down here. Hamstroker's Ejacula wrote in. Speaking of the pool, says, Dear Sacred Colin, can you give us an update on the frog holocaust you are carrying out the past few years in your pool? Do they keep coming, or have they gotten the message, I'll hang up and live a long and happy life? They do keep coming. Like, I don't know what else to do for them. I have the frog log. So for people that don't know, frogs are they're really fucking stupid. They're hysterically stupid. And they don't know if they get in a pool and there's no incline to get out, they don't know how to get out. They'll just stick to the walls and then eventually fall into the filter and then drown or whatever. And some of them just find their way into the filter anyway. So what you do is there was this thing invented, and it's really nothing crazy. It's like a little like barrier, like platform, and you put it next to the filter along the filter, and it's called the frog log. And it's supposed to allow the frogs to like escape. Gives them like a horizontal plane to get out, to like jump out. And a lot of them use it because I see them on it sometimes and stuff. But I'm looking in the filter every day, and there's still like 1, 2, 3 frogs. Some of them not dead yet, but most of them aren't. I'm like, what do you want from me? Like, what else can I do for you? Stop jumping in here. Stop. Now, it hasn't been as bad as it was in years past, but it's also been really hot, and these things are fucking gonna fry in the sun. So I know it's a very tempting place. It's an oasis of sorts for them. But yeah. I don't know. So I don't know how else to, dude, last summer, it hasn't happened yet this year because it's not been crazy, but sometimes I'll be playing a game late at night or whatever, and I'll just hear the ribbiting, right? Like the fucking croaking and all that. And I'll go into the backyard like in the middle of the night, and there could be 20 of them just all over the place, like around the pool. And I go and pick them up and like bring them to like the next yard that doesn't have a pool or whatever. I'm like, get out of here. I don't want to deal with this. But I don't know. I don't know what else to do for them. I feel bad. I don't want to kill wildlife. I've said this before. I only go out of my way to kill spiders. Period.
Right.
Period. End of story.
Really? Like even if they're in like the corner doing like minding their own business?
Oh my God. If they're in my house, they're done.
The
bigger question is, am I killing them outside? And the answer is sometimes.
Oh, what do you mean killing them? Like if you see a spider like outside, you're going to kill it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I spray for them. I don't know what's going on here because it wasn't like this where I'm from or where I've lived, but we have a very prodigious spider population here. I don't know what that's all about. They just like it here. So it's very common to buy like some spray or have people come and spray. So we do that. They're getting fucking killed on. That's a Holocaust when those guys come over. They're just fucking, and there's like thousands of dead spiders. But if I see a spider in my house, he's going to die. Like he's definitely not staying. I have
a laissez-faire attitude about spiders. I feel like they're just too useful. I feel like they help somehow. The issue is like, I don't mind if I see one. If it's in the corner or whatever, if it's in the top corner, if it stays put, it has a little web or whatever, and it understands the deal, I don't mind it. But I had recently, in the last couple of weeks, I had a spider just completely ignore the deal. And I found him like, I don't even know, like I think on my door. And I'm like, you're done. I got to kill you now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. Like we had an unspoken rule. And, you broke the deal.
Right.
I feel bad for these frogs. But at the same time, you can't feel too bad for them because I've been hearing that they may have been only like 5 months away from developing their own Colin log.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So
I'm going to be crawling out of the pool. We're killing all sorts of bugs. So I have the Japanese beetle traps because those things are fucking bad. They'll like destroy your shit.
Beetles?
Yeah, Japanese beetles specifically. There's a specific trap that's very popular that's made. It's like, I actually read, the only reason I know this is because I read about it recently. It was invented in the 70s or 80s at like a university, and then it's sold by like Orkin or whatever the fuck company it is. And it's like it comes in a thing that's almost like a sauce packet, but it's solid. And you attach it to this. It's pretty funny actually when you think about it. So it smells like the pheromones that the beetles let off when they're mating. And you just put it in this little slot, and then you hang a bag underneath it and like put it on a fence post or something. So there's like a plastic bag underneath it, and the beetles land on this thing because they think it's a pheromone, and they start having sex over it, and they fall into the bag.
Oh,
that's tragic.
Yeah, but they got to go. And of course, we get sprayed for mosquitoes every month as well because you can't be having.
No.
So yeah, spiders. Because a lot of people are very protective about spiders. I totally understand that. They can go do their own thing. Yeah, if I see like a normal beetle, or I guess if I don't thankfully see ants in my house, I'd kill them too. Flies, kill them.
Yeah, flies.
So really, I'm being more of a devastating killer of bugs than I probably am letting on. But in the wild, I don't want to kill it or hurt anything. Just in my own space.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that. Beetles are so fucking cool, though.
Yeah,
it's a shame that they're so damaging to a lot of the ecosystems out there, because they're the coolest looking. They're so cool looking. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I think Japanese beetles, specifically the name indicating it, like were introduced to the United States and are therefore like specifically bad because nothing's adapted to them. So
it's like the stink bugs, right?
Right, exactly. And many other things. You know what we do have around here too that I find very lovely and I love looking at when I'm just outside, dusk or whatever, lightning bugs. They're beautiful little things.
Yeah, they're dying
incredible off. Like it's incredible. Really, when you think about it, it's like, what is this incredible creature? Just lights up. Really, it's like it's really cool.
They're like those old light up shoes that kids used to wear.
Oh, I wanted one of those so bad, and I got one. I got them one year, I remember, and then they broke fairly quickly, or one of the feet broke. So I guess it's like a little switch. But I was the coolest shit for a minute. Gotta tell you,
it's amazing how underwhelming that experience is. Because I remember getting light up shoes and thinking like, oh, finally. And then like, I think like within like a day or like within like 3 days or something like that, like a really comically short amount of time, I was like, I think I'm kind of embarrassed to be wearing these. I don't know if I want to be spotted. It's also kind of like a strange thing to, I guess. Is it because you want to keep track of your kids in the dark in case they run off or something? Is that like a secondary use for them?
Yeah, that's you getting one over on your kids.
Whoa!
Right. Don't get one off on your kids, please. I don't need to see any of you on Colorado Pet Patrol or anything like that.
Yeah, let's relax.
Or being captured by Gordon Flowers while he's eating fried pickles, just asking questions about the depraved things you do.
I'm just asking questions.
I was telling Micah this recently. This is a funny story, like a funny memory. I was going into 4th grade. I just remember this very well. And so it was the summer of '93, and my mom and I were in Toys R Us. I don't know. I used to go to Toys R Us all the time just to kind of look around. It would be like my mom would go to the mall and I'd be like, can I go to Toys R Us and look around? And then I'd try to finagle like a G.I. Joe or something. And they, this came up because they still make them, but you guys know like the bikes, like normal bikes, but they look like motorcycles or they look like something else and they're like for little kids. Yeah. But they're for like little kids. And I remember asking my mom, like, can I get one of these? And she's like, you're too old to be like I'll get you a normal bike. But you're too old to be riding this fake motorcycle, you know?
How old are you?
I was going into 4th grade.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, all right. You know,
they were cool though. Like I understand the desire for them even at that age though. Because there is something cool about even if it was a fake motorcycle. Just the element of like the makeup of what that toy is.
Right. It's cool. I had such obviously a youthful energy for way too long. It's like how I wasn't really even into girls at all until high school. Where I was like, I don't know, I don't give a shit about it. I even had like a girlfriend in middle school at one point, and it was just, it wasn't anything. Obviously at that age, it's really typically not anything anyway, but there was no element of it was just like something you did.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. And then like we broke up and I was like, all right, you know, and then it wasn't until like 9th, 10th grade where I was like, yeah, time for me to not wear Darth Maul t-shirts anymore.
That's so fucking funny. Yeah. The middle school relationship is hilarious because like I remember I had a girlfriend in middle school too, and then like I just never saw her again, and then like I didn't care at all. Like it didn't register to me that even mattered because it wasn't real at all,
right?
Even slightly.
No, not at all. Like I think my girlfriend's name was Melissa in 6th grade. She was really nice. Like we were actually good friends, and that's what I was wondering. Like,
that's so funny.
Is that all it is? But then you feel like I remember she bought me like a bracelet. Do you remember the bracelets? They were like hemp. They probably still make them hemp bracelets, and then they have beads, and the beads colors mean something. So like there could be a green one that means whatever. And she got me the gold one, or like yellow one, which meant money.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that very well. Very cool. And I bought her like a pair of earrings or something that like my mom picked out for me.
It was Melissa, you said?
Melissa, right? That was her name.
That's so funny because mine was Marissa.
Oh, that is interesting.
That is hilarious.
I remember her last name too. I won't say. I don't know. I haven't talked to her since probably 1997.
I remember the last name too, but like I remember like we were just like, hey, do you want to get because it was the last day of school or whatever, and then like it's like, hey, you want to get like food this weekend? And she's like, yeah, and then that never happened. And I was like, all right, and I just went back to playing video games, and then I found that I guess she like her school she moved or something. Like,
did you ever get in touch with her? Did you ever like find her in the future?
I saw her on Facebook at some point because out of curiosity, because I was like, oh, I wonder what she's doing. But then I never, it didn't matter enough for me to add or care, Yeah,
it would be too weird for me to reach out to Melissa now and be like, yeah, I'm 40 years old. I'm like, do you remember York Middle School in Maine?
For me, it was more like, I looked her up, I think out of just, for me, just like, I was thinking, it's like, hey, did I hallucinate this? Or, because it is so fake. In some sense, that it's just like, was this real? Did I hallucinate this somehow? And no, it was real, but like also not at the same time.
Yeah, I didn't have what I consider my first real girlfriend. That was like a real girlfriend until 10th grade. And we ended up going to Northeastern together, actually. So that made things incredibly awkward. Not really. Yeah. We were friends and she was nice, but it was funny. She was a year older than me, so she went to Northeastern and then I went the next year. And so we were just see each other sometimes, and it'd be like, it's so funny, so quaint. All right, one more, and then let's get into the news. Chris's fat hog is all urethra wrote in.
Oh my God.
Said hello. Is that one of your people?
I would have to imagine because it's depraved and it sucks.
Yeah. Hello, gentlemen. I bought a house recently and I closed next Thursday. I would like to imagine him signing it as Chris's fat hog is all urethra. Like he has a really beautiful Victorian signature.
Yeah, that's his on his birth certificate.
Yeah, first name Chris's and then last name fat hog is all urethra. As someone who has lived in apartments for the last 19 years, I'm nervous about taking the next step. Since Colin and Dustin both own homes and maybe Chris, I have no idea. Do you have any tips or advice for first-time home buyers? I'm getting a new build, so I have a warranty on everything for at least a year, and the HOA takes care of my lawn and exterior of the building. Wow, that's pretty nice. That's like that's the way it is in my mom's place too. Thanks, gents, and I'll lay down on the table saw Grundle first and listen to your sage advice. Saw Grundle?
Lay down on the table saw Grundle first.
Grundle first.
Let me. Thanks, gents, and I'll lay down on the table saw. You need to put it's called a comma. Thanks, gents, and I'll lay down on the table saw, comma, Grundle first, comma, and listen to your sage advice. And then I would have read it perfectly.
You're getting a little defensive about this.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so advice. First of all, congratulations. Big deal.
Yeah. I
was sad to see for homeowners that have a mortgage still or getting new mortgages or whatever, the interest rates not going any down. They kept it the same again. That's 4 times in a row that they haven't moved the interest rate up or down, which is really interesting. So still expensive to get a house. I'm sure you're very eager to refinance, and hopefully that comes in soon for you. But many congratulations. New build. That's what I had to. So I had the similar warranty because my house was built right before COVID, and then they couldn't come to do any repairs during COVID. My warranty period actually went way longer, which was kind of nice because there's a lot of random things that happen. Like the biggest thing are nail pops. And these are things that I didn't know happened. Because I don't know fucking anything that's useful. Not a thing, right? So when you build a house and you put all the nails in, especially nails into, and this is how I understand it, why it happens, and you put the nails into like the drywall and everything. As everything settles, the nails will pop out like just a little bit, and it'll make like a little mound in your paint. And like what they do is they go around with like a little metal thing and just pop them right back in, and then they'll like patch it or whatever, because it's basically like the wood stressing and settling or whatever. So now it'll be okay. Mm-hmm. So that was like for me, the biggest thing that they had to fix was that. But there were a few other things too. And they go around and they put little blue painter's tape everywhere. And that's like the sign that they have to go fix things. And so that's really awesome that you have that, because buying a house otherwise, which is how most people do it, is a more dangerous affair because you don't really know. Obviously you get things inspected, but you never really know. And I see all these. Do you guys ever see these videos? I'm sure they're on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, but I see them on Twitter. Of like builders going around showing like horrifying new build construction techniques and shit like that. I'm a total believer in inspections because of shit like that. Like, you know that's not happening because they come inspect it like over and over again, like at different stages, which is good. So you should be okay. The one thing I remember, and I don't know if you experienced this, Dustin, because you moved it, like your parents sold you the house, and I don't know if it was already furnished or what you did or whatever, is that like outfitting a house with things is fucking expensive. I remember when I moved in here, I was like, oh my God, like how much, tens of thousands of dollars you got to get beds and fucking couches and coffee tables and kitchen tables and televisions and appliances. I had to get a fridge and a dishwasher and washing or dryer. It's like, oh my God, that's the thing where it's like, whatever the house cost, that was a thing that I don't know why I didn't think about that. But everyone around me at that time said, don't worry about it. It sucks, but it's a one-time thing. And they were right. Because everything just sits here now and it just is what it is until you want to replace a random couch or a TV or something like that. And you do that. So my advice is to live frugally, live below your means. That's always the way I've lived and still continue to live below my means. I think that's really, really important. That way, if bad things happen or things turn upside down for you, you have room to maneuver and time to figure things out. And enjoy it, man, because it's awesome. And really soak in that new house smell. I know you know what I'm talking about. Chris's fat hog is all urethra, because it's going to go away. and the paints are eventually going to dry, and the various stains and the new carpet and all that's so unique. And then it's gone. So
yeah.
Anything you want to say, Dustin?
Yeah, mostly
as your basement is full of water.
Yeah. Well, it's related to that in that you have a year of warranty, which is, I mean, fantastic. But I would use that time. I mean, obviously you're coming from an apartment, so he has some stuff that'll be able to bring over for furnishing. You still may need different appliances, whatever. But use this time to create an emergency fund if you don't have one, because shit is going to go wrong, whether your stuff is new or old. And it will just happen. It's like, well, I'm spending $500, sometimes $1,000 now, just out of nowhere. Within the first 2 months of moving into this house, I had to replace the hot water heater. And it's just like those things happen. So make sure you're financially ready for them when it does happen. So you're going to have a lot of expenses, as Colin said, but try to take it easy, build up that security fund so that when something does break, and it will, even in a new house, you're ready. So it's not like you're down and out and fucked and have to eat ramen for 3 months if something breaks.
Definitely. A couple other pieces of advice. If you're going to buy new appliances, no doubt. So get the longest warranties you can, usually 5 or 7 years. They're expensive. Like at the time it sucks. It's like you're paying like $500, for instance, for like a 5 or 7 year warranty. And it just seems like such a waste of money. Like I just paid whatever, $1,000 or $1,500 for this thing. But dude, nothing else is broken yet, but our dishwasher broke and they were on it like that. Like it was awesome. I was like, it happened so late that I'm like, I don't even know if this thing's even in the warranty period anymore. And I went and looked on like my Gmail, found it, and they got here like it was all free, taken care of. Dude came and diagnosed the problem, ordered the part, fixed it, boom, done. And really, like we would have had to call a repairman or get a new dishwasher. So I really recommend that. I mean, it depends on what your financial situation is, but I'm like a warranty guy with a lot of these things, just because I don't want to fuck around. Not optional things. Like I don't care about TV warranties or shit like that, but like things that I really can't have you breaking. My washing machine or something. It's like you gotta be on that. And if I may, I did this, buy American if you can. If you're in America, I assume you are. I like to buy American. So might be something you consider. Lots of good foreign products, obviously, too. Chris, I remember a few years ago, you were interested in buying property, right? In, was it upstate in New York?
Yeah,
or like
Westchester? I was looking around, and that went, it was kind of serious for a little bit. And then like, I don't know, I just kind of just had to get the fuck out of there. It was just not my speed. I was getting real miserable up there. But I think the one thing I will say, dude, is that like, I don't know how you got this house, who sold it to you, but people hide shit when they sell houses. Like they're not going, if they can offload any expense onto the next person and get away with it, they will do it. So it may be too late for you to catch that shit, but like I would recommend triple checking that boiler if you have one, because boiler malfunctions are no joke. Those are like serious. That's like serious shit. And the people that my parents bought their house from tried to really screw us on the boiler. Like they like it passed it passed inspections, but that shit was like egregiously fucked. And we managed to, I think, I have to talk to them specifically about like what actually happened or like how they managed, but they managed to get them to pay for it. But it was like it was working fine, like on the surface, like symptom level, like it was, hot water was coming, but like that could have been a real disaster. So you might have I don't know what the situation is with more modern houses, if they even use boilers in the same way that they used to anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like what I have a hot water heater.
Yeah,
that's like
is it tankless?
Yeah, it's like it's literally just attached to the wall in my garage. It's like the size of like a computer monitor, really. It's like really small, and it's just got pipes and shit coming out of it. I don't know. And what happens is it takes a long time for hot water to start. Like you have to run the water for like a minute, or maybe even longer, to get it really hot. But then it just stays hot forever, which is nice if you have like multiple people showering or whatever, which we don't.
Yeah, I would just really inspect those really core vital parts of the house and parts of the functions, because like Dude, boiler. I don't know if you've ever seen videos of boiler malfunctions, but those shit, that shit like straight up nukes a house. Like I've seen houses explode, like as if like a bunker buster hit them from like boiler malfunctions and shit. So
yeah, we
just keep an eye on that shit.
I had boilers growing up, so I remember them, but yeah, not anymore. I think maybe we don't have them because we don't have a basement, so it wouldn't. Be there really wouldn't be a practical place to put it. So maybe people with basements still have it. I don't know. Good luck to you. Congratulations on your new house. Very exciting moment for you. Yeah, big deal. By the way, guys, I forgot to tell you. I mean, this fits in here nicely. Is so I need to get my driveway power washed and the like patio around the pool. It just like they're concrete. It just gets dirty. It annoys the shit out of me because I'm like, why is it getting so dirty so quickly? Like, why can't I get a few years of normal fucking concrete before it just somehow gets full of dirt and shit? So we had a guy come over and he gave us a quote of like $500 or something, and I was like. And people in our audience have been in my ear being like, you should just get a power washer and do it yourself. And I'm like, I don't really want to store this thing. And it's also a lot of responsibility. Like, what if I fuck something up, you know? But then I was like, I'm going to have to do this every year or every 2 years, maybe in perpetuity. So I was like, fuck it. So it'll get delivered today. I went on Amazon and bought one, a power washer. It's a Westinghouse one. 2,500 max PSI. I don't think I'm gonna have to go that hard. I also bought some pressure washer detergent. And so I'm gonna give it a go myself. Now, I want to be clear, I'm never gonna do my own house because that's too serious, right? Like I don't want to fuck with the siding and like get things in. It's like I'd rather blame someone else for something going wrong on that. But the concrete, I think I could do the concrete. And then I'll just leave it in my garage and hope for the best, I guess. And I do have 100 hours of experience in Power Wash Simulator.
Right.
That is true. It's much like airline pilots, right? Like how they have time in the simulator and they're basically pilots. Right. Yeah,
that's
so
exactly
you're basically a certified power washer. I would say, how much does it cost to get like just to hire somebody to do it?
Well, that's what I was saying. It was $500 is what they quoted me. The power washer, and this is not the nicest power washer. It's an electric power washer for it. So like the nicest power washers are gas powered and generator powered.
Sure.
But it was $169. And then the detergent was like $20. So I was saying, like, if it doesn't work, it wasn't a very expensive thing. But this is the thing is that, and this is why Amazon has 6,463 reviews, 4.7 stars. So that's
is it American made?
I have Westing. I doubt it. Let me see. I mean, it's so cheap.
So, I mean, you could be creating jobs for your fellow countrymen.
I could be,
but instead you
got me, you nailed me.
Yeah,
I don't see where it's made. I doubt it's made here.
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know, it's probably made in Cambodia or something.
Yeah, we can have Holly bring us back a few.
Yep,
a boatload of power washers. This is my haul.
So I'll let you guys know how it goes. Very exciting. Yeah, nothing.
That is fun though. I love power washers.
I've never used one. I mean, I've used it digitally, again, but yeah, never like if it really works, it's like, wow, this is cool.
It really does kind of work that way. Although like nothing, your average person never gets it. Like the stuff in Power Wash Simulator is so comically filthy that like,
right.
Like nothing you're ever going to power wash is that dirty. Realistically, if you're just a normal person who isn't like a hoarder or like a freak, but they're fun to use.
Well, I'll report back. I'll have more to say about this soon. All right, let's get into the news. It's time. I had you guys start with, or I asked you guys, and I want to start with a recent PlayStation presentation that was given, I guess kind of technically a business update, not unlike a fiscal year or fiscal quarter report. Mm-hmm. So I want to find the links here so I can find this. But yeah, so Game and Network Services segment, June 13th, 2025. Hideaki Nishino and Hermen Hulst are the main players in this. And there's also a video version of it. So you can go to Sony's irwebmeeting.com website and just Google it if you want to find it. So you can watch it for yourself. Before I get into the content, I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts, high level thoughts. I have something specifically I want to say, but I don't want to poison the well, and I want to see if you guys say it first. Dustin, what did you read this? Did you watch the video? What did you think?
Yes, I read the slideshow. I watched the video. I took some notes on the video specifically. High level thoughts. A lot of it is kind of like, specifically in all the questions, they always talk about momentum. And we're like, oh, we're already doing really well. A lot of talk about PlayStation Plus, increasing over to, more of the higher tiers, and talking about the predictable income of live service games, PlayStation Plus, and also some talk about PlayStation 4 in there, about how that also provides predictable income. But I don't know if I have any like one major takeaway from it. I feel like this is kind of a lot of it was like the main stuff that we've been hearing from them. There are a couple interesting tidbits from the video that we'll go over in some interesting notes, but I'm curious what your one thing is.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Chris, any thoughts on the presentation? High level?
Yeah, I mean, I am kind of like, I think the video was had a little bit more to go off of than the presentation. I think some of the presentation stuff, or like specifically the slideshow, just has a lot of stuff that we kind of knew already. It is interesting to see. The only thing that I thought was kind of interesting is to see Bungie and like Destiny and Marathon so present, given the reception of that. I thought that was kind of interesting. But outside of that, I think they said something about. Yeah. Most of my notes are about the video, I think, because I couldn't find anything specifically about this presentation like that caught my eye.
Yeah,
this or at least like as an overall, anyway.
This is interesting to me because this stuck out to me immediately. Is that they were reading?
Oh, yeah, they were on a teleprompter.
That wasn't weird to you guys? Like it was being presented like it was like an authentic Q&A, but they were like it was being read, and I felt I thought it was fucking weird. Like I thought it was really. I'm surprised. That's why I didn't want to poison the well, and like, but I was like, from like a minute in, I'm like, are they reading a teleprompter?
Yeah, I thought you were asking more about.
Like, they're all looking slightly in the distance,
right
to the right.
And like Hideaki Nishino especially came off like a politician, where he was like using both teleprompters. But I'm like, the dude that's asking you the question is there. So like, why would you even have a teleprompter set up over on the other side? Yeah. And you could tell they had multiple ones set up. I thought it was incredibly fucking weird. That's why I wanted to ask you guys. A lot of interesting information, but I'm like, why are you presenting it like this? This fucking sucks. It's so obvious. Like if you were listening to it, it's fine. And again, there's good information in there. But if you're watching that, I felt like I was in Bizarro World. I was like, this is really weird.
Yeah. So for me, I was looking at it, and I don't normally watch these. If they've ever when you sent this in the doc, I was like, has this? I figured like, do they do these videos often? Like maybe they do, and I just haven't really clued in on them because I don't pay that much attention to the deeper like, oh, what the stock meetings look like, or like that they're I know that you listen to like investor calls or whatever. Right. I'm like, I don't listen to it, so maybe this is like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I saw them. Yeah. I saw them looking up.
The investor calls are way more off the cuff than this. That was what I was right. Yeah.
But I was looking at it, and they were looking this way, and then they were looking strangely up into the the teleprompter was in such an unnatural place that like I noticed it, but I thought like maybe this is just how these go. So I didn't even think about it as even something being worth taking a note on, but I did notice it the whole time.
Yeah, it was. I'm kind of curious why. I mean, you want to deliver a message. They do these kinds of reports yearly for their different segments outside of the fiscal. So you would get 4 quarterly fiscal results. The final year fiscal results, which are usually baked into the fourth quarter. So that's like comes at one time. And then you get like these random investment reports of like interstitial things. And I was like, why wouldn't you ask the question or have even so what I immediately noticed was that the interviewer reading a question off of his lap. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like he's got to hit his beats, whatever. I don't even know who this person is. But then when I realized that they were reading a teleprompter, I'm like, why wouldn't you instead? You can hide cuts in this very easily because there's like 4 different camera angles or whatever, right? You have all the individual cameras, like the wide camera, maybe 2 wide cameras. and you just have an organic conversation and splice it together. If you're not getting the message out right, Hermen just says, wait a minute, I want to do that again. And then you just cut that out, and then he just answers the question, and you go to his tight shot so no one knows that it didn't just happen. And it's like, it could have just been done from I don't know if they give a shit, and that might not be the purpose, but I was surprised by that because I was like, this is fucking weird.
I think the issue is that it's so clearly for investors. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the questions were framed like investors are concerned about this. They even mentioned like Switch 2 and like all these things that like we're concerned about this and that. And so it seems like this is for those people. And I would imagine that those people aren't interested in how natural the conversation feels.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But I also wonder, Chris, it's like, if that's true, just release this. You wrote it all. So just release the fucking statement. Like release a Q&A. Yeah. Like why are we?
It is
anyway,
weird.
That's neither here nor there, but I would really love people's opinions on that because I thought it was really weird and not unprecedented with Sony. They do a lot of weird shit like this, but nonetheless. All right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I did think it was weird. I just thought it was just normal for like, what the fuck do I know about corporate culture? You know, maybe this is how they do things.
I think for me, I've filmed many a business corporate video in my time, and they are all awkward through and through. So I was like, well, this isn't any different. But I guess in comparison to like doing them live off the cuff or something, then
yeah, like you can't speak to this stuff off the cuff.
Yeah.
You couldn't say any of that? Like, you don't know any of that off the cuff? I don't know. All right. It doesn't matter. But I did take a bunch of notes of what was in the video and the PDF presentation as well. So people can go look at the PDF presentation. Some of it is regurgitated in the video presentation, but actually you get the guys already said, a more holistic view of things by watching the video presentation because it's like basically incorporating all that stuff plus some other random things. So here's what I pulled out. You guys stop me. Or, jump in if there's anything, or I'll kick to you every so often or whatever. The biggest news, I think, was at the top. They call it the most profitable generation to date, the PS5 generation. But these numbers are fucking crazy. I mean, these numbers, and I'll go into them, really show the absolute dominant position of PlayStation in the gaming world. And how the constant chatter of their unsteadiness is really not reflective of reality in any way. And it's the cake reference we keep bringing up over and over again of it could even be better. Like the icing could really make the cake pop. And yet it's so perfect the way it is in a lot of different ways through the lens of the average consumer. So let's get into some of these numbers. In the PlayStation 1 generation, which ran from fiscal year 94 to fiscal year 99, Sony sold $24 billion worth of goods, so hardware and software and peripherals, and made an operating income, which is basically a profit, of $3 billion. In the PlayStation 2 generation, Sony increased sales to $44 billion from fiscal year 2000 to fiscal year 2005, or through fiscal year 2005, and they made $2 billion in profit. So an important note here, Sony making almost double on PS2 what they made on PS1, and yet their operating income gets cut by a third. So there's actually a bad trajectory to be on. PS3, from fiscal years 2006 through 2012, $71 billion. So again, the number increases a great deal. They lose $4 billion in the generation, including 4 straight years of losses that only rebound in 2010 with the PlayStation 3 Slim. And people might remember from there, they actually were totally flat and even losing money still. It wasn't until the PS4 generation that they started steadily making money. And in the PS4 generation from fiscal years 2013 through fiscal year 2019, they made $107 billion and they got their operating income to $9 billion. So from negative $4 billion to $9 billion, that's a, $13 billion swing. So pretty nice for them. But here's where things get interesting. And this is where I'm like, man, PS5 generations, 5 years so far, fiscal years 20 through 24, $136 billion in sales of games, DLC expansions, peripherals, the consoles themselves, PS Plus, and all of that kind of stuff. So again, $24 billion to $44 billion to $71 billion to $107 billion, and then in only 5 years to $136 billion. Absolute behemoth. behavior. Really, really impressive. And what's even more impressive is $13 billion in profit. Sony has made more in profit on PlayStation in the PlayStation 5 generation than they made on all of the other PlayStation generations combined. 26 years, PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4. 5 years, PS5. Pretty crazy. 1994 to 2020, they make $10 billion in profit off of PlayStation the entire time. 2020 to 2024, they make $13 billion in profit. Dustin, thoughts?
Yeah. Well, a lot of this will be because as the primary console space, over Xbox, the competition isn't quite the same anymore. And so much of this money that we're going to talk about later comes from a small amount of live service games that even if it's not PlayStation's game, they're making a rip off of every Call of Duty Battle Pass skin, any sports game, microtransaction, all of those, like just an insane, little money here and there. So yeah, the other thing too to consider, not that this diminishes the 13 billion, but I mean, there has been inflation and games have gone up by $10 across the board overall. So there is that as well.
That's true. Hardware is also more expensive, but it really is. So that increases sales, but in my opinion, wouldn't necessarily account for the rise in profits. Like, in other words, I think they are figuring it out, and it's fascinating, especially looking at the numbers from the PS3 generation. Do you have anything you want to add before I move on, Chris?
Well, I mean, I think it seems to make sense now that they're the primary high fidelity console on the market. Like, Xbox is kind of not really in competition anymore. They're facing just generally less competition than they used to, especially in their own specific hyper niche space. Like, I think like Nintendo and Xbox used to be a lot more at parity, or at the very least, they seem to be focusing on somewhat similar things, at least until the Wii U or at least until the Wii U and the Switch came along, and Nintendo kind of differentiated themselves and kind of skewed off in a different direction. And obviously Xbox has diminished greatly in their presence. So like that makes up for some of this. I guess the point of curiosity that I have about this is that, so these are divided by generations, right? It's like this chart is going from, 95 to 99 and so on. And it says, the PS5, these numbers are way up. But I guess my curiosity is, are those PS5 numbers, or is this the number that they're reaching for PlayStation as a whole through these years?
That's an interesting question, and my assumption is that it is cumulative, so it would account for PS4 sales as well. And we get that vibe from the what's her name, Lynn Azar, when she talks in the video.
Yeah,
and Dustin brought this up. They talk a lot about relying on PS4 still. So yeah, there is a deception in the numbers for sure.
Yeah, so like that's something that I looked at, and that's a diminish. I mean, obviously they're doing a great job, and obviously like PS5 is still selling well and doing great and all that. But like I do think this is it makes sense that this generation would be uniquely profitable because it's the only generation that uniquely kind of coexists with the previous generation to the degree that it does now. Like PS3 did not exist in parity in the same way with PS4 at this time in its life
it was
cycle.
like a year or 18 months where there were games still coming to it of note, and then it was kind of over.
Yeah,
sure.
And so I think that's worth paying attention. Not that it diminishes necessarily like how well they're doing. Obviously, I don't think they could give a fuck about it. I'm sure they're happy to make money on anything that they can make money on, especially if it's on hardware that they own, even if it's a previous generation. But that is worth noting here as their profits and sales increase.
Indeed. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, but I got the vibe from listening to Lynn Azar talk in the video that they are planning on keeping PS4 rolling even into the PS6.
Yeah. Clearly.
Which will be unprecedented. And yet working out well for them. All right, let's get back into the notes here. So they write about foundations and focuses. So they write their foundation is that they've established a leading position in this console generation. I think that's a quote. I think that's fairly obvious. And then it says focus, quote, capitalize on momentum to drive profitable growth and evolve the PlayStation experience, end quote. I think we understand that, although I think there's more in that than meets the eye. It is very markety, but this idea of the PlayStation experience, and they kept saying that term and using that term. And I was like, oh my God, so sad. But I think this does mean something, that they are realizing that PlayStation is going to become more of an ecosystem of either dedicated devices or options to play. And they kind of make it clear when Hermen Hulst talks that they count people that play on PC connected to PSN as a PlayStation MAU, I believe. So that's not a huge surprise there. And they say they describe the PlayStation experience. What is it? And they call it the best place to play and publish, connecting players and creators. Here's where I think the numbers get a little bit interesting again. 124 million active users. 124 million monthly active users are playing 12,000 games from 4,000 creators. And monthly active users is up 14% since 2022. 51 billion annual game hours are played on PlayStation hardware, also up 14% since 2022. I think these numbers are really impressive, but I did note with both of them that they're not referencing last year, because I think the numbers would be flatter if you didn't account for these 2 years. So the 14% makes things look a little more extreme, but that's a lot of people playing. And while you have like rivals, like, PlayStation rivals like Xbox talking about 500 million active users, that's well and good when you're counting all of the people on all your different games from all your different publishers that are kind of agnostic. Plus you have this huge mobile game division and a PC gaming division, and you have Windows and the Xbox Game Store and all that kind of stuff. That's impressive, and those are great numbers. But 124 million monthly active users on PlayStation is different, and actually a very impressive number in and of itself, because you really have to have the hardware. I assume we still have a few straggling million PS3 people, and then you have a lot of PS4 people and a lot of PS5 people. And as I understand, this is the first fiscal year that there are more PS5 players now than PS4 players, which is an important statistic. Any thoughts on this, Dustin?
Well, one of the main things that stuck out to me, and I don't know if this really has a lot to do with the presentation, but one thing they talk about and they emphasize is the best place to publish. And they talk about the creator experience. And to me, I just keep thinking like, well, I guess based on like where else or if you want to publish a console game, I'm thinking specifically about like the experience for users on PlayStation, and particularly for smaller games and their store being flooded with trash, that I'm like, it may be the best place to publish because the competition has trained their audience to not buy games at all. But at the same time, I'm like, it kind of still sucks to be a smaller developer and to publish on PlayStation because of the mess that they've created in that space. So it's more of an aside, but it was the first thing I thought of when they were talking about, oh, the creators want to publish on PlayStation, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, they do, but the house is a mess.
It's interesting because I don't know. I'm confused why Steam wouldn't be the best place to publish. But again, we're talking about console gaming. Steam's obviously more overrun, but has better discovery tools. I feel like you are actually most likely to do well there, as weird as that is, because things just circulate differently on the internet and so on and so forth. I think, PSN has huge challenges. I agree with you. I thought that was unusual as well. Chris, I'm curious, what 124 million monthly active users is a lot, and yet they're spread over 12,000 games, and they're really only probably playing 100.
Right.
You know? What do you think about this? 124 million monthly active users, 12,000 games, 4,000 creators, up 14%, and 51 billion annual game hours on PlayStation hardware, up 14%.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I think a lot of this, I can't help but notice the fact that PS4 is still very much at play here. I feel like that's a big part of the story, I think. And it's just the fact that, like, I mean, it makes sense that you would have this many active users, especially like if the people on the previous console that cannot move forward are not being abandoned and and they're still being serviced. Like there's still games coming to PS4, PS Plus, and those machines. And so it makes sense that a lot more people are finding value in this thing when they're not locked out of it at a certain point, or if there's like this wall that's put up like there was between PS3 and PS4, and these machines talk to each other a lot more elegantly and a lot more effectively. And so, this makes perfect sense to me. This is trajectory that seems pretty in line with like how I would expect. It's shocking to me from like a consumer perspective because I can't fathom who would be on PS4 right now. Although I guess if you only play Fortnite ran perfectly fine. And these live service games ran perfectly fine on PS4, and I would imagine a lot of people on those platforms are, that's really the main thing that they care about. But I think the main thing that stuck out to me here really was that what Dustin said about like the best place to publish. I'm like, well, that's kind of like a default kind of. That's not necessarily fair. Like you're right to brag, fair enough, but it's also because like you're kind of not really doing anything to change. To make it that way. It just kind of is that way because the competitor has, again, like Dustin said, trained their audience not to buy games, but also their competitor in Xbox it kind of has the same issue, sort of. It's a little better, but not really. Like they still have the shovelware kind of thrown up there. And then Switch has the same problem too. And so it's
real bad there too.
I heard
that games.
I heard that a lot of third-party games didn't even sell well on Switch 2 at all.
I saw that too.
I've seen that report today. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I it's just frustrating from my perspective because I just feel like that's such an easy and I know you probably feel this way too, Colin. It's just an easy problem to ameliorate. We're just like get a curation team.
I don't know. Like I don't know what they're thinking.
It's so easy to earn that title of like, best place to publish, but they don't have to fight for it. So like they just kind of like, hey, we're the best place to publish. And I was like, well, okay.
They don't get it. And maybe they just don't care. I mean, when you look at the numbers, I understand why they don't care. They're like, who gives a shit? Like how many games are right. Like a David Lynch style, like who gives a fuck? But at the same time, I think it's easy to fix too. I think it would be relatively cheap to fix. Right. And I think you would actually I think you can make the argument that you would make more money. I really believe that. Like I believe that if you offered less and made things easier to find and bubbled up things that should really be there. Like, but they want to be able to brag. Like we have 12,000 games and it's like, but that
means nothing.
Half of them probably are nothing. And you have 4,000 creators. It's like, cool. But what about the quality? And what about the discoverability? And what about treating developers based on the respect their games deserve as opposed to giving everyone a seat at the table? I don't know. I just think, go ahead.
I feel like it's better long-term, long run to have an ecosystem that developers are excited to be a part of because they know that they don't have to swim through an ocean of shit to get seen. I feel like that's like better for morale. It's better for your ecosystem. It's better for your machine. I just think I feel like it's literally all upside to hiring like even just a small team to curate and like do some quality assurance on like, what makes it through. But I guess it is kind of like a David Lynch, like who we want every single Sushi Jump game.
Right.
We want 4 million sequels to Paperboy. And it's all ripoffs. Yay.
It's
like, all right.
It's trash. Like I wish that I could impress on the people at PlayStation that make these decisions. Like I just sit with them and just be like, do you not get how bad it is? Certainly partners of yours much more prestigious than someone who owns an indie studio whose games sell in the thousands or tens of thousands have told you how bad it is. Like people you would really respect and listen to. You don't need me to say it, right?
Right. It is crazy.
I don't get it.
Do you also feel as I do? And this is, to be fair, this is like a complete non sequitur and kind of a nitpick, I guess. But like, do you also feel like it's kind of annoying to go into like new releases and see 50 like soon to be released or like just announced games?
Yeah, it's annoying as hell.
Yeah, or pre-orders.
Yeah, but like, I mean,
in the new release section, I'm like, what?
I feel like that's crazy. I feel like there should be like an upcoming section or something. Like when I see new releases, I want to see like what I can get into now. Like I don't want to see like some fucking and it's a lot of games. It's usually like 50 in a row.
Yeah, and half of them are not even. They're like AI art, and I don't even know how it. I don't know, man. I was gonna say I don't know how it works, but I do know how it works. I'm surprised it's so easy. And
yeah,
I don't know why they're not more. They don't make PSN more bespoke, for lack of a better term, and just say like, no, we're not giving you a dev kit, or you're not getting a test unit. We need more from you. Or looking at the games coming through and be like, well, this doesn't do anything for us. It's just strange. They don't care though. And again, looking at the numbers, I can understand why they don't care. All right. Lots more to get through here. So they identify the PlayStation business, as consoles, peripherals, content, services, and first party. And we're going to get into services in a little while because services are becoming incredibly important. Quote, the PlayStation console is a gateway to a lifetime of player engagement and value. And so they look at the kind of the flow chart as being like, you acquire the PS4, the PS5, then you get the content, then the services support the content. So you have the game, then you get PS Plus to play the game online, for instance, or you get PS Plus to get a discount on expansions that you use for the core game that you get. And then that leads to peripheral sales. So you want to have a better experience in the DLC you bought for Bungie's Destiny 2, you buy the DualSense Edge. You want to play Balatro in bed, you buy the Portal. So that makes a lot of sense. As I noted, PS5 now has more monthly active users than PS4 for the first time. And this is, I think, an interesting thing, although not surprising when you correlate it to the sales numbers we've already gone into and the profit numbers. But PS5's average lifetime spend per player is already higher than PS4's lifetime spend to date. PS4's lifetime spend per consumer topped out at $669, which is a lot of money. I mean, this is above and beyond the console. So that's 10 games or whatever. Or, obviously people aren't usually playing like that. Then now they're buying expansions and PS Plus subscriptions and all of the rest. But that number for PS5 players after 5 years is already at $846. So, Dustin, I think you're right in that some of this is accounted for. PS Plus is being more expensive, games are more expensive, and so on and so forth. The sales numbers, I think, are the mirage. It really is the profit extracted that's more impressive than driving numbers. And they're having to drive the numbers higher and higher to extract that much profit, which is not necessarily a good sign. The profit is still, it's high, but it's still somewhat meager compared to other industries and certainly within the industry, depending on how you look at things.
Right.
Console to console growth. So between PS4 and PS5, content sales, so this is games, are the softest increase. This is only up 21% generation over generation. Services. So this is PSN, games as a service, all the rest, 63% up generation over generation. Peripheral sales. This is interesting too. I think this is an understated thing, although we bring it up quite often. Portal's doing really well. DualSense sells crazy when they sell their special edition DualSenses, plus people just need new controllers. And the Portal, they sell every Portal they can make. This is up 27% generation over generation for 26% overall growth. Do you want to jump in, Dustin? It looks like you were going to say something.
Well, as far as peripherals, this is one of those things that with them being so dominant in the space, and in addition, I think that overall their peripherals are of high quality. They're in the situation where they can kind of like, if you build it, people will come, they will buy it. And we've seen that over and over. It's like, oh, we built a premium controller. It's $200, which I think years ago would have sounded ridiculous, but it's like, oh yeah, people want that. They have their own line of headphones. They've got earbuds. They just announced that fight stick. And so it's like, oh, we can build any kind of peripheral that's PlayStation branded and people trust the quality. And sure, there's going to be like better fight sticks. There's going to be better headsets, but people often will just lean to be like, oh, well, this is the OEM version. I'm going to go with that. And two, in addition, the special edition DualSense controllers are definitely something that people are really into. And that's why you see them making more and more of them, that it's like, oh man, they're making that, like the Astrobot one. I'm sure so many people bought that. That's like, I don't need a DualSense, but I want that one. I want that cool one, you know? So they've really leaned to this kind of premium. I think in the past we've described it as like an Apple-like approach to some of their hardware. And you can see that it's working out with being up 27% from PS4 by simply just offering some of these products that they didn't before.
Now, it's worth. I wanted to clarify something because I was reading the fine print here. I wanted to go back because I was like, I wonder if that is life to date. So, $669 life to date PS4 sales are the first 5 years. So the time adjusted. So $669 to $846 for the first 5 years. Because the PS4 number is actually probably substantially higher than that, I would assume, if people are still using it. Chris, do you want to add anything before we move on?
I mean, I think peripherals wise, I think it's kind of interesting, but at the same time, I think that they've invested more into peripherals this time. I feel like when the PS4 was out, I don't know if I really remember any peripheral that really struck me as like, oh, that's something that's particularly high quality. Like, I think the fact that the DualSense Edge exists at all, like, I think people were asking for that kind of product for a long time from PlayStation, and we only just got it with this generation. Or at least to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure there's no such thing as a DualShock 4 version of that Xbox Elite controller. I think a lot of people were asking for it. So I think they just kind of understood that there's like a market there and that there's like an audience that needs to be serviced, and they took advantage of it. And that's good. It's smart. And it seems to be paying off.
The next thing they talk about is third-party content and how important it is, and how vital this content is to their survival. First of all, they note that in 2022, they were selling 8,000 games on PSN. That number rose to 9,000 in 2023 and then to 12,000 in 2024. So we were noting earlier the discovery issue is just getting completely out of control, and I do not understand where all these games are coming from. And I don't think it's good for the industry, but I can only say it so much. But I wanted to share this particular thing, and I actually tweeted this out because I thought it was so interesting. They write here about recurring and diverse content, and they say, quote, stable base of revenue from major franchise titles with a large share of ongoing content, end quote. So they note 10 different products here. I don't think it's all encompassing, but they note things like EA Football Club, Roblox, Call of Duty, NBA 2K, Fortnite, Genshin Impact, EA College Football, Grand Theft Auto, and then subscription services like EA Play and Ubisoft Plus. They say, and this to me is the most incredible statistic actually in all of it. These kinds of games and subscriptions, so ongoing kind of commitment stuff, 53% of PlayStation's revenue comes from those games. 53% of the revenue of PlayStation comes from these games as a service.
PlayStation Store,
right? There's a very minimal physical presence, but you're right. PlayStation Store revenue. So there's hardware, of course, and then everything else.
Yeah,
that is insane, and really. I know I've said it ad nauseum, but like, Jesus Christ, what don't you get? Like, what don't you get about what they're seeing? Imagine this. And this is the craziest part. This revenue is being driven on the PlayStation Store digitally, 53% revenue on these games at 30% a rip. They look at it and say, like, we're making all this money with 30%. What if we got 100% of one of these things? It's crazy to me that people fight against this and are like, no, what we need are more AA games. It's like, yeah, dude, what we definitely need are more games. Period. No, they need to figure this out. They're going to figure this out. I mean, it was, or they'll die trying. I don't know if they really will, but they made it pretty clear in the presentation, the video presentation. It's like, we're doing this. This is vital. And this, to me, Chris, and I'll go to you first. Like, this is the most telling of all the slides. For people that are looking at the slideshow, it's slide 17. 53% of their ongoing PlayStation Store revenue comes from these fucking games as a service, to the point where there might be 50 of these games that are like mega relevant. And then we're talking about 12,000 other games that are making the rest of it. That's imbalanced and dangerous. And I think that's why they're so eager to get it figured out.
Yeah. And I think your average person looks at that, and I understand the logic of it, of course, where it's just like, well, dude, how cool would it be to get 100% of even just one of these titles? But I think a lot of people look at it as like, they're making this much money for a 30% rip for doing nothing. What's the problem? You know what I mean? Like, because your average person would be like, dude, absolutely. If you or me made like 30% of some things profits forever, like, why would you, like, that's not a bad deal at all. You know, so from the interpersonal perspective, like, you're not going to convince a lot of normal people to be like, yeah, fucking jump on live service so you could get 100. It just comes across as greedy, but because of course it is. It's, you know,
well, it's definitely
business.
greedy, but I also think it's future proofing. Because none of these games are married to PlayStation. That's the problem, is that like people can go play these games almost anywhere. That to me is the obvious danger, is like, Sony has no relationship with these companies really that would just keep them on PlayStation.
Right. Yeah. And then also the fact that like there's I know we talk about the future of consoles in the space and how, you know, when that will stop, or, you know, the rumors of its demise has been greatly exaggerated for many generations now, but it will happen at some point. We don't know when or how or what'll be the reason that it happens, but it will occur. That like we will one day get the last PlayStation, and so like, or like the last PlayStation as we understand it.
Yeah,
and
which I think will probably be the next one. We've talked about that. Like I don't think it's unreasonable at this point to expect that by the mid 2030s things might really be different.
Yeah, and so they're looking to get their get their hand in the pile so that they have something to fall on. If that future comes, when that future comes. And so like, I think it's smart to look at this and be like, yeah, we need to get involved in this in some way at the very least. And it, I don't know what people don't see necessarily. I understand why it might be uncomfortable and annoying, because there is an opportunity cost, obviously, because if you're not making that, if you're making these, you're not making something else that like might be more appealing to you. And I understand that from a selfish perspective, but, I mean, we've talked about it on the show before, but like, even if you made, let's say you made 7 live service games and even one of them paid off, it would justify the losses for the other 6, just based on how these games work and how they make money.
Yeah. Yeah. And I love what you said, because I think it is a first attack against it. It's like, why would Sony want to change the status quo? What do they care? Right. Like, they're making all this money. They don't have to even invest anything. It's just a platform thing. But I'm like, yes, but it is so precarious. People are not loyal to people that play Roblox are not loyal to PlayStation. They're loyal to Roblox. If there becomes a way to facilitate playing Roblox without PlayStation, they'll do it. This is why Call of Duty's everywhere, right? Grand Theft Auto is going to be everywhere. And Fortnite is a ubiquitous game. It's strange to me that people don't understand that could just be taken away one day. And it won't be taken away one day. What will end up happening is these things will slowly erode away. And if Sony doesn't have a way to control something, then I think even if you're playing and making money on a fucking Xbox handheld playing the PlayStation games, like I think that's important to them. So this to me kind of speaks for itself.
I just think people don't look at it from the business perspective, because they don't. I mean, why would you realistically? Because like, from my perspective, like, if you ask your average person, it's like, well, one day this will all be gone, and then you'll have nothing. But then your average person is going to be like, what are you talking about? Look at how much money I've made already. I'll be fine forever.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's how your average person, and it makes perfect sense to think that way, quite frankly. But they're chasing something else, and they're trying to build something that lasts forever. You know, a business is supposed to ideally not die. So,
right.
I don't know. I would be very happy for that not to be the case necessarily, for them not to be chasing this thing. But it makes sense. I understand their motive.
Yeah, Dustin, let's go over to you. I mean, they say they have a goal of, quote, establishing a portfolio of successful live service titles, end quote. And their current run, as they outline it, is The Show, Destiny 2, Helldivers 2, and the future is Marathon and Fair Games. Interestingly, in terms of, they show like a little nebulous timeline, and Marathon would go first and then Fair Games. But they talk about Marathon in this in multiple times in a strange way. We'll get to Marathon later on in the show. and I don't think the delay was maybe baked into this conversation yet, the way they presented it. But yeah, I wonder if what I'm saying washes with you, because this is one of the more frustrating points for me interfacing with the PlayStation community is this idea. It's like, no, what we need are more single player games. And I'm like, honestly, that's not what they need more of. I would love more of that, but that's definitely not what they need more of. What they need more of is the games that are driving a bulk of their revenue and controlling that. That's what they need. That's why there's no coincidence that the generation that had the fewest first party and second party releases is also the most profitable and also the biggest revenue driver. It's because these things are unassociated. I think we've vastly overstated, sadly for us, because I love single player games, we've vastly overstated their importance to the health of the platform. And it's time to for people to open their eyes and realize that.
Yeah, I agree and disagree a little bit, or I guess I just see it in a different way, in that I think there is an element absolutely where people aren't looking at it's like, okay, Sony as a public company, its obligation is to make as much money as possible for their shareholders. And I'm sure their shareholders are like, guys, you have some of the best world-class studios in the world. And these games over here are making insane money continually. Why aren't you doing that? It's like, oh yeah, well, that's probably true. Why aren't we doing that? So I think there's an element of that. And that's why it's like, yeah, they want in on that. It's consistent, or consistent at least while that game is popular, because I mean, not all these games, even some of these listed, like, I don't know, games do come and go in their popularity and how much money they make, but the amount of money they can make in that time, of course, that they are big is massive. I think part of the element that I see a little differently is that while it is, all those things are true, that they should be in that space, I think there is an element where you're saying like, oh, some of these aren't necessarily bound to PlayStation. And that's true. But I feel like this is a situation where they both kind of have each other by the balls a little bit, where this is something that they mentioned earlier in the slides, is like, we are the dominant console platform. So this is where the most people are. Well, as far as consoles, right? Not just games in general, because of course there's PC, but your live service game is going to make insane money here because everyone has come here, and that a lot of that groundwork was laid last generation by, I mean, first of all, just being way better than Xbox One, but also having that exclusive content that drew people to that platform. So they've kind of got themselves in this great position where they're like, well, everyone's here now. And so your live service game needs to be here as well, because that's where you're going to make so much money. So it doesn't feel as, I feel like it's more secure than the way you've put it, unless something horribly goes wrong at PlayStation. But right now, everything is just trending up.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. But I think, as I said, I look at it more as like a slow erosion, a slow potential erosion. Because the way I look at it is like, okay, they're relying on X amount of games, these huge third-party games for 30%. And that 30% can go to zero, right? If they own the game, if it's like Helldivers 2, the worst it can go is from 100 to 70, because then they would just have to rely on a different platform. So if they can stock out, even with MLB The Show and Destiny and whatever Marathon, if they can stock out a catalog of games that basically buttresses them and their approach, so that even if PlayStation does start to erode in the future or becomes more precarious in the future, because nothing is permanent, then at least and I think they realize this, they want to own content. They've always wanted to own content. They've started, if anything, have been much more flexible not owning content, as we're going to talk about with Stellar Blade later and other things. But I think that was why they always wanted it. They understood fundamentally that like controlling the IP is the safest thing. And I would really love to know what the futurists and the technologists at Sony, really where they see this all going. Because even in the conversation, the video conversation about cloud gaming, they basically say like, this isn't the way most people want to play. And so maybe they're on to something. Dude, I want to be clear about, I think the audience knows this too, especially people that have been with us a long time. In my ideal world, we would be playing games on console forever. And in my ideal world, we would all be driving the consoles with single player games from a variety of places. I don't care if they're first party or not really, but high quality first and second party games, third party games. That's my ideal world. That's the world I live in. But I realized two things. I can't examine the industry from the prism of that world because that's not the real world. So we have to see it through the other prism of like the way most people are reacting. The second thing that I've come to realize more and more is that even though I spend an enormous amount of money on PlayStation, they're talking about the life to date being $846. I spend I've had years where I've spent twice that, like single years on games, right? So, and content and DLC and all the rest. It's like, even then, I'm not really the target audience anymore. And I've come to respect that. In other words, I've come to respect that it was people like me that made PlayStation what it was, like as a consumer vehicle, but that we are the dinosaur now. And to wish away that reality is just not going to change anything. So I think I just wanted to, in other words, I wanted to make it clear that what I'm arguing for games as a service and stuff is not the games I would play.
Right.
It's just what I see is like the reality of the situation. And when I see people being like, no, what they need are more $400 million, $300 million single player games or $200 million single player games. I'm like, you'll get those and I want those and I'm going to play those. Those are the games I'll buy personally and I'll play. But those are accoutrements to the greater approach. It's different now. And I think it's being myopic to ignore that. So I wanted to make sure people understood, if they didn't already, that what I want and what I think Sony should do are two different things. Just to be clear. Because if they did what I wanted them to do, I mean, in some ways, I think it would actually, I think I would be very successful in my plan if it was executed well. And I actually think their plan was solid, but executed badly. That was, as we've gone into over and over again. Just different decisions, different partners could have created different products and made different realities. But here's where we are. All right. PlayStation Plus. PS Plus grows due to, quote, an evolving value proposition and increased awareness driving profitable growth. So this, I think, came from Lynn Azar, who was on the video. And I think what they're basically saying here in corporate speak is PS Plus is being perceived as a more valuable device for play than has been in the past. And they're extracting more value out of getting more people on there, and that they think they can spread the margins even more. And I think they're right. The numbers, I think, speak for themselves. PS Plus subscribers overall are not known anymore. They don't report them anymore, which I think is, I get it actually, but it's very un-Sony. I don't really, that's what they did with Vita. It makes it seem like it's failing, but it's definitely not. Like, that's the thing, is like, you can't really even interface with PlayStation without PS Plus. I don't even understand how people use it really, without PS Plus. And I use it as essential, but just like if most of you are playing online and doing all these things, it's strange. But were you going to say something, Chris?
Well, I was going to say, like, you say you get it, that they don't report the numbers. What do you get about it? Because I'm kind of confused
because they're probably stagnant and they don't want to look weak. Yeah.
I guess. I guess it'd be weird if it was stagnant, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it's like Game Pass, like where the numbers are trickling up, but it just doesn't look good. Like Game Pass was at 34 million last year, and then did you guys see that LinkedIn thing from one of the marketers where they're like, they're at 35 million now? So I'm like, you went up 1 million in a year. That's horrible. That's why you don't report the numbers. Sony could be in a very similar situation where it's like it was 86 and now it's 87. And it's like, ooh.
Yeah. Okay. Investors
don't want to see that. I'm surprised that investors let them get away with hiding those things. It is a publicly traded company, but Microsoft we haven't had Xbox sales numbers in 11 years. Can you believe that? 11 years they haven't reported hardware numbers at this point. So
crazy.
But so yeah, I what I'm saying, Chris, is from their perspective, I get it. From my perspective, right. I'm annoyed because I want the data. But what we do know,
I see what you're saying.
What we do know is the split between essential, extra, and premium. So essential being like base PS Plus, which is what I have. Extra is access to the game catalog, which is kind of like a Game Pass light scenario with fewer newer games, but lots of first and second party games and third party games. And people are really enjoying that. I know people in my life that really love, like more casual people that love extra. And then premium is the game catalog plus the older games as well the PS1, PS2 catalog, and PS3. So fiscal year 2022, 70% of PS Plus subscribers were essential, 13% were extra, and 17% were premium. In fiscal year 23, 65% were essential, 16% were extra, and 19% were premium. And then in fiscal year 24, essential was down to 62%. Extra stayed the same at 16%, but premium went up to 22%. So what they're talking about here is people are moving up and extracting, and that's going to extract significant more money for them. I mean, the investment, PS Plus Extra's game catalog investment is significant, no doubt. And also we know from their own experiments, as we learned, I guess, was in the Insomniac leak when they did the experiment with Horizon Forbidden West on PS Plus, and they're like, that cost us like $100 million doing that. So we knew that was an expensive mistake. There's probably some of that still going on with some of their first party stuff, but this is nonetheless a robust catalog of games that people are glomming onto. And yet it's the premium tier that is drawing more attention as well, up year over year over year. And that's probably where they're extracting insane amounts of profit, because the licensing for fucking Deus Ex The Conspiracy I can't imagine they're paying more than in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or something for that. Maybe one time. And then it'll be available a la carte as well. So bumping people up to that fairly expensive tier, I think, is going to extract more money. So that's where it would be cool if they shared the revenue numbers for this, but then you would actually be able to reverse engineer the revenue and figure out the numbers. So that's why they don't do that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It makes sense that if the theory is that they're not revealing PlayStation Plus numbers is because they're flat, they're like, okay, well, we're flat on this. And so how do we extract more money from the people who are there? By offering them more tiers. You know, if you, as I said earlier, if you build it, people will probably buy it. I did notice, maybe I misheard this, Colin, but in the video, they were talking about the price of PlayStation Plus. Will it go up?
Yeah, they talked about that.
And I think he said like, PlayStation Plus, the price of it goes up because it's more valuable and will increase as value goes up. So I'm curious about what that means as far as like, it seems kind of BS that it'll be like, oh, well, we're raising the price of PlayStation Plus because the value is higher. Every month it feels like the premium games are less and less desirable. So I hope eventually, because they're going to raise the price of PlayStation Plus eventually.
Definitely.
Maybe in the next year.
Yeah.
Hopefully they make good on that it actually does, if they increase the price, that the value goes up. Because right now, the last few months, the premium tier, while of course the value is in everything they've already released on it, but like, dude, the last few months of releases, not adding the value, at least for me in particular.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised to see the numbers up 5% year over year over year, while 3% for extra and down 8% for essential. So those numbers are redistributing themselves. People obviously do see some value in that premium catalog. I'm a little surprised by that, even as an old school gamer, just because the old school games are so cheap to buy. And I don't mean like going physically on eBay. I mean like they're like $5 or $10 a la carte on PSN. It's strange to me that people want to put this like time limit pressure on them by having a subscription to access those games, when really you can access a shit ton of them for nothing. You could access, what would it be, like 12 PS1 games for the price of a $60 game. So I'm surprised that people are willing to kind of invest like that. That to me is a bigger surprise. The game catalog thing is less surprising to me.
I think there's a psychological aspect to it. I think there's, with a subscription service like Game Pass or PlayStation Plus Premium, there is a feeling of like, oh, well, it's kind of like the world's my oyster here. Like I've got a lot to choose from. And if I start something, I'm not necessarily compelled. I'm not like married to it in the same way that like if I spent this a la carte, it's like, cool, I own this, or you own it as much as you can own anything in, you know, this modern hellscape that we've created. But I own the digital, you know, the little bits of data that is this game, and I spent money on it. Now this is mine. And it's like, fuck, I've just spent money on this thing. Now I'm like more likely to be disappointed by it if it doesn't like hit in the same way. I'm more likely to feel like, oh man, I'm not really feeling this, and I just wasted this much money on it, you know? Oh, now I have to finish it. There's less obligation there somehow. That's, even though what you're saying is true. It's all psychological. Like we've talked a lot on previous episodes of the show how like money even does, like $80 games feels closer to $100 than 60, and therefore like that's bad. But like something could be like $150 and you probably wouldn't even bat an eye because it's like, oh well, it's 150, whatever.
Yeah,
you've crossed the threshold into like post 100. Now it doesn't matter. People are strange.
Well, I'm never going to move up, I don't think, on PS Plus, but if they do raise the price and they give everyone a heads up, I'll try to stock some years away. It would. I feel like going higher. What is it, 70 now for PS Plus Essential? I think 60, 70, something like that. It's like, that's plenty, man. I don't feel like you really can go higher than that. It would be cool. I don't want them to raise prices on anyone, but if they're going to raise prices, they should raise prices on extra, because that's where the real money sink is for them. They have to secure all those licenses and forego a lot of sales that they would otherwise receive. So that's where the value is being lost, I would assume. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I really just want, as everyone knows, just want cloud saves and the occasional game that comes to PS Plus, I guess. All right. They talked about their first party games or first party studios. They talked about their games too. But they separated their studios into different categories. And I was curious what you guys thought of these categories. So they have the single player kind of silo, and they list this as Insomniac, Housemarque, Asobi, Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Santa Monica, and Firesprite. I was heartened to see Insomniac in here because it seemed like they were, especially with the rumors of the Spider-Man multiplayer game and how much they've wanted to get multiplayer working in Spider-Man since the original game in 2018. I mean, they've been pretty vocal about that. And of course, Naughty Dog with Factions and Uncharted's online, but more literally with The Last of Us on the line and them making maybe a solely online game. Sucker Punch obviously working on Legends, still categorized as single player studios, which I think is a good sign and a sign of what these studios will continue to work on, which is great. And then they have their live service slate, which is San Diego, so that's MLB The Show. And then Haven, so Fair Games. Team LFG, which is the Bungie spinoff that's working on Gummy Bears, the Project Gummy Bears, and then Bungie itself. I thought it was interesting Bungie was even listed in here. It seems like Bungie has just been absorbed by PlayStation Studios. This is now the second kind of Sony release that shows them stacked in PlayStation Studios as opposed to being adjacent to it. And then they have a genre or a category called Evolving Multi-Genre. And this is listed as Dark Outlaw. So that's the new team that was spun off in LA, working on a shooter with Jason Blundell. And there's a lot of guys from Deviation that used to work at Deviation that are there. And then Media Molecule, Bluepoint, Gorilla, Bend, and Polyphony. I don't know exactly what evolving or multi-genre means. I would be surprised if they had any idea what either Bluepoint or Bend were even going to make at this point. They're probably still working on ideas and pre-producing since both of their games were recently canceled. Polyphony, multi-genre, evolving. I feel like I would put Gran Turismo more in live service for the future, but maybe it's where it belongs. And then they have a final category of co-development and support, and this is Nix's, which is the PC port studio that they own, and Valkyrie, which is the studio that they bought specifically as an outsourced studio for other studios to work with. They likewise have an XDev category with Arrowhead, Kojima, and others listed there too. The first party roadmap, so is for this year, Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is obviously imminent. I just pre-ordered it yesterday. I'm not even going to get to it in time, so I didn't get the single player or the 2 days advanced thing because I'm still going to be playing the original. And they show Intergalactic and Wolverine for upcoming, but not necessarily next year. It just says upcoming. So let's stop there for a minute. What do you think about the categorization of studios, Dustin? How does it make you feel about the way they've organized things and what it means potentially for the future of the first party?
Yeah, well, over the last few years, of course, we've heard about all these canceled live service projects, either from Naughty Dog or Bend or whatever. So it's good to see those kind of locked in. It's funny, too, with Sucker Punch and the Legends mode. I'm like, man, that actually has a lot of promise that it could be a live service game. But you know, and we'll see what happens with the. Does Yotei have a confirmed Legends mode?
No, it doesn't. I don't think.
Surely they're going to.
Yeah, I would assume so.
So I wonder how that will work out. And yeah, as far as Bungie, there's one point in the presentation where Hermen is talking about their live story successes, and he talks about Destiny 2, and I was like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really something you did. It was a little Microsoft feeling there, you know, the claiming of the the success of Destiny 2. But and then in the upcoming, man, there's no Saros mentioned there. Because is that the? I mean, there's Fair Games, but I mean that's kind of, at least I feel like it's a big one, but no mention of it.
Yeah, I mean it's a million seller probably. I don't know if they consider it a huge game, but it would be nice to see it. I mean, it's one of the games I'm most excited about in their upcoming slate. There's just not that much to talk about. I think there are games that are inferred, like Spider-Man 3, Horizon 3, and stuff, but they just haven't been announced.
You just reminded me. I took one note from the presentation where Hermen, what does he say here? Like one tentpole game a year is the goal.
Yeah, it's
right.
This is what I'm saying is that I just don't think it's that like it's a differentiator. It draws people to the console, obviously, but it's just not. Tentpole single player games are just not important compared to what they need to be chasing. It's just the way it is. I wish it were different. Trust me, man. And of the three people on this show, I'm the one who wishes most it was different. Believe me. So, Chris, any interest in talking about these? Well, it's interesting for the first time to see kind of Team LFG and Dark Outlaw incorporated into the studio art framework.
Yeah.
And get a little bit of an idea. They count 19 studios as their first parties, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I think it is kind of, I don't, Sucker Punch being single player I get, but like, man, I am kind of with Dustin where I'm like that Ghost of Tsushima Legends mode I think was actually really fucking great, and I kind of wish, not that I wish that they would have pivoted towards that direction necessarily, but like I hope that they understand that there is something there. Like I hope they didn't just like kind of, because it was free and they didn't really, they kind of gave it away. I hope they understand that was like a really genuinely a pretty good foot forward, even in like its limited capacity. But I mean, seeing Bungie is neat. Seeing Team LFG there is kind of interesting. Media Molecule, just being reminded that they exist is nice.
Yeah, evolving multi-genre. I'll be very interested to see what that's all about, because I was hoping to see them in single player where they probably should be. But
yeah, maybe they're doing Dreams 2.
Dreams 2. That'd be awesome. That'd be fucking hysterical. All right. I thought this was interesting. Let's linger on this for a minute. They had this like graph where they ordered franchises by lifetime engagement hours. This is least to most. None of these, there are no numbers on the graph. So we only infer this from left to right on the graph as the bars get bigger. So starting as the smallest lifetime engagement hours to the most lifetime engagement hours: Horizon, Uncharted, The Last of Us, Destiny, Spider-Man, Gran Turismo, The Show, and then God of War. That's really weird. Like when you read it through that lens, it's like God of War?
Yeah.
I don't really understand how that's possible. So Horizon is listed as Horizon 1, 2 VR, and then the Lego game, and then Uncharted is the 4 Uncharted games. The Last of Us is all the Last of Us releases. The Destiny thing really surprised me, but that's probably franchise lifetime engagement hours on PlayStation, I would hope, because otherwise it indicates Spider-Man has had more lifetime engagement than Destiny. I don't think that that's possible. And then Gran Turismo, and then The Show, that's not a huge surprise, and that goes back all the way to MLB The Show, the 06, which is listed here, the logo. And then the God of War game. So I was a little surprised by this. It's franchise lifetime engagement hours on PS5, PS4, and PC based on company research. It may be updated in the future. So a little surprising, but doesn't count PS3, doesn't count PS2, doesn't count PS1. Otherwise, they couldn't count those. That would be impossible. Otherwise, I would assume the real winner would be Gran Turismo. But I thought that was interesting. Just wanted to throw that out there. Some interesting stats. I just wish we had numbers. All right, what else? So I don't know if there's anything here. Okay, so I have my notes now. I went through my page of notes for the slides. There is a page of notes for the presentation, although we've gone over a lot of this stuff already. Hulst had noted about them being quote unquote thoughtful with bringing games off platform. it sounds pretty obvious to me that they feel no need to really pivot on their strategy. Nishino had said, the guy had asked him a question off of his, pad about Microsoft exploring different avenues and potentially even really walking away from the main console business, which Nishino had noted as quote unquote a good thing because it drives Sony to innovate and forces them to compete. But he said, quote, however, we are confident and committed to our current strategy and there isn't an urgent need for us to pivot, end quote. So it sounds like they really are just going to keep the status quo. Does that sound right to you, Dustin?
Yeah, I don't see why they would need to change. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation about if they should include like day and date release on PC or something like that. And I'm like, I don't think they really need to when it shows that people are still buying these games on PlayStation 5. It's one of the big strengths, of course, of the console still. And that's one of the reasons why Microsoft isn't doing that anymore, is that it wasn't working out for them to only release those games on that hardware, where it's literally the exact opposite on PlayStation. So, yeah, it will be a little interesting. And I think there's a question later on if like eventually with Xbox hardware, potentially playing PC games, what it would be like to see PlayStation games running on an Xbox console, whatever they're doing. So I think even then, though, I don't think it's going to bother them.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. I don't know why Sony should care about that. Like that to me is a weird like fanboy argument because it's not native. So their competitor's not making any money. They are. Yeah. So it to me, it makes no sense, but we'll get into that in a little bit later. Let's see. Anything else here? Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. You kind of talked about cloud gaming as an option, but not something they're going to continue to support, but not something that they're really seeing a lot of people engage with, comparable to the way people are playing games more traditionally. And Chris, I thought this was an interesting piece that I had never really considered. I've read this in terms like, so I know that this is true, what I'm about to say with like AI, which is like the level, the expense to compute. And Nishino made a really interesting point that I had never considered with cloud gaming on PlayStation, or at least I haven't thought about it recently, which is it's simply more expensive for us to have a player play on cloud. And we don't really necessarily want that. We want it to be an option for people. And they're opening that up with Portal and everything. But he's like, really, it's best for us and best for the player if they play on the console itself. And I thought that was interesting because, yeah, they have to support all these things. It's the same it's like, why are they getting rid of the Resistance games? It's probably because the PlayStation 3s that are literally in farms in server warehouses are dying. And every time when you access one of those games, it is literally playing on a PS3. It's not a joke.
So crazy.
Yeah,
yeah, I know.
And so they're like, that's really expensive. It would be a lot better for us if you just downloaded the game and then played it. So I thought that was an interesting admission from him.
Yeah. No, it is kind of interesting. I think, it would be nice if we could download those games. Let's get on that.
Right. That's true.
let's maybe ameliorate this issue. I don't know. I think, I do think it's interesting. Like, I mean, you ultimately have to meet people where they're at. And, I think they're in a unique position compared to previous generations where they're just like they are the de facto leader. And so like you could argue that they don't even really have to support cloud stuff. But I think it just gives you another kind of a little thing to market, another way to interface with it. But I'm excited I'm happy to know that they understand that this is not the primary thing and that people ultimately want to play games natively on their machines. It's nice, although like I don't think I was under the illusion that they didn't understand that. It's nice to get some hard confirmation that like, hey, listen, let's get those old games running.
Right. And
so you don't have to play them on a fucking server farm somewhere.
Right.
In the fucking Midwest or wherever the hell you put them.
And it's cool that there's like it's cool that they're encouraged to kind of not push people towards that for monetary reasons. It's just an interesting kind of closed loop for them to take advantage of. I'm sensitive to these things in some circumstances because I remember, I don't know if you guys read about, I think it was OpenAI recently, where they're like, people saying thank you and please to ChatGPT is costing us $1 million a day. Please stop thanking. Like,
That's
and I was like, that's so interesting. Like, that's a real thing. Where you're like, wow, you can really spike. These things can't even take pleasantries without it costing millions of dollars. And
dude,
you want to stream your games.
Dude, I'm costing them so much money, dude. I'm asking ChatGPT all sorts of bullshit constantly.
Oh, me too.
So that's wonderful to know.
I think it's a great search engine. I basically use it as a search engine, and I just ask it more sophisticated questions than I would ask a search engine. But that's basically it.
Yeah,
it's nice.
I've literally asked it for recipes, and I would say, like, give me the recipe for this. Don't give me any of the just give me a list. Don't give me any of the history or any of the bullshit. And I say that to it, and it's like, okay, here it is. And it's great.
Yeah. I don't have my phone in here. I'm playing Death Stranding. We'll talk about it in a little while. And I was confused. I'm like, where the fuck is this place? It's not on the map. I can't find it. So I went on ChatGPT and I was like, can you show me where this is on the map? And it shows me like this really grainy picture. And then I say, how about a picture that the human eye can discern with a question mark? And then it showed me a better resolution picture, which I thought was hysterical. So it gets my snark or whatever.
Yeah, it is nice.
Okay, let's see. Dustin, you had brought up earlier, I don't think we have to linger on it too much, that because there's a conversation here where, and this is what was making the rounds in the news cycle for this, was that PlayStation 6 is top of mind, quote unquote, for Sony. And so obviously they're investigating, working on this. Obviously we're going to get another one. It seems like it's going to be a console and a handheld. And that's exciting. But Lynn Azar, who's the SVP of Finance and Corporate Development, and I don't think she really needed to be there, by the way.
Yeah,
no offense
I thought
to her.
I thought it was awkward.
Yeah, it was awkward as hell, especially because it's scripted. That's the funniest part. Is like you had this woman sit here to talk for less than a minute, basically. You could Nishino couldn't have just read her lines or something. But I guess they want, since it's for investors and she is a finance person, they obviously want to have some involvement from that. But she does note, as you said earlier, that so the guy asked an interesting question, which is that investors are worried about launching a new console because it destroys profitability. And you can look at the chart of like how things invert when you launch a console and things get down, because you're marketing the fuck out of it. You're getting all the manufacturing up. You're amortizing all the costs of doing business and getting this thing out the door. You can't reap the benefits of it yet. It's all downstream. And she had said, as you noted earlier, Dustin, that it's like, well, there's PS4. And I'm like, damn, they really, I think, are going to do this. Like, it's crazy to think that, let's say PS5 comes out or PS6 comes out in 28. Might be as soon as 27 maybe, but I really, really, really hope so. Or hope not, rather. It's like 28 at the earliest would be nice, but even later than that would be great. It's like there's going to be a PS4 with tens of millions of people on it from 2013. And she basically talks about how like we can rely on them to fill in the gaps, and that there's going to be a whole new group of them in quotes on PS5. And so it, as it was noted earlier, it was the PS1 to PS2 generation, there was quite a bit of overlap, but it was different then. By the time you went from PS2 to PS3, there was God of War 2 and a few other things, but people did, and there was a lot of late releases, sports releases, Siphon Filter, shit like that was coming over from PSP, but people had really moved over. It's so much different now. I just went to dinner last night. Micah and I did it with my nephew, Declan, who's just finished his freshman year at Virginia Tech. And I was talking to him about his, his experiences and all the rest. And I lent him one of my PS5s, but his roommate plays PS4. And I think I told you guys about this kid. He's really funny. I've never met him, but he's from Long Island, and he plays MLB The Show in GM mode on PS4. And it's like MLB The Show 20 or whatever. And he was saying, like, I've asked my roommate, are you interested in moving on? And he's like, no, I'm totally fine. He's not only happy with the PS4, he's happy with MLB The Show 20. And I think that goes to show, because they'll update the rosters. So I think it goes to show you that. So it is a current game. Like, it's not locked in the 2020 rosters where nothing's right and everyone's on the wrong team and shit. So I'm like, that's the consumer that they're going to really be relying on for a long period of time, because that kid probably still buys card packs and he has to have PS Plus to play online. And so there's an interesting kind of thing going on here. And I really want to see if they're going to do it. That would be unprecedented to have 3 consoles on the market at one time. Yeah. 3. I wonder if they really can't. And ultimately, they're going to have to shut off at least the production of PS4. And everywhere in the world, it's already out of production in some places. And then have PS5 and PS6. I don't know.
Yeah. I could see PlayStation 4 surviving and lasting at the beginning of the PlayStation 6 generation. I think mainly it is those, tentpole, the games that we talked about earlier, the 53% of revenue. So that's why you're seeing Call of Duty still released on PlayStation 4, because there's still a market for it that are going to buy it and be just fine playing it on PS4. Fortnite, Roblox, all that stuff. That's what's keeping those systems alive. Specifically, is the people that are casual or just don't have a need to upgrade. And I think, too, the other thing to think about with PlayStation 4 is probably like markets outside the US, like lower income countries or something, that now PS4 is something that's affordable, something they can pick up. That's where they're able to play. Once we start to see those big games either shut down or no longer release updates for those consoles, that's when you're going to see them die. So if there's ever a point, which I don't know if there ever will be, because this game comes out on phones, but like if Fortnite's like, hey, we are no longer supporting PlayStation 4, then that's going to be like a huge blow. Or when Call of Duty eventually decides, all right, we are done with PS4, that's when you're going to see those platforms start to die. And that's why I think that PS4 could last all the way through the PS5 generation and slightly into PlayStation 6. But hopefully, I mean, who knows with anything right now, at that point, the PS5 will become more affordable, or at least there will be so many of them out there that used people are able to pick them up. And then we're going to see a slower transfer over. But yeah, I agree that I think there will be some crossover. And maybe even in PlayStation 6, like I mentioned, Fortnite. Fortnite runs on phones. It runs on the Switch 1. As long as those are available and making money, why not keep it alive?
Yeah. There's been some interesting evidence that I think is both supports and countervails, like what we're talking about. I thought it was surprising but telling when like Hogwarts Legacy came to Switch. And like they were like, we're gonna release it on Switch. Or when EA and Respawn were like, we're gonna put Star Wars Jedi Survivor on PS4. There's obviously a lingering audience there that's very tantalizing that they probably have evidence of from their other games. So it's like you're saying, EA was probably looking at numbers and being like, man, there are a lot of people playing Madden on PS4 still. Would they play Star Wars Jedi Survivor on PS4? Could we extract more money out of it? But then you have stuff like with Sony saying, and I was truly surprised by this when they stopped releasing the show on PS4. This is the first year where it's not on PS4 anymore. And they're still making Switch builds. So it's like, for that, I feel like that was a bold move for them to be like, let's try to get these people, as we've mentioned in the past, like, let's try to get the MLB people over. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Okay. Anything else here to talk about? 3 pillars: single player, live services, growing franchises into IP powerhouses. So that's not a huge surprise. They're seeing a lot of success with cross media, as we know. And I think they'll continue to see success. Next month, Twisted Metal comes back to Peacock. So that's the next thing that's up. This year we've had Until Dawn, and then The Last of Us Part 2 or Season 2. And then, which is technically The Last of Us Part 2, Part 1, actually. And then
Yeah.
you have this Twisted Metal. And I don't know if there's anything else for the rest of the year. So that's not a huge surprise. I thought this was interesting. Hermen talked about a greater use of outsourcing and co-development. I think you've seen some of this. I actually feel like that Marvel fighting game with Arc System Works is exactly what he's talking about. That is a real co-development situation, as opposed to an XDev publishing production liaison kind of relationship, which XDev would have with a game like Helldivers or Stellar Blade, which are really externally made. So I think that that's smart. It spreads the field. But what's interesting is it also makes things... So Sony, this is kind of what's funny about that Tokon fighting game, is that it's not going to make a lot of money for them because they are working with a partner, Arc System Works, and then they are licensing it. So there's a lot of people at the table getting money. But I think this is what they're talking about. It'll spread the risk. It at least makes it less risky for them. And then Hermen says, quote, "We remain very committed to building a diverse and resilient live service portfolio," end quote. So that's what we were saying earlier. Here are some interesting statistics that they shared. More than half of Helldivers 2 revenue is from microtransactions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote that down because
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, me too.
what? I mean, I believe it.
That's wild. Well, do we understand why they want to charge $40 now for games? Because it didn't seem to matter. They can just get you both ways. They can shake you upside down twice. That's a huge stat. One of the most interesting things that was said, I think.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wrote down too.
And then, Chris, I don't know if you noticed this, and we'll talk about Marathon, but this is where I was like, what did you guys do this live to tape? It's like an episode of Wheel of Fortune. Like, you just can't fucking edit it. Where he said, quote, we're also very excited about Marathon's launch later this fiscal year. Now, it could be later this fiscal year. I don't know if that's news or not, though, because if what he's saying is true, then that means it'll come out by March 31st, 2026.
Yeah.
Maybe they've only delayed it that much, but I'm not seeing people pick up on it like that. And I don't know that's what they meant, because it is what I was saying earlier with Marathon and Fair Games' kind of position on some of the art. It seemed like the shit was done in a silo or done earlier and published now or something. Because even if you look at the numbers, a lot of the numbers are accurate as of dates in April. So
right, yeah.
This might have been internally shown and then released more widely. Concord was, quote, insufficiently differentiated to resonate with players. I thought that was a funny quote. It's like, you could just say it sucked, Herman.
I mean, that is kind of what he's saying.
And then he says that, Chris, that they're studying why it failed so that to ensure it never happened again. What happens again? What did you think of that? That's a pretty strong declaration. Like, we won't do this again. Like, we won't make the same mistake. That's pretty bold, considering Marathon and Fair Games, I would argue, are both heavily beleaguered right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense as to that in conjunction with the delay, which we'll talk about, seems to make sense. I think they desperately want to avoid another situation like that, because that was clearly a disaster. I mean, Concord is the stuff of legend at this point. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that was an interesting admission, as you know, covered in corpo speak as it was. You know, it's interesting.
Yeah, they have to own it. I think they've gotten that. They can't hide their head in the sand. I appreciate that they bring it. They've brought it up multiple times, and
yeah,
I think there's something genuine about that. Although I think they made a huge blunderous mistake, and they must know. And then finally, I think the last thing we can say is they talk a little bit about Switch 2. One of the interesting parts of the question from the investors was that should Sony be scared, not necessarily of Switch 2, but of Nintendo's bettering relationships with third parties, which I thought was another interesting kind of inside baseball question that garnered some interesting answers, because it's true. Like, Nintendo in the GameCube era into the Switch, or to the Wii era, Wii U, Switch, things were markedly different. They've always had good relationships with some third parties. You think about Ubisoft was always a huge supporter of Wii consoles early on, whether you think of Red Steel or Zombie U or anything. They were always there first. And you always had a lot of partners that were willing to work with them, but many not. And now everyone wants to kind of be on the console. So this might, or the hardware. So this might affect them. Now, Nishino had said, quote, we believe PlayStation 5 level performance is required to achieve a great experience on big screens, end quote. I think what he's basically saying is, like, we want to kind of dominate the living room and have the handheld optional. Nintendo really has the handheld as the main driver with an option to plug it into the screen. And I don't know that makes a big difference to multiple people, the power differentiation, but it doesn't seem to, since Switch has sold 3.5 million copies in a day. And so Shuhei used this term, and I believe Nishino is the one who used it too. They talk about graduating from Nintendo. Dustin, percentage chance they stole that from me.
I was wondering that. I was like,
and by the way,
I really wrote LOL, graduate from Nintendo.
By the way, I'm not kidding. Like, Sony execs listen to the show, PR people circulate notes about it and do, what a lot of companies do. And it's not just for our show, it's for any big podcast. It's their job to know what people are saying. Made me wonder.
Graduate to PlayStation. Yeah, that it very well might be, but
probably not.
He's right in that some of these, looking at Cyberpunk on Switch 2, I'm like, man, it's cool that you could play it on the go. It's not worth the sacrifice.
Yeah,
to me,
it looks like
at all.
It looks like a fucking bag of shit. I got to be honest with you, compared to the PS5 version.
I think it looks impressive for on like playing it, which I haven't played it at all, the Switch 2 version, but seeing a game like that run at 30 or maybe even 40 FPS on a handheld is impressive. And that's the thing, is that a lot of people are not like us. And we've talked about this many times with frame rates. Like, I bought that Rune Factory game on Switch, the new Rune Factory. I was playing on Switch 2. I'm like, it's a little framey at points. And I just wasn't getting into it. So Holly decided to play it. She's playing it on her Switch 1. And that shit stinks. It looks bad. It runs bad. And she's fine. She's like, I mean, I noticed, but it doesn't affect me at all. I'm like, God bless you. God bless you. Because I take one look at that and I'm going to pass out. So, and a lot of people are like that. So while PlayStation is the best place to play a lot of these third-party games, and many people will choose that because of it, a lot of people don't care.
Yeah, they don't. They definitely
PS4. PS4 is evident of that. Mm-hmm. Really, like the fact that people are still playing PS4 this late is like clearly like they don't care that they don't care that these games are running at 12 frames a second. Like, it really is bewildering to me. Like, I can't fathom it, but I guess I can, because like I can remember a point in time where it didn't bother me, but I can't. That is one of those things where like you can't go back once you've grown accustomed to modern, like, stable frame rates.
No,
it's really crazy.
It is in the eye of the beholder. I say that to Micah too, because I'm like, I was like that until it was it's exposure therapy, and you acclimate, and then you realize like, whoa, to the point where I see 30 frame games now, and I'm like, oh my God, like that. And watching her play Kingdom Come Deliverance on Switch, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that looks like a bag of shit, I gotta be honest with you.
So that's it for the business segment stuff. It was interesting. Felt like we had to go through it, add it to the record. It was sad because it came out right when we published last week. So the news is a little old, but we must add it to the record. I hope people enjoyed our little conversation there about it. All right, guys. So we've gone through the group presentation for Sony and PlayStation. That was most of the news, but there are other things we need to talk about this week before we get to what we're playing. Then we'll wrap up the show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Chris, we have to know how you feel about this. There's a marathon development update that was published just a couple of days before we're recording. And it says, quote, "Thank you not only for your passionate feedback around the marathon reveal and alpha playtest, but also your patience while we took the time to closely listen and chart our next steps. Through every comment and real-time conversation on social media and Discord, your voice has been strong and clear. We've taken this to heart, and we know we need more time to craft Marathon into the game that truly reflects your passion. After much discussion with our dev team, we've made a decision to delay the September 23rd release. The alpha test created an opportunity for us to calibrate and focus the game on what will make it uniquely compelling. Survival under pressure, mystery and lore around every corner, raid-like endgame challenges, and Bungie's genre-defining FPS combat. We're using this time to empower the team to create the intense, high-stakes experiences that a title like Marathon is built around. This means deepening the relationship between the developers and the game's most important voices, our players. Over the next few months, we'll continue closed testing, including participants from the alpha, to deploy gameplay updates and test new features as they come online. Some of our immediate focus areas will be upping the survival game, more challenging and engaging AI encounters, more rewarding runs with new types of loot and dynamic events, making combat more tense and strategic. Doubling down on the Marathon universe, increased visual fidelity, more narrative and environmental storytelling to discover and interact with, a darker tone that delivers on the themes of the original trilogy. Adding more social experiences, a better player experience for solos and duos, proximity chat, so social stories can come to life. You'll hear from us again later this fall when we can share the progress we made alongside the game's new release date. Thank you again for your patience and, much more importantly, your passion. Your continued feedback will help make Marathon the incredible gaming experience we all know it can be." End quote. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's undoubtedly good news, in my opinion. Like, I think I really liked the alpha. I thought it was very good. I thought it played very, very well, but it definitely needed more time. And I think I even remember saying as much on the show and on social media, where it's just like, bro, this it's good, but this needs time to cook, like, clearly. No proximity chat for launch for an extraction shooter is truly bewildering. And you just can't do that. I don't understand why they needed the public to tell them that. It seemed kind of obvious, But regardless, it's this is a better outcome than I was expecting. I thought that they were just going to go ahead and just like, whatever. This is what the game is, deal with it. But they seem at the very least to understand what the issues are. And to be fair, I think the issues that they do need to address aren't necessarily, I've seen some people be like, oh, they need to add like a single player campaign to this. Like, it's not the game, dude. That's not what the game is. Like, I don't know how to impress that upon you. They're not going to do that. But if they're going to make the game that they do have stronger, then I think these are all the right things to do. I don't know if a couple of months delay is necessarily enough to do that. I would imagine a year would be. I think you could do it in a year. But like, I don't know, like on the chart from the business call or the business presentation, they had it listed in what did they have it listed in? It was Q1. It was like by March, basically, right, of next year.
Yeah, he had said, but Hermen Hulst said like we will aim to release Marathon by the end of the fiscal year, which would be March 31st, 26.
That would be interesting. The only way that I could see that happening is if a lot of these solutions are actually things that are kind of like that were already kind of there anyway. The big mystery point for Marathon is that what we played was truly an alpha. And I noted that when I downloaded the game to my machine, and it was like 5 gigabytes or something in comparison to something in comparison to its main competitor at the time, which was Arc Raiders, which was, I think, more a far beefier download size. I think if I remember correctly, it was Marathon was like 5 gigabytes. And then I think there was an update that brought it to 7. And then Arc Raiders jumped onto my machine at like 23. So like my assumption is that if they're saying these things, some of this might be lip service. Some of this might be like stuff that they do genuinely plan on implementing from the ground up because they hadn't thought of it. But I don't know, my gut is telling me that like some of these things are like, we heard you and we're listening, but this was kind of already something that was planned or even in the game that we just didn't show you yet. Because even I remember hearing from people who had played more of the game behind the scenes, who had told me personally that like there's far more AI engagement in this game than was in the alpha, or there's like far more complicated maps and far more complicated dungeons and far more complicated rooms. So I wonder if this is kind of like a way for them to kind of have their cake in some way and just be like, hey, look, we listened to you, but it was kind of already there. So that way they can like seem like they're kind of doing a lot in a short amount of time. It's kind of weird because we're at a mystery point with Marathon. We don't know what the full game really looks like or what it is. We know that Bungie likes to play their cards close to the chest, especially with certain game-changing mechanics. Like we know that with Destiny's Raid, for example, like Destiny 1 came out and it was kind of received somewhat middling in like low 70s. And then that Raid came out a week later. And then like it seemed like overnight, everybody's public perception seems to change. Is that possible that exists with Marathon? Possibly. I don't really know. It's really speculation at this point, but I think the delay is a good thing. I hope it's enough time to get everything that they need to get in the game. And I'm really not one of those people who is sitting there being like, oh, they got to put a single player campaign. And it's like, that would be nice, but that's not what the game is. And so I don't need that out of it. I just want it to be a good version of what it is. And I think it is, but it could be better. And I think they've got a good handle on it. It's just such a weird situation with this game too, because like we have no news about the art audit as well. We don't know what that situation's looking like. I guess like I don't know if they feel that they owe the community that or whatever, but I kind of feel like they should say something about it.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, that's my broad strokes kind of feeling on it.
You would definitely want to say something, I think, if you never found anything else outside of that one person stealing someone's work or whatever from years ago.
Yeah,
that would kind of make you look better. So if you don't say anything, it almost makes it look like you found more things. But
yeah. But
what do I know? I mean, that's just speculation. Dustin, I'm curious to get you on the record here. For me, this reminds me a little bit of Kill the Justice League Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, where there's really only so much you can do, even if you delay the game a year. I'm not saying it's as dire as that situation is, and they're very different games, but
Yeah.
Just in like once you have a game, you have a game. It's difficult to change too much fundamentally about it. I just wonder what they're going to be able to do. And I'm kind of trying to cross-reference Bungie's proclamation that like we'll have more to say in the fall, including a new release date, with the business presentation saying, you know, March 31st by March 31st, basically, or if those things are not synced so that the decisions were made later and we shouldn't expect it that soon. Because if we're getting it that soon, then they really aren't going to be able to do very much, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that I agree with Chris. This is a good thing. At the very least, it gives it time that the stink around the game right now, whether it's the middling reaction to the alpha and especially the stolen art asset situation, it gives people time to forget, and they will. The anger will go down and they can kind of move on and then reintroduce the game later on, and people will be more receptive, just because simply in this industry, and I think in general, people just forget. Or not that they'll forget about what happened completely, but they won't feel as strongly about it. There's a million other things that are going to happen between now and then. And so giving it that space, I think, will be a good thing for the game. Knowing Bungie in particular, I think about the launch version of Destiny and how much was added and changed about the game within a year. And how much they're able to adapt the things that they make to be better and listen to feedback. I do think that they will be able to get a lot done. The game, of course, fundamentally is not going to change. And it's, as both of you said, it's like they're not going to do a single player campaign that's going to be ready in time. And that's totally fine with me. So I'm still really interested in this game and I'm excited to play it. I'm okay with a delay, and I'm curious what they'll be able to take out of this situation. But it's, as I said before, the biggest thing is just letting people move on and forget so they can have fresh eyes and be excited when they reveal it. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention, during that business thing, one of the things that Hermen Hulst talked about was further testing of their live service games. I think they were talking about Concord, where they did that beta that was so close to release that they couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
So I think that while Bungie has been kind of operating on its own, this is kind of a reaction to that. We're like, man, we have all this feedback, and while we have a release date, we still have time that we can kind of course correct the ship, unlike a Concord situation. We also, I mean, from hearing stuff about behind the scenes about Fair Games, is that they were testing the game more openly to the point where someone reached out to you, Colin, that had played it, and they got very clear feedback that it was not working out. So I think some of this is a reaction to Concord and be like, yeah, we're not, hopefully we never fucking do that again. And so I think this is a proper response to something like that.
Yeah, I would argue marathon bombing would be so much more catastrophic than Concord. It would actually be way worse. Even if the game sold a few 100,000 copies or something, it would still be a worse loss because of all the money they invested into the studio and everything. So it's they have to get it. I would argue people's jobs are on the line with this particular thing, because if this doesn't work out, I don't know. I don't even know what the purpose of that entire operation was. I will say shout out to the source that reached out to me from a specific territory telling me that the marketing was canceled for Bungie for Marathon, and that was very strange if the game was actually going to come out. So it was clear that this game was delayed internally way earlier. Because that source had told me, as I noted at the time, that, you know, Death Stranding 2's stuff's in order and Ghost of Yote stuff's in order. So it would be very unusual for them to have released it if they were just not going to market it. And lo and behold, they've announced the delay publicly. I'll be very interested to see what happens with Marathon. Brett the Shipman Fart wrote in. That's a great name. I don't know. I can't believe I've never thought of that before. Hello, Sacred Reich. With Marathon being delayed indefinitely, do you reckon it would have happened anyway after the alpha, or did the plagiarism push that decision? Thanks, and have an ethical day. I imagine it's the alpha that.
Yeah.
And what Paul Tassi, the journalist, had said that it was a surprise to even people on the team that the game was getting delayed. So this was a fairly closely held secret that it was happening. I am interested in that little tidbit. Should it be true? And I imagine it is, in that everyone was operating as if the game was coming out in 4 months. You're kind of in a certain mode by this point in terms of like, you're starting to get your gold copy together and like everything's got to work and you turn. I mean, you have to be long past localizing, getting everything locked in. Everything's good to go. So that was probably a big surprise.
I would imagine
that you have to kind of disassemble now and get back into the trenches. But I would argue their jobs rely on this, and I don't want to put too fine a point on it, because we were talking about a little bit about when I said it earlier, it's like, I mean executives, like people, decision makers.
Of course,
but I would argue Bungie relies on this game doing well. Like, I don't know that Bungie survives. I really don't. I'm not even trying to be dramatic or weird. Like, I don't know that you can continue to have this studio going, or like maybe a shadow of it supporting Destiny 2 into a Twilight, or you get something small spooled up for a Destiny 3 or whatever. But they need this game, you know?
Yeah. I think that's the future. No, yeah. I said, I think that's the future. If it does, I think it's just like, listen, go to do Destiny. You're Destiny now. you don't get to do anything else. Sorry. Is kind of what I imagine would happen to that studio, because Destiny still has quite a bit of juice in it. They have to manage how they monetize it and how they update it and how they onboard people. But like, I think Destiny 3 would do great, actually. Like, it's kind of strange that wasn't, like, I get it. You want to have like this ongoing thing for a long time. Like, in Destiny 2, I kind of feel the same way that you feel about The Last of Us in some way, Colin, where like, I feel like Destiny 2's existence justifies a 3 more than Destiny 1's existence justifies a 2. And so I'm just like, it's kind of weird for them to stop now.
Yeah. But, what I think, Chris, is because I do also understand what they're doing of having like this all encapsulating thing. They even kind of like take things away, like very Disney vault-ish.
Right. Yeah.
Like, buy this VHS now before it disappears forever into the Disney vault. I don't know why I'm talking like a newscaster from the 40s.
Destiny 2.
Destiny 2. Osiris or whatever. So, but to me, I look at it as like, why not make it almost like Hitman, make backwards compatible platforms wherein Destiny exists and then Destiny 2 exists and all of Destiny 1 is in Destiny 2. And then you have this new platform where it's like, yeah, play Destiny 1 if you want, but if you want Destiny 2, you can play Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 plus all the Destiny 2 stuff. Then you take all of that and push it into the next thing. And so you have like these cutoffs where it's like everything's available, but no longer updated, and jumping into the new thing will just give you everything you already have. So there's no reason not to. That to me seems like a more virtuous cycle to get stuck in. Maybe every 5 years or so, you would want to do something like that.
Yeah, well, I really just think when Destiny 2 started, I don't think that was the plan. And then they kind of ended up, obviously, in a situation where they broke free from Activision, that they weren't really in a space to make a full sequel. They wanted to keep the game going. They ran into a technical debt issue, probably, or like a memory issue, where they were just like, well, we can't. Is this game going to be like 600 gigs?
I was going to say that file size, I think, was part of the reason why they took out the base content.
Right, but why wouldn't? But I understand that per se, but why wouldn't you just make it an option where it's like there's just download field and it's like, what do you want? Just download the different packages. It could be 100 different things. You know?
I can imagine, based on the kind of game that Destiny is, that would be a fucking nightmare to figure out, like how to install parts of it. That's kind of why, like, because even something like the Master Chief Collection, which is obviously not Bungie, but whatever, but like that allows you to do that kind of thing. Like, you can download all of them, or you can download, you know, the multiplayer or the campaign of each of the games. You could choose which of each to download, but you can't be like, I don't want this level of the campaign. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of all or nothing. Sure. And Destiny is so interconnected, and campaigns need. Some campaigns have like one level and like one planet that like might be useless to. I can see that being a fucking nightmare to figure out. Yeah. So
you would know better than me. That's just the way I envisioned it, was just like a DLC list of just like, here's all the expansions, here's all the quests, here's all I don't know.
My feeling was that it would be cool if they just released something called the Vault or something, and like anything that got cycled out of Destiny 2 proper would just end up there, and you could play it offline if you wanted, or it would have limited functionality, and then it wouldn't hamper on the game, but it would be like a separate SKU. But that also kind of sounds like a headache. I don't know. It's a rough game to build, but they got to figure it out if they're ever going to do a third one, which I suspect at some point, especially if Marathon fails, I would imagine that's really their only avenue forward. Really is to capitalize on their existing fan base, which, to be fair, does still exist in spades over in Destiny. Like, a lot of Destiny players really don't like Marathon at all. They want it to go away because they think it's siphoning resources away from Destiny, which is obviously technically true. But
yeah, I'm sure it's true. But
I don't know, man. We'll see.
The scrumptiously named Meatball wrote into us. I think he has an interesting question. Greetings, Sacred Trio. Can games ever truly overcome their initial reception? With Bungie delaying Marathon for the foreseeable future, we once again see a company reveal their game only to quickly retreat and pivot after feedback isn't glowing. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how we arrived at this point as an industry and if we'll ever break the cycle. It seems all it takes these days to seal a game's fate is a negative preview from Asmongold or Skill Up. First of all, can they? Yes. The question is, I mean, it's not only yes, it's categorically. There are major examples, whether it's Final Fantasy 14, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk. These are all seminal games, and they were all destroyed when they came out. To the point where Final Fantasy 14 had to it's like we're gonna do it again.
Yeah.
So yeah, it can happen. The question is, will Marathon manage to do it? And that's unknown. My feeling on Marathon is that the feeling about it is not nearly as negative as it was for No Man's Sky. Cyberpunk's was kind of mixed because it depended on where you were playing it.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 14 was very siloed off because, frankly, MMOs were just not very big at that time. They're so much bigger now, just universally. But that was still a pretty niche thing. So I don't think that really made it. It was more interesting that Square Enix botched it, especially after Final Fantasy XI's general success. My feeling is that my honest feeling, Chris, I'll be curious what you think of this, is like, I think it's a coin flip, like a true coin flip, whether this game pans out or not. And I think it could be really bad, but I also think it could be really good. And I think there's actually a lot of gradient in between, but it's going to be 50-50, good or bad, I think.
I kind of agree. I think it really is kind of all up in the air. And there's a lot of I would argue sentiment around Bungie is far more negative than the sentiment around Marathon specifically, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can go and look up some of the previews for Marathon of people playing it, I guess, before Arc Raiders had the unflattering comparison brought out. And people were not down on it. They were just like, this is good. It just needs, XYZ, and then it'll be ready for prime time. Like, I think Marathon has something that is very good. Like, I played that game. I played that alpha for 45 hours. I think the biggest problem that Marathon had, especially in the alpha, is not only just the lack of content and the lack of transparency about like what content would be showcased, like how much of the game is this, like what else is in the game that we can look forward to, like this isn't every material, this isn't all the loot, this isn't all the classes, this isn't all the weapons, but like to what degree is that true? Are we seeing 20%? Are we seeing 50%? Are we seeing 75%? Is there like, you know what I mean? Like, it's still very kind of up in the air. We also know about like a different map and some lighting passes that they were still going through. So I don't really know. It really is a coin flip, especially now that they have the time to really like kind of iron out. I actually thought, I would say that if the game was coming out this year, I think it would have categorically failed. I think after the alpha specifically, and they their refusal to budge on the solo and duo play space and that kind of player, and their refusal to budge, their weird refusal to budge on proximity chat. Without those two things, I think it would have been over. It would have been done. Like, I think it would have had a good couple weeks. I definitely would have played it, but like those games need that. And it can't be like, oh, we'll get to it later. People are sick of that. People are sick of like waiting for features that should have been in at launch to be there like a year down the line or whatever. So I think now it's actually a lot more even. Like I really don't know what's going to end up happening with it. I would like it to succeed because I happen to think it's very good, but time will tell.
There seems to be a don't want to say a meanness. I don't know what it is. People seem to be reveling in Marathon's drama, but it's not quite unlike the way it felt with No Man's Sky, actually. And I felt like it was different, but No Man's Sky was so bad for a lot of people and so ill received, and people felt like they were really lied to, that it was almost the game that I would have put money down at that time and been like, there's no way they're turning this
No Man's Sky was infinitely worse than this, I think.
Right.
Like,
and they did it. They did it. Like they really fixed it. It's a vibrant game to this day. It's not even like it just survived a few years and people got their money's worth. It's an incredibly expansive universe, that, pardon the pun, that people really enjoy. Yeah. So is it possible? Definitely.
I think they can do it. I think the bigger question is whether people will care by that point. And that's a bigger question. I don't know. I think they really shot themselves in the foot with how this alpha was done. Not even just the lack of transparency about how much of the game we were seeing, but just the way that this is an extraction shooter. These are games that live and die by your experiences with the people that you play it with. Like, this is not a game that you're going to play solo generally. Like, you could, I guess, and they're going to be working on that clearly. But like, this is about playing with your friends. And the fact that they had an open alpha with no NDA, and hey, here you go, jump into this game. And none of you get friend codes, by the way. Like, you don't get to play with your friends. You have to play with randoms or by yourself. That is, you're sending your game out to die, because you're literally sending your game out in the worst possible circumstance that nobody would choose to play it that way.
Right.
And to be fair, I was more open-minded about it. I was like, all right, well, my friends don't have codes. This sucks. I guess I'll go on mic and talk to people. And I did, and I met some really cool people. Like, and that was like a really nice experience. That in and of itself was like a really, really positive experience that I had with Marathon. I have a lot of new friends on Steam and elsewhere just from playing it. But that was not something that I would have done if I wasn't forced to do it. And I can imagine a lot of people being like, man, I would like to play this game, but nobody. What am I going to do? Deal with like complete randoms that I'm not going to speak to, or that won't speak to me, or that will like not communicate? Like, it's not a game like that. And so, their refusal to have friend codes for everybody that took place in that alpha, I think really fucked them, because you're getting impressions from people who are playing the wrong game, basically.
Right. I found it peculiar, Chris, especially because this is a random reference, but an important one, I think, is like with Midnight Murder Club, they even did that.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the same publisher. It's like, what is going on here?
They did it with Midnight Murder Club, and it's so, and it would be one thing if it had proximity chat, because you could kind of organically like meet people that way. At the very least, like, okay, at least you could communicate with, as a solo player, with like other strangers, but like it didn't have that either. So like, you were just kind of, how do you play a team-based, cooperative, deeply competitive game when you're not even allowed to talk to people? Like, it's fine. It was very, very ill-advised, I think, the way that they handled that whole thing. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think the game happens to be very good, but we've said multiple times on this show and others that like, a lot of good games die. And we'll see how it goes.
Dustin, what do you think? Do you think it could be saved?
I think it can be. I do think it is a little bit of a different situation, because of course, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk, there's been many examples of games that have come out, been terrible, turned around, and now are loved by millions of people. I think it is a little different in terms of live service, while not impossible, because we have seen games. I was looking like Sea of Thieves is a great example of a live service game that people did not really care for that much. It was light on content when it came out, and over years grew to become a huge live service game that people love. But there's a lot of examples of live service games that came out, had, even if it wasn't a bad reception, but just a mixed, or you're like, yeah, this is all right, just slowly die after that. So I do think it is much more of an uphill battle, that you need to have a huge pop right at the beginning. Like I said, not impossible to grow a live service game, but much more unlikely.
Yeah, I'm rooting for them. I mean, I don't want them to do badly. I agree with Chris, where I think that it's somewhat dangerous out there. We're going to see how it all goes. But I think the delay, I think we all agree, is wise. I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
No,
just to get.
I also think the distance from Arc Raiders is probably good as well, because those were coming out pretty much around the same time. I think the original release date for Marathon was September. What was it, 23rd, if I'm not mistaken, or something around then. And then October, and then I think Arc Raiders was October. So like it was pretty close.
Yeah. You want them to be separated.
So you want people to, and I've already seen people like, it's kind of crazy how quick, dude. I saw people like, I can't believe they're not doing a beta. They said they were going to do a beta. Now they're just releasing it. Fuck that. It's people are so crazy. Even like they turn on a dime. It's insane. So like give people time to get used to something else and maybe get bored or whatever. More willing to try something new. I think it's wise to have your game be the only game of that genre in the space that it's going to come out. I think that's wise. So I think it would have been a good idea regardless of whether or not they needed to delay it, quite frankly. But yeah.
All right, let's get through the rest of this news then. Marathon will leave you in the past for now. I thought this was interesting. There are rumors, and I think reasonable ones, that Shift Up, the South Korean studio behind Stellar Blade, are going to release Stellar Blade on Switch 2. This would be interesting because Switch 2 obviously doesn't have PlayStation second-party content, except for that PlayStation would have published, except for maybe a Horizon Lego game. But, Bandai Namco, for instance, is the intermediary between Freedom Wars and Patapon and all that kind of stuff. Everybody's golf. This kind of rumor began because, and I don't know if you guys saw this tweet, but it's here in this Push Square article that I put in our link, in our document, that the company gave all of their employees Switch 2s. And they did this already by giving everyone PlayStation 5s around the time Stellar Blade launched on PS5. So people are reading into this. I don't know how much you should read into it because they are a multi-platform studio. Their biggest game is still not a PlayStation game. They also own the Stellar Blade IP. However, there was something interesting in here. Yeah, so the Push Square article writes something that I don't agree with, actually. It says, quote, interestingly, the game's intellectual property is owned by Shift Up, so once its contract with PlayStation expires, it'll be free to release it wherever it pleases, end quote. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
What you're saying is true about the IP. Shift Up does own Stellar Blade. Sony doesn't own Stellar Blade. But very similar to what happened with Insomniac and Sunset Overdrive, and why it's widely believed that game simply hasn't come to PlayStation even after Sony now owns Insomniac and Sony owns Sunset Overdrive. Sony owns Sunset Overdrive, is that there's a publishing agreement where it can't come to PlayStation, or they can't publish it anywhere without a first right of refusal or whatever it would be from Microsoft. So there are these deals. It's not unlike what's happening with Neo and Koei Tecmo. Koei Tecmo owns Neo, but they're not publishing them anywhere but on PlayStation and PC, because there are probably all these deals behind the scenes. So I'm not entirely sure. So what I'm saying is that Shift Up, I don't know if they can do anything they want with Stellar Blade 1. That's unclear to me. What I would believe is that they are going to bring it to Switch 2, and what I would believe is that Sony is going to publish it. I mean, that's my feeling. I don't know if this is telegraphing that. We also know that there are Project Spirits, which was originally Project Witches, which you might want to call Project Titties, if you look at the picture that we examined with the really weird looking breasts. Let's be honest. That's a multi-platform game. They already announced that that's a multi-platform game. So here's what I think is going to happen, and I'll be curious to know what you think, Dustin. We can go to you first. Is that Stellar Blade 2 will come to PlayStation 5 and PC ultimately. Sony will publish it. And Stellar Blade 1 will come to Switch 2. I don't know that it's going to get much further than that, and I imagine PlayStation will be happy to publish it. By the way, they announced after the PC release that they've now surpassed 3 million copies sold. So that's like about 2 million on PS5 and about 1 million on PC, so not so bad. And I don't know if you guys saw that one of the guys, like one of the heads there, said like, people need to step up their game basically with the mods. And I was like, oh no.
That's so crazy.
So what do you think, Dustin? Will we see PlayStation publish Stellar Blade on Switch 2?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you that there's no indication right now. In fact, I would argue that probably this is a Project Spirits related thing as far as the dev kits. But Switch 2 and Nintendo in general is so dominant in Japan that I think that this would be very profitable for them to make a Switch 2 version of the game, sell it there. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them to do it. And I could see PlayStation being like, yeah, why not do that for that particular game that has so many, anime sensibilities in particular. I think it makes sense.
Chris, do you want to see those Eve breasts and pregnant belly on Switch 2?
At 480i, you best believe it. No, I don't know. I think I could. I guess the issue is, well, I mean, we learned earlier that like, or not earlier from we brought it up earlier while we were talking about the business report or whatever, that third-party games aren't really selling that well on Switch 2. So it would be a good way for them to kind of test the waters of that machine. We know they've tested Switch 1 already, but Switch 2 seems to be a different beast entirely. It obviously has more third-party support than Nintendo is used to or has been used to. So it would be good to kind of get in there and see like what's going on. And Stellar Blade 1 seems like a perfectly good fit. I think it's a PlayStation game, and not really. It doesn't really strike me. It doesn't really strike me as one. Like, it just happens to be, but so I don't think you really lose anything from doing that, and you really only have anything to gain, especially if you coincide it with Stellar Blade 2. So I actually think it's a good idea. Yeah,
I think just as a side note about the Switch 2 and third-party software not selling, I did see there's an update that Matt Piscatella from Circana said that third-party share of Switch 2 software in the US is far better than it was in the Switch 1 launch. Whereas, let's see, third-party unit share of Switch 2 physical software during week 1 reached just shy of 40%. For month 1 of Switch launch, it was less than 20%. So while it is low, I think, too, the game selection has something to do with that, where it's like, right now, it's a $450 console. People are buying it to play Mario Kart World, and more than likely they have played Yakuza 0 or Street Fighter 6. And so they're just good on that for now. But I think eventually third party on Switch 2. Switch 2, I think, is more powerful or more capable, I guess, than at least I initially expected from what we're seeing. So I think it will, I mean, and for PlayStation in particular, like, Stellar Blade will not run anywhere near as well on it. But based on how performant the PC version of it is, I could see it actually probably being pretty good on Switch 2. But we'll see.
All right. So Shift Up, congratulations on all your success. Stellar Blade 2 will eagerly await it. Project Witches, or Project whatever the fuck it's called now.
Project Boobies.
Project Breasts. All right. This one's been going around. Now, I have to note that the source of this story, I want to talk about it because people are talking about it and reporting on it. The source of the story is from a website called SEScoops.com, which is a 20-plus-year-old wrestling website with some reputation, being good, high quality. They have quite a following on social media. And so I don't know if this is a good source or not, but I see websites that I would trust reporting on this. So we'll throw it out there. This says that buyer eyeing Warner Brothers' new streaming spinoff. And it says, quote, less than a week after Warner Brothers Discovery announced it was splitting into 2 separate companies, Sony is considering a purchase of WB's streaming and other assets. Sources have told SE Scoops that Sony is considering a purchase of the newly announced Warner Brothers Discovery Streaming and Studios company, which is expected to complete its separation from Warner Global Networks by mid-2026. Sony is interested in acquiring Warner's HBO Max streaming service, its IP, and its gaming assets. Warner Brothers Discovery announced on June 9th it was splitting the company, with most of the company's $37 billion in debt attached to the global networks, which includes its vast number of cable channels, including CNN, TNT, and TBS. At the time the deal was announced, sources with knowledge of All Elite Wrestling's contract with the Warner Brothers said no changes were expected with the company split. So this is where I'm thinking the sources come from, is with all of these kind of connections. Sony and Warner Brothers Discovery were working together to build a joint movie studio in Las Vegas this year. According to Variety, the proposal for the 31-acre facility ended on June 3rd after the Nevada State Senate rejected a $95 million annual tax subsidy. Sources said Sony was only interested in acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery's streaming, studio, and gaming assets if they were separated from its cable networks, which have lost millions of homes as viewers abandon traditional cable packages. So this is an interesting story, and it comes on the back of another story that was recently released too, actually even more recent, which is that Warner Brothers has kind of been shuffling around people. Its leadership. No one's necessarily been fired, but people like from DC now working on Game of Thrones, and Game of Thrones is now here, and blah, blah, blah. It's just like a kind of a moving around of persons. Fins Up wrote in and said, Colin, any validity to these rumors of Sony acquiring WB Games? Thoughts from your sons? Well, I truly am of the mind that this kind of stuff doesn't necessarily leak. And I am also of the mind that this kind of stuff doesn't necessarily leak long before it can happen. The companies would need to separate in about a year from now legally, and then Sony, I guess, could make their bid. I don't know if they can get involved earlier and say, like, as long as things go through, we'll buy it now and then we'll unravel it if things don't happen. This was kind of what happened with Activision when FTC was up their asses, where if they ultimately said, like, this isn't allowed, Microsoft would have had to divest from Activision. Like, you'd have to just get rid of it. That obviously didn't come to pass. So I don't know if this is true or not, but it is interesting and worth considering. My honest answer to this is I don't really give a shit at this point about any of this sort of stuff, and that Sony seems intent on buying one of these big streaming companies and getting a foot in the door. And I don't remember, they were pretty close to buying Paramount. In the past, they bought Columbia Pictures, which is now Sony Pictures. I mean, that was like the source of Sony Pictures. Sony Pictures is a bunch of different brands, but that's where it all comes from. Sony Music was CBS Music. So they want to have a Sony streaming service, obviously. And I think that what they see, and they kind of do already with Crunchyroll, but that's obviously one small but profitable vertical. So it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to get involved and say, like, well, we really want HBO. And that's going to come at cost. But there are other things that they would probably want too. I was going through the things they own, and obviously we were talking about how they have this linear network business, which would be Discovery, CNN, all that. None of that, no one would want that, and none of that is like, who the fuck wants CNN at this point, right? Like, or even Discovery Channel. Like, you can just watch great animal, space, technology videos on YouTube and stuff. It's just, that's a dying business. And what was interesting in that article is saying, like, they strapped most of that business with most of the debt, so that thing's going to probably die. But they've floated out of it the things that they thought were more worthwhile. And actually, amongst the things that I guess Sony would conceivably be interested in is DC. Because they're in that whole family. So it's very similar. Remember when we were talking about Katakawa and everyone's like, oh, they want FromSoft. I'm like, I bet you FromSoft is like a 5th or 6th consideration in that acquisition, honestly. Because they have this and they have this and the anime publishing and all the rest. I think it's kind of the same. Part of it would be getting WB Games, which would be cool. I mean, that would give Sony NetherRealm, which would be weird. Traveler's Tale, the Lego studio. Avalanche, the United States Avalanche, the Hogwarts studio, and a few others. But you know what would give them is Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, Batman.
Yeah.
You know, the Justice League. And so, like, when people say, like, yeah, they want the games, I'm like, yeah, that would be nice. But I'm not sure that that's what they really care about. They're going to get, you know, HBO. I think that that's what they're more considering. So will it happen? I don't know. Is the rumor true? I don't know. Would their interest surprise me considering their behavior recently? No. I think it's clear that they want to make a big acquisition. And I don't think it's a gaming acquisition that they're most interested in. I think there'll be a gaming acquisition as part of it, very similar to the Katakawa investment came with an investment in FromSoft, but really it was a bunch of other things. So wouldn't surprise me. And I doubt Sony would be stupid enough to rename HBO, so they would basically just have it. And then that could be a location for their stuff, and they can get the synergy that they've been seeking, and maybe Crunchyroll migrates to this new platform or something like that, and you start getting sports packages and all these things. This is what they want. I really believe that they see this as existential, and I think that that's why they're being so aggressive. The deal with Paramount, I think, fell apart because of money, and we'll see what happens here. But that deal, I feel like, was fairly far along, where people were talking about it publicly, and it just never came to fruition. Dustin, what are your thoughts here? on Sony possibly acquiring Warner Brothers. By the way, everyone should keep in mind, right? Should these studios come on board, none of them will be PlayStation studios, and they'll all make multi-platform games exactly like they do now. So it's not like something to get excited about. We're going to get like a Mortal Kombat exclusive. It's like there's just no way that's happening. So
no. Yeah, I totally agree that I feel like this is more of a streaming play more than anything, and the PlayStation stuff would be secondary. But we are a PlayStation podcast, so we can theorize about that. It would be interesting in that Sony has been in bed with Marvel, of course, with the Spider-Man and of course Wolverine upcoming. And we talked about how one of the biggest bitches of doing these is that they got to pay a lot of money to the license holder. And so it would be an awesome passive benefit that they're like, oh man, we can make different superhero games and not have to pay a license holder, because that would be us. So that would be kind of interesting to see, like, what would, if you have some of these teams, like some of Sony first party, could you see them making a licensed game, and then they wouldn't have to pay that fee,
right.
Whether it's Game of Thrones, Harry Potter's probably fine with Avalanche, but Batman right now, I mean, is ripe for the taking. No offense to Rocksteady. Well, I guess there is some offense to Rocksteady for what they
fucked it. They fucked it up.
They fucked it up. And so, man, Batman, a first party team doing a Batman game, pretty appealing sounding. As much as I want to get away from licensed games in the first party, that's one that I'm like, ooh, maybe that would be pretty neat. So again, I think the PlayStation stuff is a passive benefit if this were to happen. But if it did, I think it could lead to a lot of really interesting possibilities.
Indeed. Chris, do you want to see any of these? Do you give? I'm at the point now where I'm like, this is so beyond PlayStation that I don't know. It will have interesting ramifications, but it's not like a Bungie acquisition that is totally focused on the gaming vertical. So it's hard to really know what their plan would be, or if that kind of stuff just kind of comes in the deal and they'll figure it out and they really just want something else.
Yeah, no, I don't give a shit about this acquisition at all. But I think DC, that license is fucking mega valuable. Especially, we've obviously seen their willingness to commit Insomniac to 10 years of indentured servitude to Marvel. For what are they working on? We assume Spider-Man 3, Wolverine. We know
Venom. Although I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think that's.
I don't
gone,
even know
maybe.
if that's like going to be a thing now or anything. I feel like it's canceled. I don't know. I don't know that. They haven't even really acknowledged it, but it's a widely understood game to exist, like an interstitial.
Yeah,
and I wonder if it's even going to happen.
I would bet that it's canceled. Like, I would put money on that.
It's been,
but
Jesus, has it been? When did Spider-Man 2 come out? 2022?
15 years ago.
15 years, 25.
No, yeah, it was 22. I think was it 22? Yeah,
Maybe it was 23. Maybe it was 23. I'll look it up. Spider-Man 2 wiki.
I'm trying to remember what
2023. October 23. So it's not even been 2 years.
Yeah.
God, it feels like it's been forever.
We would have heard something about an interstitial though right now. I think, or at the very least, like we would have had like outward confirmation and not just like leaks. I think that was probably like the plan. I think it's why Venom's gameplay is like so awkwardly like robust. Like it's kind of weird that entire character has an entire separate move set, and it feels like, oh, this could be its own game, and then it just never materialized. That kind of thing happens. But it makes sense to me that like a big boon would be to like, hey, look, we're spending a lot of money on the Spider-Man license. How sick would it be if Insomniac? I mean, I'm speaking from their perspective, by the way. I would like Insomniac to just do original stuff.
Yeah, me too.
But for Insomniac to be like, hey, dude, fuck Spider-Man. Listen, like, we'll do Spider-Man, whatever. We're obligated, fine. But like, let's get a Batman game up and running, and then we'll reap 100%. Like, that's mega tantalizing. And considering how Batman adjacent, or specifically Arkham adjacent Spider-Man is, like, I mean, that's like a no-brainer kind of. So I see the appeal. I do understand also that this is like not really to do with PlayStation, like we said before, but you know, it's vaguely interesting. If it ends up resulting in something like a Batman game from first party, that could be really cool. But like, I don't even know if that's necessarily something that will happen. It would be wise, I think, from their perspective. But even if that were to happen, that'd be like many years away.
Yeah, I again, yeah, as we said a lot here now, I do believe that this is all about HBO, and I think they're wise. They see where this is all going, I think, and you want to have a robust subscription service. I think there was this idea, during the early Hulu days when that was like a collaboration between a bunch of different outlets, that we would mitigate risk and then just all work together, and that quickly fell apart. So everyone's out for themselves now. I mean, that's what you even feel like with Paramount Plus and stuff, and these things where I'm like, I don't know anyone that even has, like, Paramount Plus has a few shows. I think they had Halo, a few other things that people like, but I'm like, is that really even a player? If you're Sony and you want to get involved, and that was Sony's entrance when they were trying to buy Paramount. But if you want to really play, HBO is probably the lowest hanging fruit for you, because Netflix is obviously not for sale, and Warner has long been beleaguered too, so they really need to figure it out. Like, they're in completely fucking terrible shape. So very weird company. All right, let's talk about this. This comes from Eurogamer. There was an article there that says the first plausible Sony handheld specs leaks emerge, but how capable can it be? So, Dustin, I'm not even going to talk about it. Why don't you just tell me what this says and what we should take away from it?
Yeah, you forewarned us about this, that you're like, I'm not able to do it. A lot of this is even beyond me talking about memory, bandwidth, and the chip they're looking at. I did watch, so this is a Eurogamer post, but it is from one of the Digital Foundry guys. They talked about this extensively in their podcast. So if you have the technical knowledge, even that, I was listening to it, I was like, oh boy. But from what it sounds like, it's kind of a lot of what we've been expecting, is that whatever this device is being designed to be able to play current PlayStation 5 games at a lower resolution, potentially a lower frame rate, in order to accommodate it being a mobile platform. What will be interesting about this is that it is using a new architecture of what AMD's new chipset will be like. And so that's kind of the big mystery, is like, what will this new architecture in terms of features offer? And so it's hard to pinpoint. And that's what it says directly in the article, is that it's like hard to pinpoint exactly what the performance would look like. But one of the big things in particular to a PlayStation handheld would be a handheld version of PSSR. And so that would be probably essential in order to getting PS5, but also being that it's built in at the same time as PlayStation 6, getting those games to run on handheld as well. So it's definitely a new era. And Switch 2 has been really interesting because it has a version of DLSS on it from NVIDIA, which is sort of the same thing as PSSR, but of course, NVIDIA's version of it. I guess PSSR is their version of DLSS more so, since DLSS has been around for a while. But it's cool to see these things starting to cook. The new era of handhelds is here between Switch 2, this Xbox Ally X. And so, yeah, I wish I could say more, but seriously, some of the stuff that they're talking, 16 UDNA compute units and 32 ROPs. I'm sorry, I don't know what an ROP is.
32 ROPs.
Yeah. I just don't know what an ROP is. It's too in-depth. Thankfully, we have the folks at Digital Foundry who can really explain a lot of that. But the main takeaway is it's being designed to play PlayStation 5 and potentially PlayStation 6 games, lower res.
There's an interesting statement in here too. I was talking to Tom from Moore's Law is Dead back and forth a little bit in the last few weeks, and he was reporting on this. It says, quote, combined with further leaks, and I think he is the leak, that development PlayStation 5 hardware is receiving a mode with reduced bandwidth. The implication is that game makers will be able to unify their PS5 game development to support the new handheld and to start work on this sooner rather than later using existing console dev kits, end quote. So that's pretty exciting. And shout out to Tom for that leak, because that did go widely reported. I just didn't report on it at the time. I don't like talking about tech things too much. I feel like I'm out of my depth a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm a creative person. I'm right-brained.
It is smart that they would be able to kind of set up this PS5 mode that can make it a development environment that makes sense for the handheld. The article also mentions that I think the goal, and this makes sense, is that developing for this will be very similar in a way to how Xbox works, where there's the Series S version. So there'll be when you're building a game, you're making it for PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 6, but there's also this other hardware that is probably not going to be less expensive, but less powerful, that you can build for at the same time with its constraints.
Chris, how much would you pay for a portable PlayStation 5, if anything?
Oh man, I mean, I think, I don't know, $4.99, I guess. Basically, if it's that powerful, if it's like actually like if it can. Well, the thing is too, like I'm used to the PS5 Pro. I don't know if that matters. Like I don't know. I haven't played on a base PS5 in fucking forever, so I don't even know what the base, like what that even feels like anymore. But I would pay good money for like a native handheld in general. Like I love native. I love playing natively on the Steam Deck. I love this shit. So I would pay out the ass for this stuff. But I am curious as to how expensive this is going to be and how attractive it's going to be to your average consumer. I mean, we see obviously that the Switch 2 has kind of set the price for like what people are willing to pay for like a low end kind of version of this kind of stuff, and it seems to be $4.99, which is like obviously, or that's what it is, right? It's $4.50 with without the game, and I think it's $500 with the game,
right?
So I mean that is kind of the sweet spot as far as like, and by sweet spot I mean the farthest you can go without pissing people off. Like I think that Xbox Ally X, like I think the prices were leaked for that. I don't know if did they announce it proper?
Well, they're comparing it to the current ROG Allies, where I think the more expensive version is in the 900 range.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I can't imagine the Xbox, that handheld, that's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Like, I think.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. 500 seems really cheap for what.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. Well, the important takeaway from this article too is that it mentions that this leak is similar in configuration terms to the Strix processor we'll see this year in the ROG Ally X, but this will be using the newer RDNA architecture, so it will be better than that. So expect whatever the Ally X's price. In my opinion, it's going to be in that range.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. I guess the issue is like how many people are going to look at that and be like, "Fuck that," you know? Like
yeah, a lot of people,
I love that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I love that stuff, and I would probably think twice at like $900. You know, I'd be like, I don't know, man. Nearly a grand, probably with tax.
Right.
So like,
particularly in California, I think. Yeah, I mean, the reality is I'll buy it. Like whatever it costs, I'm going to buy it. I'm not going to front like it's like going to be a decision based on price. It's not. But it will be for most people because it's not like I don't want to say it's a necessity for me, but I do this for a living. It's like I want one and I want to have one.
Yeah. I
think people are less cost sensitive than, well, let me not say that. Let me say this instead. There's a level of like sticker shock that I think people feel, and they think they feel it for everyone. But in reality, many people can afford many things and they're going to pay for it. And you see that in a much lesser extent, as was noted with Switch 2, where you can't even get your hands on one for $500. And it's a pretty weak piece of kit, although it has the Nintendo name on it. And I'm saying weak comparable to these machines. But people are excited about it, and that's awesome. Michael loves ours. I just think there's going to be a higher tolerance for cost. It was the same thing that happened with Pro, where they didn't sell out. So people were like, oh, it didn't really work out. But it's like, maybe they just made enough. And it seemed like a lot of people bought one. I think people spend a lot of time counting other people's money. And then and that's whatever. But then they kind of they infer things based on that. I'm like, I just don't know that that's safe. So the big inference that I would make here is that it's just the PC handheld space, or like that expensive boutique handheld space, is just not that big. And actually, could it be that PlayStation has the best opportunity to break it open? in a more meaningful way. I'm sorry.
In what sense? Like making the first one that's like really expensive that people want, or like
that sells because it's the Steam audience. I don't want to speak PC. There's all sorts of PC gamers all over the world with all sorts of different rigs and power expectations, whatever. But my suspicion is that most of them want to be on a computer. Not unlike most people want to be on a console that play on console. They don't want to divest into a Portal or a Steam Deck or whatever. But is Sony's audience more malleable because they likely come from a more traditional background of handhelds? And if you unify the entire ecosystem into one true Switch-like ecosystem, that might be really tantalizing in a way that it's just not to most of Steam's audience, because they want high-end content. They want beautiful graphics. They want 120 frames. They want 4K resolutions and all the things that are just not really possible on an affordable handheld. And I think that there's a greater appetite for that with the PlayStation audience, which is probably in the middle of that spec expectation, while I would say Nintendo fans are at the lowest end. And so they are most willing to play a handheld.
Maybe.
If Sony falls somewhere in the middle, otherwise, could they sell 10 million? I mean, or 5 million. That would be way more than any of them have ever sold. 5 million would be way more than Steam has ever sold.
Steam Deck, yeah.
Yeah, Steam Deck.
I don't know. I think it's awkward, maybe because, and maybe it's just because we're older, and so we're used to the kind of we're used to what this looks like generally, or like we've at least had examples to go by of like the main machine and then the handheld. And I think it would be shocking to a lot of people. Like, let's say, because what's PS5 at right now? 500 still?
Yeah, I think after the price drop, I think you can get the discless one.
So you have the PS5 at 500, the Pro at 7, and then the portable. What do you like? Definitely more than the base.
I would feel like it's like in the 700 to 800 range at least, right?
That's what I would imagine.
And then what does that mean for if they want to do like a real portable PS6?
I don't think that's.
I don't know. Like
the issue that I'm finding is that, like, how are people going to react to seeing a handheld that is more expensive than the machine that it's meant to be a companion piece to? Like, that is not something that we've ever seen before, as far as I know, as far as I can recall. Like, or at the very least, like a starting price. You know, the idea of, okay, the PS5 is 500, the PS Portable 2 or whatever the hell they're going to call it, the PSP 3, whatever the hell, $800. Like the PS3 to the Vita, or like the PS2 to the PSP. Comparable, I would imagine, is like not even anywhere fucking close to that. Or like, you know, Game Boy to its companion piece. And so I'm looking at that, I'm like, I wonder if people are going to look at that and be like, what the fuck? No. And that's kind of the problem that I would imagine faces a lot of the handheld PCs that we see now. It's like, especially the higher end ones, where it's just like, that's cool, but like, what is the market for this specific thing? I don't know. That would be jarring for me to see. Like, I expect it based on the realities and based on how much power you need to get that much performance out of a machine that is small enough to be portable, that is comparable with a PS5. I expect it, but I would imagine seeing that on a shelf next to a PlayStation 5 and seeing it be more expensive would be wild.
Yeah, it's hard to communicate that.
Yeah, I don't envy the people who have to solve that problem. I'll say that.
Yeah, I will say one piece of anecdotal evidence we have is I always loved the Portal. I thought it was fucking amazing from the beginning. People were dead ass wrong about the Portal. So many people. Who wants this? No one wants it. It's stupid. It's bad. It's not going to work. Pretty much everyone that's bought one loves it. And they can't even keep them on the shelves. Not that they're trying to make that many of them. But like, obviously they were greatly surprised by the reaction to this $200 portable Sony tablet handheld monstrosity that they've made. And I bet you that opened their eyes to say, like, how far can we push this? Now, like, what we're suggesting here is pushing it way further. So,
right.
But the proposition's greater if you could really natively play on it. But yeah, I wonder, there's a lot of vacillation between talking about this PS5 handheld and then talking about the idea of launching PS6 with a handheld. And I wonder if that's what it's ultimately going to be. But this rumor of PS5 dev kits kind of being introduced with this low power mode and all the rest, I don't know. Or a low bandwidth mode. I don't know. We'll find out. Interesting stuff. A lot of interesting news this week, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
Here's another piece of interesting news. From a Rolling Stone interview, so the musician Woodkid, who I think worked with, so obviously Low Roar, that guy passed away, right?
Yeah.
Which is sad. And I'm playing Death Stranding now, and the music is so good, right? Those vistas and the water boil, or the music boils and fucking builds and it gets bubbles, and it's just immersive in so many different ways. It's awesome. He had said something really interesting, because he's obviously working on Death Stranding 2's official soundtrack, which is already out, by the way. And the game obviously is out imminently, especially I think you could start playing on Monday, the day that this goes live on public free feeds. I think if you pre-ordered Death Stranding 2's digital deluxe edition, you'll have access to the game beginning then. Are the reviews out for it yet? No. So
not yet. No
embargo for that yet. So he says that in this, basically that, and I want to find this specific quote. Hold on a sec. This is a huge interview. No, that's not what I want. There it is. So they ask him a bunch of different things about working on the game, working on Kojima, his music and stuff. He says, quote, "Is there something essential that you learned from him over the course of development?" Him being Kojima. Says, quote, "There's a key moment where we had a discussion probably halfway through when we were doing the game, where he came to me and he said, 'We have a problem.' Then he said, 'I'm going to be very honest. We have been testing the game with players and the results are too good. They like it too much. That means something is wrong. We have to change something.' And he changed stuff in the script and the way some of the crucial stuff happens in the game because he thought his work was not polarizing and not triggering enough emotions. And he said, 'If everyone likes it, it means it's mainstream. It means it's conventional. It means it's already pre-digested for people to like it. And I don't want that. I want people to end up liking things they didn't like when they first encountered it, because that's where you really end up loving something.' And that was really a lesson for me, not doing stuff to please people, but to make them shift a little bit and move them." Dustin, what do you think of that? Funny. So basically Kojima was getting reactions that were too good, and thought that was bad for the reception of the game. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I kind of hate it, and I kind of agree at the same time, where it's like, come on, man. If people are liking it and you're just like, oh, well, people like it too much, so there's a problem. It just sounds annoying. But the point after, where he mentions like the best art or the best stories or whatever are the ones that challenge you, that maybe you don't know how you feel about it at first, and then things, it grows on you after time. I agree with that in a lot of ways. And so from that perspective, I'm like, man, I like the idea of Death Stranding 2 challenging its audience. And maybe there's certain aspects of it you're like, oh, I don't like that you did that. You got to be careful, though, with the subverting expectations. That's it. Because I think when people try to do that intentionally too hard, then you get, Last Jedi situation where it's like, what the fuck were you even thinking?
Yeah.
So it can be taken too far. Obviously, we don't have to wait long to find out if he did on Death Stranding 2 next week.
Mike Poe wrote in on Patreon and said, "Dearest Sacred Gentlemen, did you see the news story stating that Kojima made changes to Death Stranding 2 to make it more divisive after it initially reviewed better than expected?" I know you are all Kojima fans, and I am too, but this concept of intentionally subverting your game to make it less mainstream feels like Kojima being way too much of a hipster. Am I just being an unsophisticated troglodyte that doesn't get it, or has Kojima jumped the shark? Thanks, I'll hang up and tell my wife and child I love them now. That's wonderful. Chris, is Kojima being too much of a hipster? I haven't thought on this, but I want to hear what you have to say first.
My thought is that this is... I don't even know how to articulate this necessarily, because I have a complicated emotion about it. I've said on the show before that I think Kojima is a brilliant guy. I think he makes amazing things. But I also feel like there are potentially like hundreds of thousands of other Kojimas out there who don't get the opportunity to do the shit that he does. And I feel like there's a lot of brilliance around us, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think this is kind of an example of that, where it's like, if you hear Kojima say this, you immediately think of like that guy that you went to like community college with, or like some film student that you knew who was just like pretentious and like you perceived as dumb. And he might be, but he also could be kind of right. And what he said, you have no fucking idea. And it's like, that's what's so fascinating about this guy. I love Kojima because this is just that's such a real art student thing to say. Like, and it's like uncompromised. I love it. It is pretentious. It is very, it is hipstery, but I think he's also earned it. And I think he's right also in the sense that I think everything he's ever done has struck me in this way where like I wasn't really like when I first played Metal Gear, like I don't know, these controls are fucked and kind of sucks. Like, I don't know, like I'm not feeling this. Metal Gear Solid 5 was another game too that like I played for the first time and I remember being like, I don't know, man, this is whatever. And I played it again recently on Steam Deck or in the last year and I was like, oh, this is fantastic. I love this. Death Stranding, I fell in love with immediately, but I could see very easily that game being one of those games too. Like I happened to catch it. That game happened to hit me when I was in sync with it, but I could tell like if I had played that game like a week earlier or a week later or been like in a slightly different headspace, I could, that game could have passed me by and I would have been like, this is not, what is this walking? Like, this is whatever. I was expecting to feel that way about it, in fact. And I told that story many times on the show. And so I think there's truth to that. I think there's truth to the idea that like something that is challenging eventually becomes like the best art. I even feel that way about the Halo games. Like the Halo 2 is like famously like controversial. You play as a different character, what the fuck? And now like that's like ubiquitously like the one that everybody loves the most. And yeah, I agree with him. I think it's a smart thing to do. It is also annoying and it is also pretentious, but I think the only reason we feel that way is because most of the people that we interact with that feel this way or say these things are not as successful as him. And I think he's earned it, whether that be through luck or through skill or some ungodly combination of both. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on literally anything this dude says at this point, because I've been proven. He's proved me wrong more than probably anybody, as far as my initial opinion on a game that I've played of his to my final opinion. And I'm still working. Metal Gear Solid 4, by the way, as of right now, I can't stand that game. I think Metal Gear Solid 4 is terrible at this very moment. I haven't played it since 2007. And I didn't finish it. I was like, I kind of fell off immediately. There's a good chance that might be completely revised when I play it in the
they'll be in the next collection, I think.
In the next collection, right?
Which would be great because it's only ever been on PS3, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's been locked away on PS3 for fucking forever since it came out. So I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious about this game. I'm curious about Metal Gear Solid 4, obviously, and I think yeah, Kojima's great and pretentious though as he may be.
Indeed.
He's a great guy.
MGS4 was 2008, by the way, just to protect you from the comments.
Oh yeah, sorry. I associate those times really closely.
Well, I mean, it's really all the same. I like this, although I do give the benefit of the doubt to Kojima, and not everything he does hit me. I wasn't crazy about Metal Gear Solid 4. I never beat it, and Metal Gear Solid 5 I wasn't into at all. So it's not that he can't not get me or whatever. In fact, I think when Death Stranding came out, I have to go back and listen to the lead up to it, Chris, back in 2019 when we were doing the show, but I feel like I was probably fairly skeptical about it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think we both were.
Yeah, because it was like, this is weird. I'm playing it and I'll get into it in a little while, but part of my theory on why this is good is because I think the first Death Stranding is excellent, and it does require you to work to get it. I was looking at the trophies and I thought this was really fascinating, actually. The game is split into 14 chapters. And so the first chapter, 85.2% of people beat it. The second chapter, 66.1% of people got it. The third chapter, down to 29.4%. The fourth chapter, down to 20.7%. But here's where it gets interesting, in my opinion. Because if you make it so like 1 in 5 people will get to this far. And that's where I feel like you really start earning and understanding Death Stranding and earning the experience. And then you go so chapter 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Chapter 3, 20.7. Chapter 14, 13.7. In other words, like the people that made it that far did stick with it. And maybe that's what he's trying to do again, is to like put something deeper into it, like to make you earn it a little bit better. and getting such positive reactions in test play is probably not what he's looking for, because to give him the benefit of the doubt, as I said, he's looking for a more holistic experience. I'm really excited. I mean, it's going to be a couple weeks probably before I get to it, but I'm really excited for Death Stranding 2. I actually pre-ordered it yesterday. I didn't do the special edition because I'm not going to be able to take advantage of that, like I said, but I did finally download it, and it's sitting there. Time, the little clock is going. So there it is. But we'll talk about that a little bit more. But I did want to throw in just another piece of Death Stranding news, which is that Deadline announced, or not announced, but has the report that there's going to be a adult targeted animated feature being written by a guy named Aaron Guzikowski, who wrote Raised by Wolves. We don't really know much more about it than that, but there'll be an animated feature coming at some point, I assume through PlayStation Productions, for Death Stranding. And one of the things that I wanted to say too is that there are novelizations for Death Stranding. I don't know if you guys know this. I think there are novelizations for the Metal Gear games too.
There's novelizations for damn near everything. It's kind of crazy.
I don't know the guy's name. He's a Japanese guy, and then it's obviously localized, but it's the same guy does all the all the novelizations for Kojima games. And I'm so into Death Stranding 1 right now that I was thinking about buying the novelization, and it's actually 2 parts. It's like, wow, man, that's a big ask, but maybe I'll do it. I don't know. Another quick piece of news here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Colin, I just want to there was one interesting detail from that Deadline report is that
it says go to you. I'm sorry. That was rude.
Oh no, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
It'll feature an original story unfolding in the universe of Death Stranding. So it's not a direct adaptation of the game, but they are, and this is like Chris and I mention this all the time when we hear about the million adaptations happening, is that it's like, if you're going to do animated, first of all, do it animated, but also it's like the world of Death Stranding is so interesting. We don't need to hear the story of Sam Porter Bridges again. So I think the fact that it's a new story in that universe makes my excitement for this way higher.
Yeah, it bodes super well for what that's going to be. I wish more adaptations were like that.
Me too. I've avoided Death Stranding so much, Death Stranding 2, that I didn't even know where it took place. And then I was reading a letter that we got from an audience member who said where it took place, and I was disappointed. I'm like, oh. But then I went to the Wikipedia page and it says it in like the second sentence. So it's like obviously well known, but I was like, oh man. So I went even that far without knowing very much about it. I'm very excited to jump in. All right, next piece of news here. Turns out Borderlands 4, which launches in the coming months, is going to be $70. There are special editions for it. It comes out September 12th, the day after 9/11. And there are other special editions you can order. No early access, which I was a little bit disappointed in. But it doesn't really matter. I probably won't get to it immediately anyway. So it was like as if all of this hullabaloo was for nothing. Wibble wrote in and said, hey, y'all, Borderlands 4 has a plethora of price points for the fans to figure out, but at its base, it's keeping the $70 price. Was this a decision made because of all the hate Randy Pitchford seemed to get just discussing the possibility of Borderlands being $80? I have a theory, though. I think the game was always going to be $70, and Crazy Randy knew that if he poked the bear, the whiplash of the news media and public discourse would eventually wash out into a positive feeling about the game. What does the Sacred Crew think? I'll let my mother drown me in a tub and listen. Why is your mother with you and you're in the tub?
Look, man.
Well, she's doing the drowning.
Yeah, but why?
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
Yeah,
man.
fair enough.
Yeah.
What do we think about this? Chris, do you think... So there's really 2 questions at play, which is, was it going to be $80? And then there is, I guess, a secondary question, which is, did he already know that it was going to be $70? My personal theory is that it was never going to be $80. And he honestly didn't know and just put his foot in his mouth like an idiot.
Yeah.
I don't know that I believe that, because there are some smart people that think this actually moved the needle for them. And I'm like, I don't know that it was really ever going to be $80, guys. Like, I don't know that they were going to do that. They have robust special editions, and I just don't think you if you were going to charge $80 for it, I think you probably would do it, even if the feedback was going to be bad, because all your forecasts are dependent on that. You're talking about millions of copies a game, and then you're cutting $10 per copy off. You're going to be tens of millions of dollars off of your forecasts. It's going to be bad for your numbers. It's going to be bad for the investors. I don't know that you make moves like that. So I just don't ever believe it was $80 personally. What do you think?
Yeah, no, my read is pretty much that exactly. Like, I think he genuinely did not know. And it's not like people in his position don't normally necessarily know that far ahead. That decision is made by a different group of people. And so, like, I believe that he didn't know. I believe that it's also, I think it just kind of all worked out. You know, like, I think he didn't know. I think the game was always going to be $70 internally, probably. And then, you know, when it turned out that it was, they got a nice positive bump in the press about it. And that's, I don't know. It's possible that he might have understood that on some level, but I don't think he was operating with that being like the key focus of like when he was speaking. You know what I mean? It's possible that he knew that like I could just talk about this stuff and it kind of doesn't matter because like if it's $80, it's $80, and if it's 70, then like we'll get a positive. We'll get a positive bump. Like it's possible that like he understood that and maybe was operating with that understanding, but I don't think it was. It was probably if it was there at all, it was definitely like not prime or primary. I think.
What do you think, Dustin? Do you think there was any intention? Do you think the game was $80? Do you think that the hullabaloo hurt the ability to sell it at that price?
I'm speaking from a point of ignorance on knowing how big game releases work internally. I could see a hypothetical where maybe they were trying to decide and they were basing it off of the reaction and general interest based on the trailers and stuff, seeing like, okay, well, what is the desire level that could we do $80? Could we do 70? And maybe Randy didn't know. I find it hard to believe that Randy Pitchford was doing a 4D chess move where he didn't want it to be 80. And so he caused outrage in order to lock in the 70. I guess it's not impossible, but I also think about what you were saying, Colin, where it's like they have projections, like they forecast this shit out. So I find it unlikely, but I guess not impossible.
I feel like the fact that it's Randy makes it so much less likely. You know what I mean? Like, not to be mean or anything, but like he just doesn't strike me as like Machiavellian in that way, or like that he would plan. Or he doesn't strike me as that kind of person, really. Like I could see other people doing that for sure, and I could see other people like understanding how to manipulate the outrage cycle. I'm sure that plays a part into a lot of marketing, but I don't know. I don't buy it from him personally.
By the way, sorry if I don't know if you can hear it. It's pouring out right now. Cool. So just letting you guys know in case you hear it. Peyton Stone wrote in to us on Patreon and said, "Hey fellas, loving the show as always. Curious if you'll be covering the recent shift in sentiment around Borderlands 4. It seemed like the game was getting a lot of early, perhaps unwarranted negativity, pricing rumors, franchise fatigue, general skepticism. But now with positive previews rolling in, it feels like it may have turned a corner. Do you think this is a genuine indicator that the game could be great or just a well-managed PR cycle? Looking forward to your thoughts." I have no doubt the game's going to be great. I never did. So I think that I also really loved Borderlands 3. So I know a lot of people are critical of that game, yet it sold 20 million copies. So
yeah,
there's a lot of like, you're a delusional. I'm not saying you, Peyton, but like if you're out there being like, this game is questionable, and it's like, I don't think so. Take-Two bought Gearbox during the development of this game, which I thought was pretty interesting. They were for sale and probably gotten at a fairly decent price because Embracer was obviously collapsing. But is there a shift? Probably the price. It does seem like a 4D chess mover conceivably could be, I guess, because of the perception change. But I thought the game was always going to be good. I highly doubt. Like I really do. I highly doubt the game will be anything less than great. Doubt it.
I'm a little confused about the idea that the game had negative sentiment around it, because like from where I was standing, and I didn't look too deeply into Borderlands necessarily, but everything that I'd heard about Borderlands 4 since it was revealed a while back seemed pretty positive. Like it didn't just happen over like recently, like when the previews came pulling in, like just recently. It's had a positive sentiment for a while. I think the price was really the only thing that was like weird about it. But even that was kind of like negligible in the grand scale. Like people still like were like, this looks great. I remember thinking it looked fantastic.
It does look awesome. I mean, I think what I remember is that there was a hope that they would not write it the way they wrote Borderlands 3. And I think that they got that. Although you and I both discussed, because I beat Borderlands 2 recently and you played it recently, is like Borderlands 2 is not nearly as bad as people remember it from that level. Borderlands 3 did get it go way further with the annoying, quirky, fucking Chungus shit or whatever the fuck they want to do over there, millennial humor. But people say Borderlands 2 is like that, and it's really not.
It's not at all, yeah.
But I'm highly confident Borderlands 4 is going to be awesome. I'm all over it when it comes out. Ooh, the thunder! It's thundering. Ooh,
have you looked at any of the previews at all?
No, I haven't seen it.
That's a game I'm like more okay with, like kind of spoiling a little bit from it. And I've looked at it and it's like it looks like it plays really well, but like there's some personality kind of missing. I think that like it's mainly in like the UI and the HUDs, like they're more like streamlined, they're more like standard, whereas like they used to be kind of like these pop-ups that I actually did like. I hated that they ran so fucking
right. I was going to say
poorly.
Borderlands 3's menu was awful. I think they wanted to get away from that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably a fucking nitpick. That game's going to be very good. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I really am. I'm authentically looking forward to that game.
Yeah.
And by the way, Peyton, you were saying franchise fatigue. It's like Borderlands franchise fatigue. I think that's just crazy. I guess people can see that, but it's like 2009, 2012, 2019, 2025. It's pretty reasonable.
I think it's more about like maybe like because there is Tales from the Borderlands as well. There's that Tiny Tina game. There's the pre-sequel, which was weird.
Oh yeah, the pre-sequel.
I can see it. I don't think it's necessarily that great. I think the movie probably had the movie is probably worth like 5 bad games. You know what I mean? Like as far as like anybody who saw it probably walked out of there with less love in their heart for Borderlands.
Yeah, I imagine so. Everyone weren't we kidding around that everyone was so old?
Dude, they even mention it in the movie. Like they mention it in the like Lilith, who Kate Blanchett. She's like, I'm getting too old for this shit. It's like, oh, I'm glad you know, but then why?
Yeah, Lilith's like it looks like a 22-year-old chick with her tits hanging out in Borderlands 2. It's very weird to see the distance.
It's upsetting.
All right, well, you're right about all the spinoffs, and I guess they're sensitive to this in some way because they did cancel the Tiny Tina sequel. So,
right, which. It's not surprising. That's not
it didn't need it. It definitely didn't.
I was that's a real shame too, because like I remember seeing the trailers for that game and thinking like I love this premise, but I don't want to hear Tiny Tina that much.
Yeah, I just skipped all the story segments. After like a couple hours, I'm like, boop, just skip it all, and I beat it. But I don't know. I have no idea what it was about.
Is that the first Borderlands game you beat?
Yeah, that was the first one, and then I went back and beat Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2. So that now we're up to 3.
That's so funny.
Maybe I'll get to Borderlands 3 this summer. I played Borderlands 3 far more than I played Borderlands 1 and 2, though, so I am somewhat comfortable with it. But it would be fun to do that. I'm way further along. I've been doing a lot of like catching up with just a few franchises where I'm like, damn, I'm in pretty good shape right now. Whether it was like replaying the Doom games earlier this year, replaying the Borderlands games earlier this year. I'm feeling good. All right, Dustin, you put this one in the group chat on Discord. Although I separately put it into our document because I saw it circulating today, and so we great minds, let's say, think alike. Games Industry Biz writes Beastsaber support is ending on PS4 and PS5. They write, quote, VR rhythm action game Beastsaber will no longer be updated for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 users from this month onwards, with multiplayer being discontinued on both platforms. Developer Beat Games, which has been owned by Meta since 2019, shared the update on social media. They say, quote, as we look to the future and plan the next big leap for Beastsaber, we have made the decision to no longer release updates for PS4 and PS5 starting in June 2025. Our passion for VR remains unwavering. We are excited about the possibilities that lie ahead and what we can bring to Beastsaber fans who have been on this journey with us over the past 7 years, end quote. The game and existing DLC packs will still be available to purchase on PS4 and PS5. Any content released after June 18th will not be released on PlayStation platforms, however. Beatsaber's paid content updates, which comprise new playable tracks for the game, have recently included songs from the likes of Britney Spears and Lady Gaga. As this article notes, and as I think a lot of people realize, Beat Saber is one of the best-selling PSVR games ever, and is often in the top 3, sometimes the best-selling game on both PSVR 1 and PSVR 2, depending on the month, and usually in the top 5 at least. James Sprules wrote in and said, good day, boys. I've just seen this news that Beat Saber is no longer getting updates for the PlayStation consoles. This hits me as a little bit, as it's one of the few games I still play on my PSVR 2. You think this is an omen of the downfall of PSVR, or is it just Meta trying to secure an exclusive for their headbox? Anyway, I'll go into my kitchen and get a knife to make a sandwich. So Dustin, take it away. I mean, I think this is, I don't know what to make of this. Oculus own, they're an Oculus first party studio. It's somewhat weird that their games are on PSVR 2 at all. And maybe it is that they want to bring those in-house to buttress what they're doing. It would be really hard for me to believe that they weren't making money on PlayStation.
Right.
unless you're talking about just these sales numbers are obviously all relative. So you being fourth or third on the chart means nothing when no one's selling around you anyway. But what do you think?
Yeah, people are reading into this many different ways, and it is confusing because I think there's one way of looking at it like, oh, well, this just goes to show how bad PSVR is doing. But there's also the flip side where Meta bought this company, and so they've been supporting this game on a competing platform, and now are they trying to switch it over to make it a Meta Quest or whatever exclusive? And I'm honestly don't really know either. In that, being that it was the best selling game, I think I looked for the PlayStation downloads in 2024, and it was the best selling PlayStation VR 2 game that entire year. So it's like, yeah, they're certainly making money, but the VR market, man, it feels like it's not doing well. It's always hard to say because we get a lot of PlayStation VR 2 fans that write into the show and talk about how many games they're buying and playing. And I'm sure that for those people, the enjoyment of the platform is high, and that's great. But it is not a mass market success. And VR in general has yet to really break through. And so
I don't think it's going to at this point. It's been more than 10 years of commercial devices at this point. Like I kind of just feel like it is what it is.
Yeah. So Meta could be looking at this and be like, okay, this is the thing. This is a system seller for a lot of people. And this is the biggest game. We want to take this to be just ours. And that's pretty annoying and frustrating, I would say, especially for those Beat Saber players. It's like, I've invested playing this game on this platform, and I've invested all my DLC here. And you're telling me that if I want to get DLC in the future, I got to just, because imagine let's say you're a really dedicated Beat Saber player. You've invested on this platform, and they're like, okay, no more for you. So if you want more Beat Saber, you need to come not only buy a Meta Quest, but you need to rebuy Beat Saber. And then you have your entire library on a different platform. So if you want that, then rebuy all that shit here too. Maybe there is something bigger going on where they're working towards an eventual Beat Saber 2, but it makes pretty clear that it sounds like there's going to be more DLC for Beat Saber, just not on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So I feel bad for the dedicated Beat Saber players on PlayStation, just because it's like, man, you're kind of getting fucked on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are many years of content, but yeah, no new content is a bummer. How do you read it, Chris? I really don't know what to make of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is that they're probably trying to exclusivize it or bring more people, because Beat Saber is a system seller. Like Beat Saber is the reason I even entertained the idea of getting I think it was an HTC Vive back when that was like the big one. And it was fucking worth it. Like, Beat Saber is fantastic. I think Beat Saber is arguably like the Tetris of VR, in my opinion. Like, it's so simple and perfect and easily understandable, and it's like the difficulty ratchets up to like the skill ceiling is high. It's just really fucking good. And it makes sense that if you're making it, you're like, bro, like we have the VR game. What are we doing? It is annoying. I would agree. Like I would prefer it be everywhere, but I can see the rationale of being like, we're doing so much work and we're building the system seller, and it's not even drawing people to our machine. Although I would argue that the Meta Quest is the dominant VR platform. So like, I don't know what they necessarily want. So I don't know. I'm not sure. My gut tells me it's like they're going to be investing more into Beat Saber. Not only this one, but they're probably going to make some kind of sequel, a la Guitar Hero 2 type thing. Maybe they'll do some different stuff. But that's going to be Meta exclusive, and this is just kind of sowing the understanding of like, hey, listen, we're going to move forward elsewhere, but when the sequel comes out, you'll know where to go. And you know, it is what it is. I think Beat Saber is fantastic, and there's so much content there already that like it would be wild to. I can't even fathom how somebody gets through all of the content in Beat Saber. So like I don't personally view it as that crazy. Like there's so crazy of a loss. There's so much there, dude. And on PC it's even crazier because like you could mod the shit out of that game. Like you could put like you could play through the entire audio track of Shrek 2 on Beat Saber. So like the world's your oyster there. But it is sad though for the people who invested a lot of time into it. I just also feel like if you're playing Beat Saber to the point where you're playing it still in 2025 and you're getting new DLC packs, are you really going to stop because there's new DLC packs? Like I play Beat Saber because it feels good to play. Like I play the same songs every single time I play it. Like it makes no difference to me. So like I feel like they've got their audience.
I want to be clear that if Oculus wasn't the owner of Beat Studios or whatever they're called and the studio, then it would be clear what was going on. I just think it's their ownership that really muddies it. Otherwise, it would be very clear what was happening.
Well, it's also that this is the only platform that they're ceasing updates on, right? Like, because the Steam version is still presumably getting updates, and that's right. And that is PC, but it's not Meta,
right? But you could use the Meta on Steam, right? But you can use PSVR 2 on Steam.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you could use any VR headset on Steam. I used my HTC Vive on Steam. That's how I was playing Beat Saber the entire time that I was playing it. On Steam. Maybe with that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that is a little more compelling. That muddies it a lot, actually. So I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I feel like PSVR 2 is just what it is, and I don't think Sony's going to pull the plug on it anytime soon. It seems like they still included games for it in the most recent State of Play. So yeah, when it enters Vita territory, you'll know, because they will not talk about it and actively try to kill it. All right, quick PSA before we go into what we're playing. The Gears of War Reloaded remaster, that's coming to PlayStation 5 shockingly in late August this year, which is amazing. Obviously underwent its first beta last weekend, and it's going through another beta this coming weekend. So June 20th, the day that this goes live on Patreon, through June 22nd. I guess, have either of you messed with the beta? I don't think so, because it's not in the notes. I guess things were a little unsteady for people, and so they basically extended the hours. The beta will basically run 9 further hours than was originally intended because of problems the first weekend, and there's going to be more things added as well, including maps and modes. So just something to keep an eye on. You can get involved by pre-ordering the game digitally if you want to get involved in the beta.
I've been watching a lot of clips of PlayStation players getting into these lobbies for the first time and just it's so sad. It's like really rough to watch. I watched some footage because I know how people play the game online, and I'm like, this sucks. Like I'm never playing this online. I'm happy to play the campaign. I'll play it with Micah. We'll do co-op. There's no horde mode in the first game, I don't think. I think that comes with Halo or Gears 2. That will be the limit to my. But I was like watching people doing the ducking thing and like, you know what I'm talking about? Like it's like ping pong.
Like this fucking sucks.
I do. I was watching it. I was like, oh man, I kind of want to do it again because it was fun. Even just dying in that game that's kind of the thing that's fun about Gears, is that like even dying is hilarious. Like it's one of those rare games that it feels good to get shot in as well, because it's just so over the top and bloody, and the Hammer of Dawn coming down. I'm not. By the way, I haven't gotten my code. I own Gears Ultimate Edition already.
Oh, yeah, you never got the DM or whatever.
So, like, I don't know what's going on with that, but okay. I guess I don't matter.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You always wanted to matter, I know. Yeah. Let's get into what we're playing. I'll start, and Dustin, you can go second, and then we'll get into Chris. I can go quick here. I'm playing Death Stranding. I'm only in the 4th chapter. I'm playing it every night for 4, 5, 6 hours. I'm just doing like every delivery possible. I'm having such a fun time with it. It's so good. It's fucking so good, dude. I think you have to get it. And some people will and some people won't. But I really love it. There's something so satisfying about it to play, and you feel like you're accomplishing something. It's one of those games that I actually think about when I'm not playing it. Not even from a story perspective or whatever, but just from playing it. Like I just want to play it and just like accomplish tasks and build roads and build bridges and structures and upkeep them. And I'm playing it a lot more deliberately even than I played the first time. And I just really love this game. There's some problems with it. There are updates to the director's cut. Are you playing the director's cut, Dustin?
Yep.
Yeah. So there are updates where I'm like, I don't remember this, to the point where I actually asked ChatGPT a few days ago. I'm like, what are the differences in the director's cut? And one of the major differences are some of the guns, because you get this thing called the Mazer gun or whatever, and that's not in the original game. And it changes the entire, like the way the combat in the game is structured. Because as I said in the beginning, and what I've talked about in the past is like, I rarely ever fought anything, whether BTs or humans, like the mules. I would just run away from them. But there's a gun introduced in the director's cut that like electrifies the human enemies. And I'm like, and so I was using it, and then I'm like, why didn't I do this in the original game? Like, why was I running away from everything? And then when I looked it up, I'm like, oh, it just wasn't in the game. So there are like cool new additions, like a shooting gallery, and there's like optional missions, almost like Metal Gear Solid style missions to like use the different weapons and do it quickly and get good grades and shit. But the general game itself is wonderful. And I was laughing because there's just so many Kojima quirks that are just so funny. And one thing I busted out laughing out loud yesterday when Micah was watching it, so she laughed too, was, this isn't a spoiler, but Higgs, the Troy Baker's character, like the villain, he wears like the gold mask or whatever. And there's a scene where he takes off the mask and then he just has another mask on. And I like a black, and I just fucking busted out laughing. I don't know why it made me laugh. I was just like, this is so funny. Like there's something so good about it. But I think the game is eerily prescient in a way that is not even, it was somewhat prescient when it came out, but it is crazy, I think, in some ways, how much it resonates right now. And about disconnection, about AI, about printing anything you need, about not having relationships with people, about life and living for yourself or living for someone else. And it's good shit. So shout out to that Stranding director's cut. I'll continue to play. I'll probably need another week or so to get through because I'm playing so slowly. As I remember, the chapters start going really fast in the middle of the game. Like it takes forever to get to like chapter 3 and 4. And then I think they start just rattling off from there much quicker. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how I remember it. Dustin, you're playing Death Stranding as well. Anything you want to add?
I'm playing Death Stranding. I am on chapter 8, I believe, and they do eventually get a lot shorter. There's like one really long chapter. I think it might be like chapter 3 or 4. It's been fun. What's weird is that this is like the second and a half time to it. I played it 2.5 times because, or I guess, what was it? So I played the original when it came out. And then when Director's Cut came out, I think I got to chapter 7 or 8, but I was doing what Colin was doing and just like doing everything possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like 5 stars, get the little star patches and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking that I was maybe going to go for the platinum. I burnt myself out on it. This was a few years ago at this point. New stuff came out, so I ended up leaving it behind. So I've started fresh again, but I really want to be done in time for Death Stranding 2. So I have been pretty much just mainlining it. But man, sometimes I get tempted. I'm like, what a little zipline network. Mm-hmm. Never hurt anybody. Maybe this will help me min-max in the future for the story. So a little zipline here, no problem. I don't mind doing that. So it hasn't fully been successful in mainlining it, but I've been really enjoying it. I've been asking Holly. She remembers me playing it initially, but I'm like, I wonder what you think when I'm playing this game. That she's like, well, yeah, either you're talking to people or you're just walking around. I'm like, well, yeah, I am really just. She's like, oh, sometimes you're on a bike. Yeah, I was like, oh yeah.
Sometimes you're talking to Hermen Hulst.
Sometimes you're talking to Hermen Hulst.
Sometimes you're talking to Jeff Keighley.
Yeah, sometimes
I haven't found Jeff Keighley yet. So is he? Where's he at? Is he in the first?
Yeah,
map?
He's in the first chapter. Like he's I forget what he's like, the collector, like the toy collector or whatever they call it in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I just totally skipped him.
Yeah, I'm doing as much as I can. I'm really enjoying it. Like, I know I'm going to be late for Death Stranding 2. I don't really care. Like, that's the thing, is like, I'm really in the pocket of enjoying the game. The one problem for me is that I'm having a friend over this weekend. My G.I. Joe consigliere, Mike Patelli, is coming to stay with us for the weekend. So I won't be able to get much of any playtime in this weekend. So that's what's going to make me about a week late probably to Death Stranding. But I've been playing like every night, pretty much dedicated. I'll play a little bit in the afternoon, but I don't really like playing during the day. So then like after dinner, like 8, 9 to like 3 or 4, I'll play. And sometimes just sit there and I just get lost. And sometimes I'm listening to the game. I always listen to the cutscenes and stuff, or when there's a music cue, but otherwise I'm just listening to podcasts and just, creating my chiral network, as it were.
Mm-hmm. The only major annoyance I would say in playing the game again this time is that sometimes I'm just annoyed by the menus.
Yeah, they are really overwhelming and complex.
Yeah. Well, and there's certain situations where I'm trying to remember whether it's like like putting things in the private locker or getting things set up where it's like I need to leave the menu, go and do something in the gate, like mess with something, and then go back into a menu. Or it's like when I'm setting up orders and stuff where I'm like, could I just do this all at once? That'd be nice. It is deeply sophisticated with like, where you have this package. Are you going to put it in your pouch? Are you going to put it on your arm? Are you going to do this? Do you want to put it in the carrier? Do you want to put it in the car? So there is a lot of different menus that make sense from that perspective. But there's sometimes where I'm like, let's move on with it. And dude, especially early on, stop fucking calling me. It's like every 5 seconds, like,
yeah.
It's like,
it's not Hardman.
It's Die Hard, yeah. So, but I'm enjoying just some of the characters in this game. Sometimes I think about it, I'm like, I think from a certain angle, this might be insanely lame. Like some of the things in this game could be really lame, but somehow it's awesome.
Yeah, it's classic Kojima, and I think it's really, really well executed. There's so much to it. One of the things that I found, I don't think this was in the original one, but they might have updated, and I played it really quickly, so it wasn't there, was you can make the text bigger. Did you notice that? Nice. And that's like really big, because I'm like, the text is so, when I started playing, I'm like, the text, it gives you the option. I'm like, no, I'm good. And then I started playing, I'm like, I can't fucking see anything. And just doing that like one thing made the game so much more readable. It also just really functions well on PS5, 60 frames. Looks great. Loads quickly. Some problems with the saving, like where you can save really whenever you want, but if you forget to, and then you find yourself in a situation, sometimes you hadn't saved recently, or and you'll get bumped back 20 minutes or whatever, which is a little annoying. I did forget how annoying the upkeep of everything was because of the chiral rain. I don't care if like my post boxes or whatever are getting eliminated, but like you build all these roads and then you kind of have to go and like constantly upkeep them, but you need them because otherwise the game just becomes impossible to play. And I'm playing in a much more deliberate way. Like I think there is a time in the game when you have to use like the zip line, I think, but I don't think I really even messed with any zip lines when I played it. I was just like, just doing it and just getting through the game. And that's why I'm really trying to just sit with it and just being like, and I'm playing it on hard, which is much more manageable with the fucking mazer gun and all this other shit that they introduced, where the game's somewhat trivial, actually, I think, difficulty wise. So yeah, shout out to Death Stranding. Chris, it says here you're playing Cyberpunk 2077, Splitgate 2, and FBC Firebreak. So you're one of the people that are playing that new Control themed game.
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Yeah, so I mean, Cyberpunk 2077, I just kind of, I don't know, I found myself really wanting to just be in Night City for some reason over the last week. Like, is there something compelling? I don't know if it was like some story about Cyberpunk or some video that I saw on Twitter or whatever, but it got the spark flying again. And then I was like, oh, I thought about restarting it, and then I was like, I don't know, I don't want to go through the story necessarily because I know the story. I get it. There's also like parts of the main story that are really tedious, like the brain dance editing sequences. I really hate. I think they let you skip those now in Phantom Liberty, but like, so I just went to a save that I had that was like somewhat in the middle of the story, or like I think after a lot of like the linear stuff, just to do some side missions and just do some open world stuff and exist and like do some upgrades and level up and body modify and just get into it, drive around, listen to music. And man, it's so good, man. Like Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking immaculate. Like it's so unbelievably cool. Like I don't even know how to describe it. It's so fun to be in that world, and the combat is so good and flexible, and there's so much to keep track of, and it's been like a really nice little I've been playing it a little bit like here and there every now and again over the last couple days. Nothing new to say really. That's just a great game. And I actually wrapped up, I think, Phantom Liberty because I guess I had one last thing left to do and I just didn't do it. And I was like, oh, I should just do this.
Cool.
So it's very good. Highly recommend Cyberpunk as always. Fantastic game. Don't play it on Switch 2 if you can help. If you can help yourself. It's worth saving for a good machine to do it, or even just like a modern console. But the more interesting things that I've been playing, Splitgate 2. So I put a couple hours into Splitgate. This is an arena shooter, free to play. Kind of mixes old school arena combat with a little bit of Halo, or a little bit of Halo and a little bit of Portal. The first Splitgate I played a little bit of, and I enjoyed it reasonably enough. It was like a nice little game, but didn't really get its hooks into me. And this is kind of the same. This is a little bit more flexible. Like they added more systems that I actually think kind of defeat the simplicity of like what they're going for. Like there's like a weapon attachment system now that I don't remember from the original Splitgate, where you can have different attachments and you can have different loadouts, and there's like special abilities and stuff. It's more of like a class shooter in that way. And I don't know if I really dig it that much, but it is fun to play. Like it feels damn good to move around and slide, and the portal system is really fun. The maps are pretty well designed. There's a gun in particular that I think strikes me as one of the most creative weapons I've seen in a shooter like this. And it's not going to sound like much, but it's called the Gravitas, I think is what it's called. And it's basically like the left trigger, or like the aim, pulls people in a little bit, and then the right trigger is just like a really close range like shotgun blast. So like you can just drag people towards you and like blast them, and it is mega satisfying to use. So like shout out to them, because that's like one of the most fun weapons I've used in a first person shooter in a long time, especially a multiplayer one. It feels like a lot of games, especially multiplayer oriented video games now, are really preoccupied with balance to the point where they forget that it's just it's fun to be overpowered a little bit. That's like kind of part of it. It's part of the Hammer of Dawn earlier in Gears of War multiplayer too. It's like there's no skill to that weapon at all. You just point it at people and they explode. But it's fun. It's fun to use, and that's kind of, I don't know, that's a lost art, I think, making things that are suitably powerful but still like fun and doesn't compromise the overall the functionality of the game. And it's a solid time. It's a fun game to play. What it reminds me of the most, although it's not exactly similar, but like it reminds me of the feeling I had when I was playing Doom 2016 PvP, which is to say, like, this is solid. It's good. I'm having fun. But it's not like I'm not thinking about it. Like I'm not like, oh, I got to get home to play Splitgate. Like once you've played about 6 hours, you kind of get it. And that is fine. It's a good little romp. The more interesting game, though, I would argue, is this FBC Firebreak game. This is Remedy. This is this multiplayer game in the Control and Alan Wake universe. And this is kind of a co-op objective-based first-person shooter. It's a little bit like Deep Rock Galactic and those kinds of games. If you've played those, it's very similar. It's very co-op oriented. There's like different classes with different abilities. There's 3 kits specifically. Class, it's Splash, Jump, and Fix. Splash has water to deal with like fires and different things like that. The Jump kit is like more about like charging defunct electronics or like getting charged to batteries. And the Fix kit is like repairing shit. So you got a wrench and you can use that as a melee weapon. It's fun. It's surprisingly pretty good, but I also feel like it's one of those things where you definitely need to get people who to play it with you. Like this is not a solo experience. The game really doesn't explain a lot to you. So my first couple of games, I was spent like, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I get it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like it really throws you into the deep end without explaining anything. But as you kind of learn more and as you kind kind of understand how things interact. Like the splash kit, for example, like you can splash water on enemies, and then like there's another thing where like a teammate can electrocute them, and that does more damage. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. There's like interacting systems here. There's a fun mechanic of like you have to go into this workplace. You have to go into this almost like a laboratory shower. You know those emergency showers they had in labs in case you got chemicals all over your fucking skin. That's how you heal. So you jump into this shower and you heal. And it's all cool. Workplace themed. So it takes place in the office building that Control takes place in. It's in the oldest house. And you're basically like the first responders to all the weird anomalies that happen in it. So like fires will break out, hiss will spawn, or some other weird shit. Sometimes there'll be like an altered, I forget the terminology, an altered object or something.
Yeah, right.
Some weird,
what is that term?
I can't remember. The name's escaping me right now. Colin will look it up.
Yeah.
But like sometimes one of those will spawn
altered item.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
that's what I found.
But like one of those will spawn in the game, and that'll have like some different modifiers for like what the session is. And so basically, like it'll be like like a glowing traffic light or whatever, and it'll be somewhere in the level, and it'll have an effect where maybe like enemies are harder to kill, or like one that I noticed specifically was like the gravity was like low. And so it just like affects the entire map, and you have to find a specific weapon to destroy it. And it's basically just task-oriented co-op, and then you fight through waves, and you fight a boss, and then you extract, and you level up your guy. It's pretty good. It's way better than I thought. Especially gameplay feel wise. Like I think that's actually the most shocking thing about this is that Remedy's transition to first person action pretty well. Like it feels good to shoot and aim and reload in third person, and feels good to melee, and it's kind of weird. Because I wouldn't have imagined that it would feel as good as it does, but it is kind of. It's very particular. It doesn't really explain itself all that well. There's kind of a awkward learning curve. And because Control in Alan Wake is so abstract and bizarre, you're not, even when you are placed in an area where you have an obvious goal, it sometimes feels a little bit like, what am I doing? It feels, I don't know. It's got a communication issue, I think. And realistically, I don't know if I see this necessarily lasting that long. It is kind of sparse as far as like overall like mission variety and content. You're ultimately like shooting shit and doing all sorts of random menial tasks, and it is fun. I don't want to shit on it, but it is kind of this is going to appeal to people who specifically like or are really into like this deep rock galactic kind of thing. And I was into it for a little bit, but it's ultimately not really my kind of game. And I don't know if this is necessarily convincing me, but I am thinking about it more often than I'm thinking about Splitgate. And I am kind of eager to learn more about it and like more about its systems and how it works, because it does feel just surprisingly good to play. But I've only spent like, I think maybe 4 hours with it. And I also haven't played with anybody that I know. I've been just doing solo and just kind of like listening to music and stuff. So I have a suspicion that I'll like it a lot more and I'll understand it a lot more once I get in with other players. And I have friends who are going to pick it up, or who have Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, that we're gonna try and get some games in, I think, over the weekend, just to feel it out, because they're big Control and Alan Wake guys, which is nice. It's nice for them to have something like this. But yeah, it's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be, or it's not nearly as compromised as I thought it was going to be. But I also don't necessarily know what the appetite for this is. It's like I was saying earlier, like it's pretty good, but good games sometimes die. So we'll see how it shakes up. Curious to see how they're going to evolve it over time. One thing that sticks out to me too is that there's no microtransactions, as far as I'm aware. Like it doesn't feel like it's loaded with your traditional live service stuff, or at least not that I saw. If it is there, it's very avoidable and it's very easily missable, which is nice. But yeah, it's worth noting. But that's really it. I'm still playing Borderlands 2 also, but like that's kind of like my nighttime routine. I'm just assume that I'm playing that until I mention that I finish it. But that's it for me.
Cool, man. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how this Firebreak game evolves. It does seem like it's somewhat DOA.
Yeah.
But it does seem like it was also made in an environment where they weren't really thinking things through. And a game like Control that's already a niche game doesn't really need... It's a game that sold like a few million copies, I think, but it's not like a huge... It doesn't need a spin-off, I guess is what I'm saying. It definitely doesn't. I mean, I definitely don't like Alan Wake. I mean, it's already in itself a spin-off. Like,
right.
You know?
Yeah, I definitely don't like it nearly as much as Alan Wake or Control. It's very specific.
I can't wait for Control 2. I mean, that's a big one for me. Just so excited. I don't think we're anywhere close, but all right. Well, that's all we have for this. Let's what we've been playing. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. We can go through these fairly quickly, I think, and say goodbye to the audience. So, of course, on patreon.com/laststandmedia, you can support us over there. We can't do this without your support. We really appreciate you. There's nearly 13,000 of you over there right now. And one of the perks over there at the $2 level or higher a month is to submit inquiries to the show and all the other shows in our network. You'll see the posts on the newsfeed on Patreon. Just insert your post or your response to the thread. I comb through them. The other hosts comb through theirs, and we pull some out. So here's KB. He said, "Hey, gents, last week there was a discussion about whether Hermen Hulst should be fired, and I wanted to offer a different perspective. A lot of people frame it like hiring or firing a GM in sports where you expect a turnaround within a couple of years. But in the world of AAA game development, where projects now take 5 to 6 years, that kind of quick fix isn't realistic. Even Mark Cerny has said that building a brand new AAA game from the ground up now takes longer than developing a next-generation console. Most of the projects Hulst is responsible for haven't even been revealed yet. Saros is expected next year, and Intergalactic will likely follow in 2027, meaning we're on the cusp of the PS6 era just as he enters his 6th year in the role. We still haven't seen gameplay from those titles, nor do we have a full picture of what studios like Santa Monica Gorilla or Firesprite have been working on. Replacing him now would mean the head of the next head of first party wouldn't see the results of their vision until well into the back half of the PS6 generation or even the start of PS7. You guys often bring up opportunity cost. The time is one thing that you can't get back in game development. If you fire Hermen now, you can easily imagine a scenario much like in sports where the new hire wants to make their mark. They might not be aligned with the direction of projects already in the pipeline, leading to restructures or cancellations that push timelines back even further, potentially leaving us worse off than we have just stayed the course. If people want to lean on sports analogies to assess the situation, then let's apply it both ways. If Concord is the equivalent of a team going winless, then what does that make Astrobot? A game greenlit under the same leadership winning Game of the Year. Isn't that the gaming equivalent of winning the Lombardi? Thanks." This is interesting, and a few people have written in about with similar thoughts. And you guys don't have to say anything about this if you don't want to, but I have just something to say about it, which is the analogy only works if you're hiring someone from outside. So if Hermen Hulst was hired from the outside to become first he was co-CEO, and then he kind of became underneath Nishino, also with the COO kind of moniker, but head of studios, and you hire them from the outside, then what you're saying makes sense. But Hermen Hulst has been with PlayStation for decades. He is part of the apparatus that greenlit those games. I don't really know how you can look at him being the head of first party all of these years now since Shuhei left and think that he bears no responsibility for the state of the first party family. As I noted, I think fairly eloquently, if someone like Jim Ryan is leading the company for so long, which he was, and he's obviously not a player of games, much like a Strauss Zelnick character or an Eric Wilson or whoever, they rely on people that do. And Hermen Hulst must have been one of, if not the most prominent person that was greenlighting these various games as a service games. So it's not that he just came out of nowhere and then was installed into the CEO role that he's taken since last year, to which he's since been demoted from, by the way. I hate when people say like he wasn't demoted. It's like, yeah, he was. They were co-CEOs and now they're not. Now he reports to Nishino. That's a demotion. Categorically, textbook. So I already think he's on thin ice. Let me ask you this. If it's not his fault, then whose fault is it? You can blame Jim Ryan, but then Jim Ryan would have also been responsible for Astrobot. Like you said, I mean, if that's the way we want to play it. I just don't understand. I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. I don't want to play with people's positions like that. What I'm asking is who's responsible?
Yeah.
They didn't know about this stuff after Jim Ryan left. Do you understand that? That Concord happened after, like the whole beta release, all the disaster around that was months and months after he left his position. The people that were left behind are people that were in on the decision. I'm not saying it's just one person's fault, but the buck has to stop somewhere, and it seems like the buck stops nowhere. And that's frustrating. Someone's responsible. So I just totally disagree. Would it be like restarting? No, because you would hire people probably internally, which would shepherd what needed to be shepherded forward and cancel what needed to be canceled. This is exactly what happened with Shuhei when he left in 2019 from that position, and Hermen took that position from him. I just don't understand why people want to defray blame from him, because it just seems like it's obviously he's part of the group that made these decisions. He must have been. And they promoted him into a co-CEO role thinking the decisions were good. Then they demoted him when they realized the decisions weren't looking so good, and they look fucking stupid having the head of PlayStation Studios as the co-CEO of the brand when PlayStation Studios barely releases games. You guys have anything you want to add, or should we move on?
No, I think you were pretty eloquent.
I think you said it well.
Ed H. wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, apropos of nothing, Xbox's Sarah Bond announced Microsoft's partnership with AMD to create chips for the next generation of Xbox consoles. Of relevance to PlayStation, she hinted strongly that these devices would be platform agnostic, potentially allowing customers to buy and play games from various storefronts, which one presumes would include Steam, where PlayStation publishes its PC titles. If true, what do you make of this? Is Xbox effectively betting that making its consoles able to access all major digital storefronts, bar PSN presumably, will be an attractive proposition? Is there any way PlayStation could be pressured by this move to allow other storefronts onto its consoles and potentially introduce a little competition to the digital marketplace? Or is it really too over for that? What would PlayStation make of it if the next Xbox can play some PlayStation console exclusive games where they have been published on Steam by the back door? I look forward to hearing your thoughts, gentlemen. Listen, I remain of the mind that this makes no sense. They can do what they want. It's clear the game is to break the kind of monopolies up and to try to have a more Google Android style entrant that can be easily modified and played with, and you can just do a lot of things with it. And I think that that's really cool. And in phones, that's really attractive. And in the PC space, that's really attractive. But there's a major problem at the foundation of this, which is how do they make money? No one can answer that question for me. Everyone likes to argue about how good of an idea this is until you ask, like, how do they make money on it? You sell hardware as loss leaders. Let's say you even just break even. So the person has the Xbox handheld, and then they buy games on Steam. So Microsoft makes no money. What about the people that use Xbox Live and now they start buying Steam games, so they're not going to need Xbox Live for their online play anymore? So they canceled that subscription? Or it's a form of Game Pass now, Game Pass Core or whatever.
Yeah.
It really, I'm sorry, it makes no sense. Like, we'll see how it plays out. I just don't understand it because Microsoft is not ROG. Or Asus, I guess I should say, right? They're not a small manufacturer of hardware. They're Microsoft. They virtually don't make hardware unless they're trying to sell things on it. Most of the hardware fails. Xbox is really one of the examples of a much more vibrant hardware run for Microsoft than many other things that they've done. They're a software company. And no one can explain how you buy a future Xbox handheld with access to Steam. Why would you buy games on Xbox?
Yeah, it would be really convoluted.
It doesn't make any sense. And if you bought, and this is why I don't understand what like Sony should, I don't think they're going to be able to, even if they wanted to, but if Sony could like update all their games to be like, they're not going to run on these, like we're going to make it so they don't run on this Microsoft hardware. Why would they do that? That's the thing I really don't understand. What the fuck does Sony care? Not only are they getting 70% of the money on Steam through the Xbox hardware, but the other 30% goes to Valve. It doesn't make sense. It sounds cool. It's very pro-consumer and interesting. It just doesn't seem like a sustainable model of commerce. It's never been done before. Never.
Yeah.
So I don't think about it this way. You have person buys new Xbox handheld and they have access to the Xbox store. They have access to Steam and maybe other things too, Epic, whatever. and they want to buy Gears E-Day. Let's say it's $70. They have the Game Pass option on console or PC. If they don't want to go down that road, then they have the a la carte option on Xbox and play anywhere, or they can buy it on Steam, or they can, buy it on maybe Epic or whatever. Let's say they just want to play it on Steam. They're like, I'll just play it on Steam. On Microsoft's own hardware, they're now going to make 70% on their own game instead of the 100% because they bought it on a third-party platform. And then maybe that guy's like, you know what? I don't need Game Pass Core. Cancels that. So now they're running on your hardware, buying games on other platforms, either cutting out a substantial portion of your profit on first-party games, or if they're not an Xbox published game on Steam, giving you nothing. That's where the money's made. That's the whole game. Is where that's all of it. It's not about hardware. Hardware is a proliferation to get you to pay the $800, $900, $1,000 per user. If you're just buying the hardware and then it's just sitting there and you're playing on Steam, I want someone to explain how that benefits Xbox.
Yeah.
A counter argument that's would be made, which I agree with you almost entirely, but I think your example of somebody who the goal is not to have somebody want to buy Gears E-Day on Steam. The goal is to have them subscribe to Game Pass.
Right, but what is the purpose of even giving them a defraying option like that? You're literally giving them an option to not only not get Game Pass, but to not even buy it on your storefront. Like, there will be, this is what I'm saying, Dustin, is like, you can turn it on, right? And then just go to these two storefronts, and if you bought, they're same price, Gears. And if you buy it on one, they get all of the money, and if you buy it on the other, they don't get all of the money, and they're going to give you that option.
Yeah.
And then they're going to give you the option. Far Cry 6, Far Cry 7 on the Xbox store. Xbox gets 70% of the money. Buy it on Steam, they get nothing. Right. It's crazy to me that they would even give anyone that option and think that it's going to work in their benefit. I don't see it. Game Pass obviously is the end all be all, but then it's like, why have a Steam option at all?
Even this doesn't work in my head at all, but maybe the machine is capable of accessing the storefront, but you need Game Pass to get in.
How would Valve feel about that?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand any of this either. I'm just saying, like, that's the only way that I could perceive of any value coming out of this, where it's just like, all right, well, I mean,
Valve's loving this.
But then why the fuck would you even go to Valve if you have Game Pass? If for certain games, like what? Like it's a mess, actually.
I think some of their mindset, especially with them now, I mean, them along with what soon will be everybody, with the games going to $80, that it's like, if you have this device and you're sitting there looking at the purchase options, it's like, oh, I could either get Game Pass and get everything, or I could spend $80 on Gears E-Day. Like, we'll give you the option, but why would you do that?
Yeah, I understand that. But so what you're arguing is that, like, the option is there to make the proposition more compelling. But I would argue that they're going to undo themselves by making that a reality. People are going to use Steam. Like, I'm telling you, if that thing sells, most people are going to use Steam. Like, because that's like the audience for that stuff. I'm not saying the console. The console itself is like a whole, I guess, another thing. And maybe there'll be some Steam functionality on this console, on your TV. And I don't know how that's going to work. But, like, specifically when I think about just the future of more agnostic and especially handheld gaming, it's like, it's just, it strikes me as nonsensical, actually. Like, that's why I'm really eager for someone to explain it to me that, like, really understands. Because it's like, not only does it seem like a non-starting idea, it just seems like it's like nonsense. And that's why I'm so confused. It's why I just don't understand what people are thinking. Like, it's just like a low intellect, like, feeling about defending this without thinking about the ramifications of it. No one has ever in the history of the games industry stole hardware to not sell games on it. Never. Never happened. And now they're saying, like, yeah, buy the hardware, buy your games from where you want, or you subscribe to Game Pass, or you buy the games from us. And I'm like, all right, good luck.
You said no one has sold hardware to not sell games on it.
Right.
Correct?
Right. Like, who?
So what if the the changing Xbox, because if you think about like ROG sells hardware not to sell games on it.
Right. What I'm saying is that let me back up and I'll establish this even better. Companies that publish games that also own hardware, like that's why I was saying like Asus is a fucking piece of dirt under Microsoft's shoe. Like they are a company that can sustain themselves on selling hardware at a margin. That's what they do. But like that's different than owning all these publishers, all of these game developers, this entire ecosystem, people's expectations riding for decades on their access to these games. There's a lot. It's not so, people are acting like this is the most linear, obvious thing. And I'm like, this seems suicidal. That's why I'm so confused about it. It seems like you're conceding the thing that is most foundationally important, which is the point of sale for the games. I would love to really sit with and with someone that could really truly explain it. I appreciate like the devil's advocate stuff and some of the interesting points, and I do believe it's pro-consumer. Like, but things don't just exist in a vacuum because like there has to be a financial justification for it. They're not doing it for free. That's why I want to know. It would be unthinkable for me to, for instance, that Valve would cut them in.
Yeah,
like that. Right. Like that's like what some people think, and I'm like, why would they do that? It's just, there's a lot. I just think this is so strange, and it's fun to talk about because I would love to see it play. We're going to see it play out. I don't know. I just think. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I almost wonder. I mean, it's hard to even speculate because we don't know. Xbox is changing so rapidly right now that in their handheld, it's running a gaming version of Windows that is not out yet. And it sounds like this next Xbox is going to, people say like, oh, well, Series X that runs a version of Windows. In fact, I think they said the original Xbox runs a version of Windows or something, which was ridiculous. But I wonder if quite literally the next Xbox is a PC that runs literally Windows in this gaming mode, right? To the point where maybe Xbox, there is the OEM Xbox that they make, but are we going to see other companies make Xbox as well at different specifications if they are just a PC, and maybe the price is slightly higher because it's like, oh, well, there's a Windows key in there and that costs $100.
Yeah.
And so you can buy our Xbox that maybe is really expensive and nice, but all these other companies, I don't know, ROG, whatever, they have their Xbox too. And we make money because we sell them the software that goes on it that runs it.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a strategy and a plan in place.
That is interesting.
It is really interesting. People are like, well, Microsoft runs Windows and they make money on that. I'm like, yeah, they're not making the computers. I actually do have a Windows computer. But they typically are not like a real Microsoft computer, but they don't make hardware. Typically, it's irrelevant. That's the major difference. And so maybe what you're saying, if they could do something like that and not even make their own, then it makes sense because then who cares? Then it's all licensing fees. At that point, They're not manufacturing anything and they just licensing the Xbox name out. So they're getting a little rip. And then hopefully people buy things from Xbox, subscribe to Game Pass and do all that. And they don't have any risk. That might be the best way forward for them. But I gotta say, man, like it's why Apple fights tooth and nail to not let anyone buy shit that's not on their store. Like it is inherently both anti-consumer and completely logical. And they're basically doing the exact opposite where they're like, we don't care. And it's like, well, that's the fucking golden goose. So you better care. The golden goose is not your console. It's what you can do on the Xbox store. And so, yeah, I don't know. Do you have anything you want to add, Chris?
No, I don't know. Maybe they'll put another Connect. Maybe they'll put the new the Palantir Connect.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing.
Right.
It's just a big defense contract. And they're just trying to get these in as many houses as possible with good consumer. I don't know. It really is. It excites me. Like I'm excited at the prospect of this existing. Like it's very interesting. And it's probably the only thing. That's what's so sad about it is like, that's really the only thing at this point. And I say this as a fan of Xbox. Actually, I think the Series X is fantastic, but functionality like that is really the only thing that would really compel me to get a next generation Xbox, at this point. Like barring like some unforeseen thing, like I really don't see the purpose anymore, like straight up. And so if they could promise like, hey, listen, you got your Steam library in the living room and you got your Xbox library in the living room, that's compelling as fuck to me. I don't know how they're going to justify that or how that makes sense, or like if they're going to go the Steam machine route and, kind of like the ROG Ally is doing it, where it's like, it's not necessarily their hardware, but like, I don't know. Even the Ally thing that they're doing is apparently like not exactly what I thought it was also. Because apparently that only runs like there's a certain select amount of titles that Xbox puts out that is play anywhere, and I think we actually talked about that like in one of the bets, where it's like, or the betting episode where we put our predictions down, where it's like it's been a while since they've said that term, and it's because until this year, obviously, fuck me, but there aren't a lot of titles that apparently run on that thing that run on the console. Like a lot of backwards compatibility, a lot of Xbox 360 backwards compatible stuff that can run on the Xbox is not going to run on the Ally because it's not play anywhere. So it's like, it's not exactly a handheld Xbox like they're talking about it. It seems like an interstitial kind of thing.
It's a handheld PC.
Yeah, it's a handheld PC, but like the whole point of having an Xbox handheld to me would be to bring my entire Xbox library forward. If I can't do that, no, well, fuck that. I don't need that at all.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Again, and it's worth, as I noted much earlier in the show when I was trying to like really explain my point of view, it's like, I think it's a very it's kind of how I feel about Game Pass. It's like very pro-consumer. How does it work? And this is and I think this is an even more extreme example of that, actually. Because at least with Game Pass, the commerce is locked in with Microsoft. Not only do I think that like they're opening up Pandora's box on their own hardware, but like that I think they might come to regret it. Or at least doing things differently, unless there are possibly things that we don't understand, but people are like, maybe they have a 4D chess move. It's like, maybe they do, but their experience recently in the last 10 years shows that they don't really know much about what they're doing at all. And this would be, but they can bring out they've tried bold moves. I think Game Pass was a great idea. We've gone over that many, many times. It was definitely the right move for them to make. All right, I was in the middle of saying something, but then Dustin got raptured out of the video, so I don't know what the fuck I was saying. So we can just go on from there. There was one last thing though point I wanted to make. God damn it!
Sorry,
that's all right.
It was my my hard drive was completely full. So in the moments in between, I deleted Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from my PC, and I got plenty of space now.
I remember what I was going to say.
Oh, good.
Just to reiterate. An important point for our show, since it's a PlayStation podcast, Sony should in no way, shape, or form impede the ability of their games to be played on this hardware.
Yeah.
Like, if they can, they shouldn't. And I don't think that they're going to. And I think it's a win-win. Because it's like, okay, you can play The Last of Us Part 2 on your Xbox ROG Ally. Enjoy. I mean, you're buying the game from us. And your client company or like and the direct rival gets nothing. So it's really not a problem.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. The only way it would be a problem, and this is obviously not possible, but it would be like if they could somehow force wedge all of these games into like an Xbox ecosystem where they made some money on it, then you would have a problem. And it's like, obviously that's not what's happening. So why the fuck? That's my biggest confusion point is like, people are like, oh my God, they're going to be able to play. It's like, who gives a shit? It's a PC. You're playing a handheld PC. You have access to Steam. It's not unprecedented. It's fine. That's why I feel. I know some people are very emotional about it, but I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And I don't think Sony can impede it, and I don't think they should. But I do wonder what they think about it internally. I don't think that. I'm sure they have their analysts thinking about it, but I would imagine they're probably like, we might even see a nice little bump for the sales of our games. And Stellar Blade has done really well on PC. Obviously, it sold more than 1 million units. So PlayStation made a nice amount of money on that. But I would argue that this, and I think they should be much more aggressive, as I said, with PC games. I've said that ad nauseum, but it seems like they're going to do the exact opposite. I feel like they're going to be more deliberate, actually, because I think the game sales are generally softening. You're getting a big bump from Chinese PC gamers with Stellar Blade, which is awesome, but that's probably 2/3 of the sales. So, anyway, we'll see what happens. But an interesting thing to think about, but I think people are vastly overreacting to a lot of different angles with that story. That it's a handheld PC, or that it's a handheld Xbox, it's a handheld PC. That is a big deal that PlayStation games would be playable on Steam on a handheld PC. Who cares? I don't know. Weston J wrote in and said, hey, CDC, longtime listener, first time writing in. I noticed after all the game conferences 2 weeks ago, we didn't get a new trailer for Judas or any kind of release window. I remember Colin and Chris saying that if it came out this year, it would easily be your most anticipated game of 2025. I was surprised not to see an update, as it would have been my most anticipated as well. When do you think we will get an update on Judas? As always, thanks for all you do. I don't know. Judas is my most anticipated game, period. So it's going to be the most anticipated game of whatever year it comes out. Ken's a personal friend. We talked about it. We've had him on the show. I love him. As I said kidding around, but meaning it, it's like you got to shit or get off the pot at some point with this. You know, it's 12 years since BioShock Infinite. I say this out of love for him because I'm like, you're setting expectations too high. The longer it takes, this is not like one of these beleaguered fucking, you know, Duke Nukem games that took 20 years because 7 people worked on it. You know, 7 different studios worked on it over that time. It's like people's expectations are going to get higher and higher if this thing takes too long. A major hint, I think, that this game's not coming this year, and I think that that's obvious at this point, but you have Take-Two has Borderlands in September and then Grand Theft Auto for May. So maybe you aim for February. If it's not in there, maybe it's late next year. I just don't. Take-Two is going to be so reliant on Grand Theft Auto, and they're going to make so much money on it, obviously, for many years. But I don't see why you would want to release anything within the surrounding quarters or the quarter of, maybe not even the surrounding quarters, but the quarter of and the quarter after Grand Theft Auto. Like, why would you even waste that good income that might be needed to bolster numbers later? And so it would be weird for me if GTA really comes out in May, let's say, and then Judas comes out in July. That would be weird. Maybe it would come out October, November, or something like that. And I don't know what their internal targets are, but it's taking a frustratingly long time. And it's not mysterious anymore. Like, it was mysterious for many years. We didn't really know what it was. But then when they started showing it and talking about it, it's like, all right, we have to be pretty close. And now it's really been like a few years, right? A couple of years. So
yeah, I think so.
Chris, where are you on Judas? When will we see it?
I think next year, late at this point. Like, I feel like if it was coming this year, we would have seen it already, or we would know already. I
would assume so as well.
We're rapidly approaching Silksong territory with this for me personally. Like, not that I care about Silksong personally, but like, I know how people feel about Silksong, and like, it is kind of like, I've been looking forward to this since I saw Ken do his narrative Legos talk at GDC, and I don't even. I think I was in college.
I want to say that was 2015, maybe. Let me look.
That feels like 2013 when I saw that. I know it obviously wasn't, because that was when BioShock Infinite came out. But
it was 2014, so March 2014.
Yeah, dude, that's a year after I left college. That is ridiculous. And so, yeah, I'm kind of getting impatient. I'm a big fan of Ken and his stuff. I have BioShock tattoos. So like, I love the work and I love what I've seen of it so far. I'm eager to play it. But now I'm kind of bracing for bad news for some reason. Like, because it just feels like it's taken that amount of time where I'm like, this is an awkward amount of time. And it makes me less confident somehow. But I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's good.
I know the team's really small, and it could be like, I know that. And I know we talked about Ratchet and Clank a few weeks ago, where it's pretty clear from the Insomniac leak that what they're doing with the next Ratchet is they're making it really slowly over like an 8-year period or a 6-year, 7-year period, something like that, with 10% of Insomniac's resources. And they're just going to slowly do it. And maybe that's what Take-Two is doing with, because Ghost Story has been such a heavy investment. I mean, I imagine, I don't want to speak out of school, but like, this has got to be $100 million plus investment at least.
Yeah, after this amount of time.
Yeah, after BioShock Infinite, even if the team is small, you're talking about, the Irrational afterwards and then going into Ghost Story for 12 years. Even if you have a head count of 40 or 50 or whatever it might be, it's a very expensive proposition. So I don't know. Do you have anything you want to add, Dustin, about Judas?
I hope we at least know a release date by the end of the year.
That would be nice.
Maybe a Game Awards
right?
Trailer that tells us the release date would be nice.
And dude, I would love nothing more than for them to say this game's coming out in November. I'd be like, oh my God, that's so exciting. Not only is that so exciting because it's sooner, but that you waited so long to announce the release date really does a lot for me too. But I don't know that Take-Two is going to have Borderlands and then NBA 2K as well. And the golf game, it just seems like a lot for them. Like, I don't know. And I just don't. And so maybe it would be like a February release. But if it's not there, then I think that it's going to be holiday. Because I just think Grand Theft Auto should do the talking for Take-Two for a while. I don't know why you would interrupt that.
I could see February, to be fair. But
yeah, that'll be sick.
I don't know.
Whatever it is, I'll play it. Minute one. Yeah. Believe me. Antonio Rodriguez wrote in and said, hey, fellas, when it comes to the gameplay experience for any game, it's really important for me personally that the game has good controller vibration features. Whether it vibrates hard during a big fight or it has subtle movements when crouched during moving through foliage, how important is controller vibration for you guys in the gameplay experience? Do you care if it's not present? Thanks, and I'll hang up and listen while on the way to the gun store to buy the cheapest shotgun in a single shell. Okay. Cheapest shotgun in the single shell, it's like that can go so wrong. Buy a better shotgun in a box.
Yeah, why are you skimping on the shotgun if you're going to be gone?
Yeah, what do you care? Put it on a credit card.
Yeah, just buy a nice shotgun. What are you doing? This is crazy.
Don't hurt yourself, please, Antonio.
Also don't.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously. Vibration has never really been very important to me, although I think it works really well in games. And I think DualSense is a pretty impressive piece of technology wherein it works better than ever. But a lot of games don't use it to its fullest extent. Like I think the Astrobot games obviously do it really well. I think Returnal was an example of a game that did it extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
It really is capable of great things, but a lot of it does reduce down to just, actually even the director's cut of Death Stranding has pretty cool rumble, but a lot of it does reduce down to just standard shit. I never turn it off, but I don't know how important it is to me. Dustin, where are you on rumble?
I thought that I didn't really care about rumble, or I was just like, oh, it's fine. But I think you realize how important it is once you don't have it. I realized this, ironically, I bought a Wavebird controller for GameCube.
I loved that controller, man.
This was, I think, last year. And I was like, this is cool, but something's off. I was like, oh, the Wavebird does not have rumble. And I didn't even think about, I mean, I guess I did think about it, but I didn't realize initially that I was like, well, this is something about this doesn't feel right. So while I don't think about rumble often, I guess I do think about rumble in the examples that you mentioned of the really good examples of it. And dude, Switch 2's HD rumble in it is so good. It's like really cool in certain games. So when it's there and well done, I guess it is really awesome. But I really particularly notice if the rumble is either not there or bad. He mentions like it going crazy during like a boss fight. Sometimes I'm like, take it easy. Like we don't need to be going nuts, right? I get it.
It's using like 25% of the battery.
Yeah, it's like, take it easy. So it is important though. Surprisingly more than I would have thought.
Yeah, I think it's massively important actually. Like I don't think I need. So I don't the DualSense, like the specific, like the hyper detailed, HD kind of haptic feedback. I don't necessarily need that. Like I've gone between like Xbox controllers and DualSense, and I don't really miss the finer details of the DualSense. Like it's nice, but it's not super necessary for me to get into a game. But like I think playing a modern game, particularly shooters with no rumble, feels fucking disgusting. Like there's something really wrong. And it's almost uncanny. And I think what it is because I associate, and maybe you guys remember this. I don't know if you guys had experiences like this. I would imagine so. But like, I remember whenever a controller of mine was going to die, or whenever like the battery was going to run out, the first thing that would go would be the rumble.
Mm.
And that's how I knew
Mm.
that's something. Oh, this controller is going to die. I need to charge my battery soon. And then sure enough, it would. And in that moment, like that association of like negativity kind of still gets to me. But also it does feel kind of empty without at least something. I don't need like haptic feedback or like the super specific, minute details. But like, give me some. If I pull the trigger, if a grenade goes off, if I punch something, I want to feel something, otherwise it just kind of feels budget or like something, or like it's broken. It's very strange.
Rumble is weird because conceptually I'm like, it's kind of stupid.
It is really dumb,
but it really does.
It adds a lot.
Yeah. Like I never think about it. I think you would take it for. I think it's already been said. Like I think I take it for granted probably at this point.
You want to do an experiment, Colin? Turn it off on purpose and then play a little bit just without it, just to see how it feels, because it feels mega weird.
Yeah, I feel like it would feel flat or something. Like it would.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember getting the Rumble pack for N64, and I wasn't that impressed by it. And then the DualShock controller, and it was specifically, I want to say Metal Gear Solid. Maybe there was some game it wasn't Ape Escape, but like some other early game where I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. But even then you could feel like it was just motors twirling and
right.
And it has gotten more sophisticated to the point where I think DualSense is the logical conclusion of, or at least the logical next step in this kind of immersion. And it really is nice. Like I think what it was was it in Returnal where the raindrops, like you could feel them.
So. Yeah.
Where it was like incredible. It was incredible. I think that was that game. I was like,
it's
wow,
either that or Astrobot, because like those are the only games that I think have even bothered really.
Yeah. Ratchet did a little bit. I'm curious how Ghost and Death Stranding will do, because Death Stranding was not made with the DualSense in mind. The Death Stranding 2 is. So I wonder what they'll do. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities with that. And then Ghost, I assume will use it pretty conventionally, but yeah, I think it's pretty important. I don't think about it though. So I think it's just a taking for granted thing, actually.
Yeah.
Like I've never, and even my own, I don't really do much design work for Lilymone. We obviously make old games. I don't even, do we even have Rumble in our games? I don't even know. I don't think so. But I've never even thought about it. Like that's like, oh, that would be a nice touch for this or whatever. It's like, I don't even think about it. Because of course the best controller is still, what is it? The NES controller. Close second.
That's so crazy.
Close second, GameCube controller. All right. I don't know if you guys saw this, but someone wrote in about it. And here, I actually have a link to it here if you want to see it. Daniel Ross wrote in and said, hey guys, what do you make of the Sony published Climate Station that released the other day? I would love if this encourages more research organizations working with developers to create engaging and educational experiences that make full use of the system's tool set. Chris, I put it in the chat if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
This would be great for fun and interactive learning within schools, especially in VR. Or has Sony just gone fucking woke? Cheers, big ears. By the way, it wasn't like an MK Ultra thing that I just did to Chris, and knowing that he was looking for it, I saw him scrolling through the document, and I was like,
MK Ultra.
So over on the PlayStation blog, they write Climate Station launches today on PS5 and PSVR 2. And they write, quote, what if understanding climate change wasn't a lecture, but a journey you could take yourself? We're pleased to introduce Climate Station, a new experience that transforms decades of climate science into an interactive story. Developed by Sony Interactive Entertainment as part of our collaboration with the United Nations Playing for the Planet Alliance, Climate Station turns complex data into an immersive interactive experience. Whether you're a curious explorer, a data detective, or just looking for something totally unique to dive into, this free app available today on PS5 and PSVR 2 is your gateway to understanding the forces shaping our world. So it's pretty, I haven't downloaded it. I haven't looked at it from that perspective, but it's pretty cool. It reminds me a little bit of, I bring it up sometimes, Folding at Home on PS3, which had way less utility. Folding at Home was basically just using PS3's computational power to try to solve equations, and do other data management or whatever. And so you would just leave your PS3 on and your processing power would be used over the Ethernet cable when you weren't playing your console. It was a nice way to contribute. This is a cool idea. One thing I did look at was trophies. And as far as I can tell, there are none. And I think that's kind of a lost opportunity to get people to fuck around with it more. But there is a and I think a lot of people will tune in on this. There's a political angle to this, which is interesting. And people are always being like, "Oh, get politics out of games." And Sony just released a game with the United Nations. It's about as political of a game as I've ever heard in my life. And I don't hear anyone bitching about Climate Station. This is also probably an example of Sony taking money from the UN to make this game. So this is like proving all of the conspiracy theories true, but since it's not what people want to see, they won't use this as the particular example. I think it's a nice idea. I don't know. I don't really give a shit personally. I believe in climate change and I care about that, but I don't know if I need to go on PlayStation to study it. I'm playing Death Stranding, a game about the end of the world. I don't need to know how we get to the end of the world. Did either of you guys see this pop up before I put it into the document?
Nope. I didn't know anything about it. And I love this first comment that says, finally, some first party support for PSVR 2.
Yeah.
Ouch. Ouch.
Owned. So yeah, it says it has about 90 minutes of accessible expert-led content in its explainer library. You can look at all these projections of the global observations and look at weather throughout the years and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know what the intent is. Sony seems like a very socially and politically cognizant company. You see them do a lot of stuff with like LGBTQ stuff. This stuff now with global warming and climate change. They're kind of low key into that stuff, which is, interesting. So something for you guys to download if you're interested. It's called Climate Station and it's available now on PS5 and PSVR 2, which you'll need a PS5 to play. Well, not necessarily. All right. Finally, I am Jack's Nipple wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, does knowing who developed the game really matter? I see people online wanting to know who developed the new Donkey Kong game. Online people are demanding Nintendo say who the developers are, but why does it matter? So people can criticize or praise the game before playing it? Even if the game is being developed by the Mario Odyssey team, it doesn't mean it will be Odyssey quality. It could be better or worse. I think developers should be hidden prior to launch. Look at Bloober Team. People expected Silent Hill 2 to be a bad or mediocre game because of the developer. They proved everyone wrong. Now people have higher expectations for their next game. What if their next game isn't as good? Bungie, BioWare, and countless other developers have had hits and misses. I don't think it should be hidden. I think that's crazy, but I do understand why Nintendo hides it. And they seem to be the only publisher that does this. Dustin, do you have any insight into, have they ever talked about why they are so secretive about who makes some of their games? And do we know who's making, has it still not been said who even to this day?
Nope. Hasn't been said. There has been rumors. I have no idea if this is valid, but I saw something on Twitter that it's could be an offshoot of the Odyssey team that was spun off in order to make this game. And I don't think Nintendo has ever said why they do this, but it's just one of those things where they don't want you thinking about that. They want you to think, oh, it's a Nintendo game. And that means quality, which by and large, I would say does mean that. Not always, but
yeah, like you get Steel every once in a while, you get Steel Diver.
Right. Yeah. That classic Steel Diver for the 3DS.
Oh my God. I hated that game.
So I think it benefits them from a marketing perspective that people don't, for the most part, think like, oh, I like this Nintendo team. Of course, there are exceptions like Monolith and some of the teams they work with, but it makes sense for them. I guess and the reality is too, overall, nobody cares about this. Nobody cares. People in our very small bubble do, and hardcore Nintendo fans, but most people aren't thinking about who was the developer of the, Donkey Kong Bonanza. They're just thinking it was made by Nintendo and it has Donkey Kong in it and it looks fun. So I get it. We want to analyze and look at these things, but Nintendo is going to be Nintendo.
Yeah, I'm looking like, what are the notable, like the studios that would have real cachet? Let's see. Yeah, Monolith. Retro.
That's the other one I couldn't think of.
Oh yeah, they don't own Intelligent Systems. Right? So yeah, I guess I'm not much of a Nintendo nerd anymore. I'm sure people are much more in the weeds than I am at this point with the Nintendo stuff. So I'm sure that people are very curious. But who the hell knows? Oh yeah, they bought Next Level Games. I forgot about that. Those are the guys that do all the sports stuff. Yeah. But a lot of it, I feel like a lot of it has always been weird and mysterious with Nintendo. It's not unlike Square Enix, actually. Although more so. More Square Enix than Square Enix. Okay. Chris, does it matter that they're hiding this, that Nintendo's hiding this? And they really are the only ones. I don't know anyone else that really does this. Sometimes you don't know initially, but they'll always come out eventually.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of neat. I think it's kind of interesting that we have just this one kind of rogue manufacturer and publisher that's just kind of playing things mysteriously. I'll say it this way. I am more curious about like who makes those games than I would like to know. But there is something cool about the fact that like in this era where we know damn near everything about a game before it comes out because it's mined for content to death. It's, you know, the marketing machine, social media, whatever, what have you. It is nice that there is still some mystery left, even if it is something as minuscule as like, you know, who makes it. It is kind of nice to have this kind of ethereal kind of like, oh, it's just a Nintendo game and that's all that matters. It's strangely, I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of the right word. Like not festive, but like it's having fun with like the vibe of what like video games used to be. Like I remember when I first started playing and I just didn't really understand the concept of like what a studio was or like the idea that people made these things. Like I don't even know how I really understood. I don't even really know how I interpreted video games when I was a kid, because I think there's a pretty good argument to be made from a child's brain. It's like, oh, it's just a fucking different universe you're just looking into for a brief period of time with this machine that you don't understand, you know?
You're not thinking about commerce.
Yeah, you're not thinking about commerce, that's for sure. I think the most depressed I ever got, I think, was when I heard one of my nephews, I think he was like 12 or something, and he was like, man, EA really just doesn't know what they're doing. And I was like, oh my God. When I was 12, I was not thinking about that at all, dude. Like I wasn't thinking about EA's financials when I was 12. Jesus Christ, it's so demystified. So it's, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is like I kind of appreciate that there's like some mystique still in video games when a lot of it's kind of dissipated, even if it's in this weird form of just Nintendo being strangely not transparent.
Yeah, I does it matter? Yeah, is it not a big deal? No, not for Nintendo anyway. And they keep a tight ship because it doesn't even leak, which is crazy. That's the craziest part, is that no one talks.
That's what's wild about it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys, that's all we have. This is a long episode of Sacred Symbols, of PlayStation podcast, but a good one nonetheless. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of your day?
I think I'm going to make some baked ziti.
Nice. I love baked ziti.
Yeah, I love it too. I haven't had it in a while. I try not to eat too much ground beef or like beef in general, but like every now and again, I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, it's one of them. It's time.
Cool, man. Enjoy.
I will.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans?
Goodbye. I'm going to make up for, well, Chris is eating beef tonight, but I'm having hot dogs. It's
nice.
Hot dog night at the Hermen Hulst.
How many are you going to have?
Probably 2, depending on if Holly has like chips or something on the side. Maybe 3.
3, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm a 3 minimum.
That's the right number. Yeah,
I'm a 3 minimum person.
Yeah, 3 is the right
number.
We'll
see. I am super fucking hungry, so maybe it is a 3 dog night. I'm going to be gobbling the glizzies.
Yeah,
3 dog. 3 dog.
That's Fallout 3, isn't it?
Yeah. The radio guy.
Yeah, so for me, I'm just going to, I got to work out and just going to settle in for the night. My friend Mike, like I said, is coming tomorrow afternoon, so got to prepare for that. Prepare my anus. It's gross. Otherwise just going to enjoy a nice weekend. Nice quiet weekend, and that's it. But I think this was a great episode. I think people are really going to like this episode. Very thorough, enjoyable episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. Appreciate all of you guys being here with us. Hope you enjoyed it as well. Early ad free access. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Could not do it without your support. We really appreciate you over all of these many years. lastdaymedia.store for merch and get your copy of Herbroxia if you haven't already. Anything else? I don't think so. It's time to go. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you. But even as we saw with the growth numbers, Raptured. I knew he was one of the good ones.
Let's see. All gone. It's just us now. Nobody knows what I'm going to do.
Let's see.
No one has any idea.
It can't stop recording either. It's just recording still.
Well,
let's see what he says.
Dustin got raptured. If you're listening to this,
his hard drive is completely full. 1 second.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's awesome.
That's an awesome problem to have.